Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Law Nerd. It's Tuesday, it's January 20th, 2026. We have a lot to cover today because we are going to court. You've been asking for this trial. You've been asking for live court. I haven't finished my coffee yet. It's here. I'm not done with it. You've been asking for live court. You've been asking for coverage of this case. And I thought this case was going to take substantially longer than it looks like it's taking. But that's okay because we have days of Zoom room. So yes, we are going to go to Virginia. Many of you were like, Emily, Virginia. And then when I saw how quickly they were moving through witnesses and that there's some witnesses that we can truncate and some witnesses that we can cover a bit more expeditiously, we are not going to do real time gavel to gavel. There are some things that we are going to just jump past and cover key witnesses, and we will probably catch up in real time. Now, I have not looked at this case a lot. A million years ago, when it initially happened, I saw information about the case. And then as I was prepping for what witnesses we would need, what witnesses we might not need, there were some details about the case I know now just because I was trying to organize this in a way where we can get the information that we need. But for many of you, you are going in as a juror. I have not researched this case. We have not covered the filings. We are going in as jurors. So what case are we here for today? Well, law nerds of the jury, we are on the criminal docket today. We are going to court in Fairfax County, Virginia. Judge Ascarati presiding. You might remember Judge A from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. And the courtroom setup is just different in that the camera is panning instead of like 4 different cameras stationed around the courtroom is what I noticed as I was zooming. The defendant on trial is Brendan Banfield. He is charged with the murder of his wife and Joseph Ryan. What is unique about this case that we have not seen in some other cases is that, one, the prosecution pretty clearly states that they believe the motive, or they believe they know what the motive is, and we will hear about the motive. But also, we have not covered, I don't think, many cases where we have a co-defendant testifying. Kind of in the Adelson case, but because it was a murder for hire and because there was so much differentiation between like who knew who, it was kind of there. But this is a case where we have a co-defendant who flipped who is testifying. So we're going to see some of that testimony today and then all day, day 2 of trial, which we will cover tomorrow. And then we're going to try to zoom and catch up in real time. This trial started last Tuesday. Court ran Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They were dark on Friday. We love Judge A for that. And then, of course, for MLK Day yesterday, they were also dark. So we are going to be moving very quickly in real time to catch up. The prosecution is going to lay out their theory of the case. Opening statements are pretty brief from the Zoom room that we have. But what the prosecution is alleging here is that the defendant in this case started an affair with his au pair. Well, the family's au pair that was living in their home, who had come to the U.S. from Brazil to work in their house providing childcare, had began, which is why everyone is calling this the au pair affair trial. And of all the names that they give to trials, and you know how I feel about trial names, I'm like state versus name. This one's a bit more descriptive because, well, she was the family au pair and they were having an affair. That is more descriptive than some of the other names that we see. So more descriptive, but she is going to be testifying in this trial and took a deal to do so. So the husband is accused of murdering the wife and another individual. We're going to hear more about the other individual in the opening statements. There are some details in opening as I was zooming through it that I could not avoid. So I'm going to give you just a heads up that the other individual murdered here is a fall guy. There is going to be descriptions throughout this case about the fall guy being set up by the husband to engage in some very specific types of sex. And so you are going to hear descriptions of that. If that is something that is going to be uncomfortable, skip through some of the prosecution's opening statement. But again, we are going to go through the opening statements. I want to give a warning that those are topics that are going to come up, but I also don't want to give you the entire prosecution opening statement because we're just going to go to the prosecution. So the case is one of the more interesting attempts at relieving yourself of a spouse that I have seen. I have done trials with a co-defendant who has flipped and taken a deal. Sometimes jurors like them. Sometimes jurors don't like them. But the things that the prosecution is describing and how the other individual ends up getting to court is not something that was carried out. It was not something that was, well, we'll go from there. It is not something that was carried out. So the setup for it is an important fact, but also, so we have not covered a case quite like this in this way, and it is not going to be tried and true gavel to gavel. There will be some witnesses we will skip. There will be some that we will gavel to gavel. There is some that we are going to speed up a little bit. Once we get through opening statements, we will speed up a bit, because as I was trying to just look at what witnesses we absolutely needed to cover this case, hopefully, and catch up before the defense case begins, if the defendant is going to testify here, which who knows, they say they're going to and then they don't in the trials that we've been covering. But I wanted to let you know we will not be every single witness, every single moment. There will be some stuff we will skip, but of course the entire trials are on, well, they're everywhere. So not hard to find. And we can link some full days down below if you ever want to go watch those full days. But I want to make sure that we have enough to understand what the jury does at the end of this case. So with all of that, are you ready to go to court? I am ready to go to court. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I've got, some of you are asking about, it's me. When I was recording the podcast this week, and to all of you that went and watched the podcast this week, thank you. I was still not feeling great. So I was recording kind of off hours and didn't do a behind the scenes of that. But like at one point, my face was just starting to get red. It's just me. We're still just me. Fred kept interrupting. It's a whole thing. Some of you are like, Emily, so we're covering this like the Cardi B case. Yes, but I think we covered every single witness in that case. This is an attempt at maybe skipping over some witnesses. And instead of like the coroner is one of the witnesses that is called today, because again, we are watching from last Tuesday. The coroner is one of the witnesses that was called that we're going to see today. I really might just skip the entire background training and experience and just get to their description. Because at this point, do we need to know that they're educated and they're a forensic pathologist and what forensic pathology is? Probably not. Probably not. So let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. So we'll do some of that. Yeah. It's not going to be every single moment of every single thing. All right. Are we ready? Let's go to court. I know we're going to have to like roll the intro and then we're going to have to like board EDB air. Maybe we do EDB air first and then the intro. What do we think? Let's give it a try. We'll see how it works. Who knows? Oh, well, the audio's in the wrong place. So glad we tested it. You guys probably couldn't hear that at all. Well, let's try it again. Right. Right. It's a Monday, Tuesday. Because of course it is. Hey there. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, are y'all ready to get to court? Oh, my third screen froze. Well, that's fun. And everything on the back end of OBS froze. That is delightful because I can't bring the screen up until it unfreezes. All right, there we go. So give me 1 second because the monitor seemed to freeze, which is, we plan in advance and then we get everything ready. And then, kids home from school sick. Things won't work. It's just fantastic. It's fantastic. Streaming is dynamic. And I know that I was watching Ryan Hall, y'all. How many of you were watching Ryan Hall, y'all, yesterday going, what is in store for me this weekend? But I was watching Ryan Hall, y'all, and he was talking about the wild solar flares. And I was like, Anybody else going to the store today? Dr. B's off today. So Dr. B is going to the store today before everyone in Middle Tennessee decides they also need milk and bread and eggs. But yeah, we're supposed to get a substantial amount of snow. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But it's cold up in here. All right, let's try that again and go to court. Hi, Judge A. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're gonna put up the date. Look, it's gonna throw some people off, but I'm gonna put up the date of this hearing, not of the date we are on, just so we keep it clear. This was court from last week, the 13th. So I just want to make sure we know what day we're in. Hopefully that makes sense and doesn't confuse anybody. I think we've got it done. So yes, from the Depp Heard case, same judge. All right, we're going to go to opening statements for the prosecution and the defense. I didn't see on a single feed the judge reading the jury instructions. There's jury instructions the judge has to read. Those would have been done. Keep an open mind. Look, we've watched them so much in Massachusetts. We are just good. And also, guess what? Guess what? We're back in the Commonwealth because Virginia, also a Commonwealth. So technically, the Commonwealth is up first for opening statements. You guys ready? Oh, also, the sound is shit for the opening statements. It gets better. Also, I need to give you one other note for this trial, and I will remind everyone when we get there. It seems that when they show any of the exhibits, they are filming not a screen, but an actual monitor. And it like pulses as if you were trying to record like with your phone, your computer screen. It just is. Look, at least we don't have to drive to court and sit in the pews. We get to do it our own way and we get to zoom. So yay for us, but buckle up on that. So we are back in court. Hear ye. Now calling the case of Virginia versus that guy. The jurors are entering the court, but again, it looks like that Virginia court. I don't even know what color the walls actually are, or if it's just a constant white balance issue.
Thank you.
The sound does get better. But that is the prosecutor beginning their opening statements. There is a meme on the internet where someone is wearing like the headphone mic and they put it in their mouth and pretend they are an airline pilot. And they're this sounds like the microphone is in a fish bowl and it's also a potato. We've got closed captioning. So there we go.
So much for joining us today. I appreciate that you all came back. I know yesterday was a short day. Today might be
They don't have the option to not come back.
Following that, but we'll try to keep your attention.
Don't start your opening statements with like, I'm so glad that you're here. Just start your opening statements with your opening statement. Someone in the comments is going to be like, Emily, start your stream when you say you're going to start. I know. Hypocrisy. Yeah. But also.
And ask you to please remember that your job here is to listen to the evidence, right? Take notes if you need to. Follow along with the details.
We love notes.
Many, and then be thoughtful in how you consider this evidence when it's time to deliberate. We're here today because Brendan Banfield, the man seated behind me, killed his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. Those two individuals had no reason to know each other, but for the plotting and planning of Brendan Banfield. Christine, back in 2022, was 37 years old. She was an ICU nurse working at Inova Fairfax. She was married to Brendan, who was then 30.
We love all of our nurses. Thank you. Emily, are you going to shout out everybody's profession? Sometimes. We'll get to the defendants at some point. Don't worry. Chat, don't spoil it if you know. Yes, I don't think I've ever seen a prosecutor give an opening statement without a jacket, but yep, it just, I don't know. It just is.
38. And they had a daughter, 4-year-old Valerie. Christine worked odd shifts. She was a nurse.
Nurses.
Many of you know what nurses' hours are. She could work nights. The schedule was irregular. It didn't occur with a 9-to-5 pattern. So regular daycare was not an option for the family. They hired an au pair, Juliana Magalhães. She was from Brazil. She was 22 years old when she joined the family. She provided care while Brendan traveled for work and Christine worked her nurse's hours. The family lived in the Reston area of Fairfax County at 13230 Stable Request.
I don't know if we need the address.
That address reference.
I heard a lot, I suppose.
You'll see pictures of the home. You'll have the opportunity to understand what the layout of the house was, as it is very relevant to what happened in February of 2023. Taking you back, in August of 2022, Brendan began an affair with Juliana. Initially, it was just sex when Christine was at work or asleep. But eventually it developed into a relationship. They went on dates. They went to bars, clubs, dancing. They went on romantic bike rides.
Can I just, maybe it's petty, maybe it's not, but can I just ask a question? If the au pair and the husband are going out clubbing, is someone, did they hire another babysitter to watch the kids? Did both of them leave while Christine was at home? Like, what? I have some questions.
By the fall of 2022, they were fully in love, planning their future. On a trip to New York, Brendan
went to New York
desire to get rid of Christine. Divorce was not an option for him. He didn't want to lose custody of Valerie. He didn't even want to share custody of Valerie. He thought Christine was a terrible mother. He wanted her out of the picture. And he convinced young Juliana, 22 years old, not from the United States, living in his home, in love with him, that they
her boss
should get rid of Christine. He talked about hiring a hitman, finding someone to kill her.
How very Adelson of you.
But he was concerned that that would tie back to him, that there would be too much evidence against him and that he could end up at risk.
Facts.
So they crafted a plan. They would use Christine's email accounts to create a fake profile to lure someone in who was into kinky sex, violent sex, and they would.
So when I said if you wanted to nope out, now's the time. Also, we are not going to shame anyone. If you want to engage in whatever you want to engage in, go ahead. Consent and conversation are necessary. And also, find someone who consents to the stuff that you consent to. But the fact that they are using the wife's account to like catfish someone is is new information in this case, because I had heard about the two of them being in love.
Get this guy to come into the house and fake rape Christine. Brendan would be the hero of the day. He would show up, kill the guy, kill his wife, pretending that it had been that guy. That was the plan. They put it into action. Brendan created a FetLife account. If you're not familiar with it, it's a social networking app for people interested in fetishes, sexual kink. He posted as Christine, seeking fulfillment of this stranger rape fantasy. He and Juliana spent weeks chatting with potential victims, searching for just the right guy who would follow Brendan's plan to a T. Because remember, this plan hinged on several things. Christine never knowing that it existed, and Christine never being expected to meet with her potential fake rapist. In this community of people, there weren't many takers.
I imagine, and look, I've been married a real long time. I imagine that within the community, you would want to meet with the person before your role play scenario so that you could have all of the conversations that you need to have so that that can be done within everybody's parameters. Not meeting up with each other in person seems to be a big red flag. Yeah.
For such a risky plan. It had red flags all over the place. But by January 24th, 2022, Brendan had found his target, Joseph Ryan, posting as Taco Supreme 7000. Joe engaged in friendly conversation with who he thought was an attractive woman new to kink. Brendan, posting as Christine, spent a month creating this relationship with Joe that would eventually lead to Joe's murder.
So yes, when I said there were two victims in this case, the defendant is being charged with both murders. The murder of both the wife and the fall guy.
Meanwhile, other things were going on to prepare for this murder. Brendan bought Juliana a gun and took her to the shooting range to teach her to shoot. Brendan had Juliana help him test out the soundproofing of the new windows that had been installed.
What do you mean she was testing out the soundproofing on the new windows? Because what do you mean by that? But also, it's just like something out of Ace Ventura. Testing out the new soundproofing then. On the windows.
At Stablebrook Way. By the time this plan was ready to be hatched, Joe was fully on board. He had not questioned any of the asks of him. He had continued to engage in this relationship and appeared to be the perfect willing victim.
I mean,
Brendan created the narrative.
He didn't know he was a victim. He thought he was making a match.
That Christine desperately wanted to be raped. Posing as Christine, he told Joe what to do. Come to the home in Reston. The door will be unlocked. Christine will be asleep in bed. Come straight upstairs, cut off her clothing, tie her, rape her. Simple and fun.
That's specific.
That was how it was posed. Joe was willing to follow these rules that Brendan set out posing as.
Because he thought he was talking to the person that he was engaging in that role play with. It's
Christine. They would not meet in person beforehand. Joe's phones would be left in the car. Joe was to bring a knife, zip ties, chains. And most importantly, he was not to stop.
Zip
even
ties?
If she looked terrified, even if she was calling for help, he was to follow through because that's what she really wanted. On February 24th, 2023.
Also, this is why you meet in person to have those conversations.
Brendan Banfield's birthday, the plan was put into action. Knowing that Christine had the day off, Brendan and Juliana arranged a fake outing for the zoo with, a fake outing.
Did you just say on his birthday? Did you just say on his birthday? On the defendant's birthday. Also, y'all, there are rules for all of the things that this defendant was laying out for the second victim, Fall Guy. And there are rules for a reason. And if this went down the way that she is saying it went down, luring somebody into their death is it's a whole other situation.
The plan was put into action. Knowing that Christine had the day off, Brendan and Juliana.
Wait, I gotta back up. The defendant's birthday?
Because that's what she really wanted. On February 24th, 2023, Brendan Banfield's birthday, the plan was put into action. Knowing that Christine had the day off, Brendan and Juliana arranged a fake outing for the zoo a fake outing at the zoo for Valerie. Juliana and Valerie packed a lunch.
Did they have like birthday plans for him?
Outing. Christine, still in bed, asleep, at 6 a.m. Brendan.
Who's going to the zoo at 6 a.m.? Also, ICU nurse. She should be sleeping.
Brendan takes her phone and Valerie downstairs.
Her phone?
He chats with Joe to confirm a 7:20 arrival for the execution of the fake rape. And Brendan then disables the door lock, preventing it from automatically locking, turns off Christine's phone, and puts it in a drawer in the kitchen, where she couldn't possibly find it to call for help when she finds an intruder in her home. Brendan leaves the house, followed shortly by Juliana.
In the kitchen.
Brendan drives to a nearby McDonald's. Juliana waits in the cul-de-sac. The plan to give a call out to Brendan as soon as she sees Joe. Valerie's in the back seat, and Juliana has a gun in her pocket.
The 4-year-old.
When Joe arrives, Juliana calls Christine's cell phone first to create a record of a fake warning, even knowing that the phone is turned off. She then calls Brendan to let him know that Joe is in the house. Brendan leaves the McDonald's, drives directly to the home, meets up with Juliana, and with Valerie in tow, they re-enter the house through the basement. Juliana, nervous, screws up the plan and calls 911, too early. She hangs up as soon as Brendan's giving her the signal that this wasn't the plan.
Well, they'll know that.
They leave Valerie in the basement. They sneak up the stairs to the bedroom where they hear Joe Ryan and Christine.
The 4-year-old's in the basement. Okay.
Brendan enters the bedroom first, shooting Joe in the head. Picks up the knife that Joe had brought and stabs Christine repeatedly in the neck. He directs Juliana to shoot Joe a second time with her gun. This time the bullet enters Joe's chest. With Christine dead or dying, Brendan spends the next several minutes manipulating Joe Ryan's body in the process leaving Christine's blood on Joe's hands and pants. Juliana calls 911, this time as scheduled, to report the intruder, and Brendan tells the police, "I shot him, he stabbed her." You'll hear all of this from Juliana, but we're not asking you to believe her alone. You'll hear from witnesses and experts about all of the evidence that corroborates the facts presented. You'll see the FetLife chats. You'll see the Telegram messages. You'll hear and see the phone call details. You'll hear the 911 calls where Brendan admits to shooting Joe. You'll see body-worn camera video from the responding officers. You'll see photos of the crime scene and the physical evidence collected. And that's where you should focus your attention. Because while Juliana presents us with the narrative, that story that we wouldn't necessarily know but for her details, it is the blood evidence that you can rely upon without a doubt. The blood cannot lie. And the blood puts Brendan Banfield standing over Christine, stabbing her in the neck until she died. With that.
Well, you can't say the Commonwealth's not telling the story of what they think happened. And I appreciate that she's focusing on what the physical evidence will say, because not everybody likes a flipped co-defendant, because a lot of jurors are looking at them going, they're going to say anything to save their own ass. But if it's corroborated by the physical evidence, then that's a whole different thing. So a lot of you are asking if the AuPair, Juliana, she is in custody. But the opening definitely illustrates what the prosecution thinks their case is going to show.
Evidence, we will ask you to find Brendan Banfield guilty of these murders, the associated charges of neglecting his child and of creating a danger for her in that home.
So 2 counts of murder, 2 child endangerment related charges is what they're asking the jury to consider.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. All right. Defense.
And now we're moving on to the defense opening statement.
Yes.
We do.
That was a lot of information. Nancy, we will hear about the AuPair's deal when the AuPair testifies, because it's going to be something the prosecution's going to have to ask about. I don't know when they talk about it in that testimony, but we'll see what they say. So that was the prosecution's opening statement. It was quick, but this is, I mean, truly, that's a lot more normal for how things would go if you walked into any courtroom on any given day. This is the overview of what you're going to see. This is the picture on the front of the box. I talk about trials being a puzzle. This is the picture on the front of the box. And the picture on the front of the box is that the Commonwealth says defendant was having an affair with his 22-year-old AuPair who was living in his house from Brazil. Conversation about that later, because bruh. And decided that he didn't want to get a divorce, that he wanted instead to just get rid of his spouse, and concocted a plan to stage a home invasion assault so he could, it seems, and the prosecution didn't say that, so he could be the hero. He could come in and be like, well, he said on the 911 call, I shot him, he stabbed her. Okay, let's see what the defense has to say.
Or is that loud?
No, you want to check?
We can't hear you at all, counsel.
Yep.
Defense.
Because I didn't want it to make all the banging.
The defense beginning of their opening. This thing on?
There you go. Green is go.
Green means go. They're trying to talk about the microphones. But thanks, Judge A.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
And as I said, this is the courtroom from the Depp v. Heard case. But they've situated the cameras a little differently. There's no camera behind the witness stand like we saw during that case, et cetera. So it's the way it's being filmed is just a little different. Same courtroom, though, and same judge.
And we had a long day yesterday, and we talked about a lot of the issues that would possibly come up, and they're going to come up today in terms of the story that the Commonwealth just told you, and what I think you should be looking out for in terms of the
story.
evidence.
Not the facts, everybody, the story.
There's some interesting things that, in order to assess, first of all, what they're saying, and second of all, the evidence that's going to be before you, is you have to look at certain timelines. So the murder of Christine Banfield by Joe Ryan occurred on February 24th, 2023.
I'm going to back that up one more time. So he is blaming the other party. The murder of Christine Banfield, and he said it without any emphasis or enthusiasm, by Joseph Ryan. So he is saying that this happened the way his client planned it? No, said it did.
Certain timelines. So the murder of Christine Banfield by Joe Ryan occurred on February 24th, 2023. The arrest of Juliana Perez Magalhães took place in October of 2023. She was held for nearly another
That's when I
year.
heard about the case. I heard about the case when she was arrested and the defendant wasn't. So, Just Call Me Hen said, I don't think he's blaming the other party. He said the murder of Christine by Joseph Ryan. Joseph Ryan is the other victim in this case. So he is saying that the fall guy, well, I'm calling him the fall guy from the prosecutor's opening statement. Emily, that's assuming that he is the fall guy and not, in fact, a perpetrator that broke into the house. True, it is. We'll see if my mind changes. But I guess calling him the fall guy already leans a certain direction. But my mind is open to be changed if this was really a breaking and entering. But I don't know about that. So, but no, that's what he's saying. So Juliana was arrested in October 2023. She's the one who flipped. And so the length of time she's in custody before she flips is pretty relevant.
Before she made the statements that are the full and complete support of what the Commonwealth just told you. And she did that because the Commonwealth decided that they were going to give her something certain. They were going to give her a plea of guilty to a manslaughter, which is a lesser included offense, and guaranteed time served upon her testimony here today or tomorrow or whenever that testimony is.
So for those of you who asked, what is the co-defendant's deal? That's the deal. A plea to a manslaughter, not a murder, and time served. So she's been in custody since October 2023. Yeah, I mean, it's a really beneficial deal. It's not as good of a deal as, the go-between in the Adelson case, whose name I just completely forgot, because she was offered immunity. Remember, she was the go-between. She didn't have a weapon. We're going to hear more about that. But she was the go-between, and she was entered full immunity and is now serving life. So, Catherine, thank you. Catherine McBanawa. Thank you, chat. So I'm going to need to know more about we'll have to hear the AuPair's testimony before I tell you. But a manslaughter for time served is interesting for a co-defendant in a double homicide.
hear a timeline of events and evidence that you'll have an opportunity to look at, where she was arrested in October of 2023, and the whole reason she was arrested was to flip her against my client.
Well, I mean, they have to have evidence, but also, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That happens. So, I mean, I'm sure they would just have prosecuted her if she didn't flip. So.
You'll hear that evidence from someone other than her and other than me. And they tried, and they tried. In a correspondence that she wrote to my client on January 1st, that was given
what
to
year?
him. She says, they want you. All they want is to get you in this case. They want me to say things that aren't true. They want me to say things that I did that aren't true. They offered me a misdemeanor.
Wow.
She declined a misdemeanor.
Wow.
Facing second-degree murder at the time.
Wow.
And then as the case went on, it became very clear that they wanted him so badly that they were willing to do anything. They made offers.
I'll tell you, put an asterisk on that. I'll tell you what I have not watched the AuPair's testimony. I'll tell you what I think, but I'm not surprised that the prosecution didn't think that one day out of nowhere, the 22-year-old AuPair just decided that murder was going to go down without any impetus from her affair partner, because yeah, I don't see that happening. So I'm sure the prosecution was like, this was not all her idea. Caroline asked, Emily, in your experience, how often does this kind of co-defendant deal go wrong with a jury dismissing that kind of testimony? We're going to have to watch the testimony play out, but it can. Jurors do not always like it, because when you look at how people are incentivized, they worry, and jurors worry that someone will just say anything to get a deal. We saw a little bit of that in witness testimony in that disastrous RICO prosecution, the Young Thug prosecution, where someone who didn't quite flip was like, look, man, this is, if you want to get a deal, you tell them kind of a little bit of truth and some of a lie, and you work them as much as they're working you to get the deal you want to get. And that's me paraphrasing. But yeah, jurors don't always like that. And the defense is going to hammer on that deal, I'm sure. And the prosecution is going to hammer on, look, we know this wasn't her idea. So we're going to have to wait and see what her testimony is, because we're going to watch that in full.
Not as good as a misdemeanor, but as time went on, for a manslaughter, suspended time, but she had to testify against Brendan.
I mean, of course she has to testify. You don't get a deal if you don't testify.
4 or 5
Suspended
times during that year leading up to Brendan Banfield being charged, where they came to her, they went through her attorney, and they offered that deal that she now stands.
They offered deal after deal after deal. I mean,
now,
I'm sure at some point the prosecution looked at the defense attorney and is like, we know this wasn't her idea. We know this wasn't her idea. Why do you want to spend most of your life in prison if this wasn't your idea? What are you doing?
why is it that she wouldn't have taken that then? Well, we heard in the first instance, she said, they're asking me to say something that isn't true.
That's going to be interesting.
And so let's look at another timeline that I think is appropriate. When after she was arrested, she had a preliminary hearing in April of 2024. And you'll see communications that show real
they were prosecuting
anxiety
her.
in terms of what was going to happen.
Yeah, I bet.
After the preliminary hearing, then the first trial is set for July of 2024.
Her trial. We haven't heard much about the
Her
defendant.
attorney continues the case against her will. There's correspondence that says,
I think he means against the co-defendant's will, not against the attorney's will, obviously, but that can happen. If the attorney's like, I'm not ready for trial, and the client's like, go to fucking trial, the attorney can continue the case because they have an ethical obligation, even if it pisses off their client.
I wanted to go forward. I wanted to show my innocence. Continued it to October, I believe. No, to November 12th.
I mean, I don't know if we need all that specificity, but okay.
During that point in time, she'd lost trust in her attorney.
So that's
She
so
lost
unusual.
hope because he was the only person for someone who was thousands of miles away from her home, from her family, from the people that supported her.
I mean, that goes both ways
She
when
lost
she's having an
hope in
affair with your
the person who
client.
was there to represent her. Whether that's true, whether that's right or not, I don't know. But what you'll see in this timeline that I'm going to create for you through evidence
Let's not create it. Let's just explain it.
is that she was upset, and she said at one point, I can't believe he continued this case. I didn't want that, I don't want that, I just want to go forward. He better not do that again.
Lawyer's gonna
We go
lawyer.
through a period of time into September, the stress and the anxiety starts to really ramp up for her.
Yeah, I bet.
Approaching her November 12th court date. My client gets arrested. In her mind,
When? Like November?
she loses even more hope because he was the person who was on the outside who she really was depending on.
Were you still gassing her up when she was in custody so she wouldn't flip on you? This is speculation, but I'm just curious, sir. Baby, I love you. Baby, go to trial. You're going to beat this, and then we're going to be together. How much of that was happening? How much was that was happening? So we're now getting to November, I think probably 2024 when he gets arrested. So, let's see. You guys have a lot of great questions. I'm going to hold some of them till after opening. But yeah, if she was thinking that she was still in love with him and she's like, okay, well, we're on some Bonnie and Clyde shit at this point. Let's go. I can imagine that he was gassing her up in custody and saying, you're going to fight this. We're going to be together. 100%. Okay. So she's in custody pending trial. He gets arrested. Reality starts to set in. I have had defendants, this was always the most frustrating, but I have had defendants get through jury selection, look at the jury, look at their attorney, and say, I want to plea. And I'm like, girl, I'm going to lose a trial stat. I'm already prepared. My witnesses are in the hallway. I heat styled my hair. Like I'm in a suit. Can we just like call the witnesses, please? But the trial, the shit gets real is a very real thing. Okay.
They had an affair. You're not going to get any disputes from us. But he played a role, a supportive role to her while she was in jail, while they tried to do their little experiment on what would she take in order.
So he was gassing her up while she was in jail, like putting money on her books and shit. Baby, I still love you. I really hope there's jail calls between the two of them, but that might be beside the point.
They had an affair. You're not going to get any disputes from us. But But he played a role, a supportive role to her while she was in jail, while they tried to do their little experiment on what would...
Did he just say, but he played a role? I think that's why we're here, but I had to back it up again.
Because he was the person who was on the outside, who she really was depending on. They had an affair. You're not going to get any disputes from us. But he played a role, a supportive role to her while she was in jail, while they tried to do their little experiment on what would she take in order to come forward and tell a story.
So it's a story. Okay.
You'll hear in October, she went for emergency surgery, had a gallbladder surgery, spent 2 weeks in the hospital.
I bet the nurses took good care of her too. I bet they did. All things considered.
And soon after she got out, she received word that her attorney was going to continue the case again because he needed to get a digital forensics examiner in order to review the evidence. That hadn't...
I mean, it's fair that that should have been done before. Like, how do you... Okay, let me be fair. If Banfield had just gotten arrested, they might have had more devices and more information that as a co-defendant might have changed her attorney's strategy. Because if her attorney, we're just going to talk this through and then we'll let him finish, but if her attorney got a bunch of new information for Banfield from him getting arrested and from his discovery, the thing that I would think as a defense attorney immediately is, excuse me, that dude did it. And no, when they're arrested that far apart, they don't have to go to trial together. But if I'm the defense attorney, the strategy I want to take, depending on what the evidence is against her, is she is young. She is, what did he say, thousands of miles away from home. She is living in dude's house. This is what I would say if I were her defense attorney. He took advantage of her. He manipulated her. He essentially treated her the same way he treated the fall guy. That would be my argument. And so if new information's coming in from defendant getting arrested and his tech, I would have grabbed all of that and wanted all of that so that I could make that argument, because that's exactly the argument that I would lean into. This attorney is probably going to lean into a different argument, but that's the way I would want to go if I was her attorney. So her attorney was then like, I need the digital evidence. Okay.
Been done up until that point. That was the last straw. Whatever deals that had been rejected, the most recent time was September 30th. Whatever deals had been rejected, she was in for now. One of the deals was suggested by her attorney after she was upset with him in July.
He has a lot of information, it seems.
They get together, they arrive at this, and they have a recording of the questions that they're asking her during what they call the recant. You're going to hear some of those recordings.
Proffer?
Now, any of you who have any sort of investigative roles in anything that you do, when you're talking to someone who's deciding to flip, you don't just take
They're very interesting conversations. We can talk about that later.
their word for it. You challenge them. Investigators challenge the statements that are being made. And so October 25th marks the first day that statements were made. Many of you may have seen that because it's showing up on media. And you hear someone...
The callback to media is weird. But yes, Chad, if you're like, he's not talking about his client. Of course he's not talking about his client. He's doing the inverse of some other dude did it. You know, It was her. She flipped. She's a liar. And the guy who broke into the house did it. That's what he's arguing.
Asking her questions and then she answers those questions. Well, what we're going to be able to show you is that those answers are wrong.
Which I also don't love in a proffer. What I prefer in a proffer is tell me what happened. And then you let them talk. And then after they're done talking, you ask.
Many of you may have seen that because it's showing up on media. And you hear someone asking her questions and then she answers those questions. Well, what we're going to be able to show you is that those answers are wrong based upon other evidence that we have in this case. But no one ever challenged her. No one ever questioned her. And so in order to
they might have just believed her
narrative that in this story that you received, Juliana Perez Magalhães is at the center of all of it. She's going to talk about where the gun was at one point, and then I think in the next recant she says it was a different situation with the gun. She said she ran into the bedroom and used the combination on the safe to get the gun, and then she had it been given to him by, or it was given to him by Brendan Banfield.
Wait.
I'm sorry, given to her by Brendan Banfield.
Sir, if your opening statements are she can't get the details right, I'm going to need you to get the details right.
You're going to hear there are significant differences in many of the things that she's providing to the Commonwealth, some of which are changing even up to most recent prep sessions, which we had access to, of December 30th. So,
right, their disclosed discovery.
The question will be, what's the final statement? I think we're all going to get that. But you're also going to see what she's done all along the way. Now, the Commonwealth used her for their case.
Obviously.
I understand the situation that she's in, and I understand the fact that she's away from home and she's young and she's dependent on people, and she's also depending on the Commonwealth. And they've put her in this situation.
And
she's accepted it gladly, and I'm sorry to say, many people would. But it's the devastation that causes when you ask for that kind of testimony to be in.
Based on the Commonwealth telling the story, your client put her in this position. Obviously, she's 22 and has agency, but it doesn't seem like any of this was her idea. And the Commonwealth is dealing with what they've got after the fact. So I really do think they wanted your client. Wouldn't you? If you're the prosecutor, don't you want the husband? All you want to do is talk about the husband if you're the prosecutor.
Included in your case. Now let's just talk a little bit. Here, I may just get a sip of water.
I like the purple Yeti though. I'm not mad at the cup. You could take that up to the podium with you though, sir.
Sorry, a little dry mouth. Let's just talk a little bit about some of the other things that are going on in this case. And I think you'll find this through the evidence. So what essentially, and you may have heard it in media, is there's a theory called catfishing. And catfishing, for those who don't know it, and people more experienced and more expert than I will be able to tell you specifically.
Are we going to have tech experts come in and explain catfishing to us? Oh boy. Okay.
Essentially is assuming the devices of someone in order to get something done.
What?
Is the easy quick. There's probably more sophisticated explanation for it.
What? Hold on. I don't ever get to use this stinger. So it took me a second to find it.
Survey says.
That's not accurate, sir. That's just not what catfishing is. I think what happened here, if it happened the way the prosecution is describing it, is in fact catfishing, where they made an account posing as someone else to try to get somebody to do something. But no, assuming the devices of someone else is not what that it's not what that is. Okay. Did he not have any curiosity about what catfishing is? Did you not watch? There was like an MTV show.
But what they're saying is Brendan Banfield assumed his wife's devices, her computer, her phone, any other devices, in order to take on take on her persona in order to invite this gentleman, Joe Ryan, in.
I mean, you called him a murderer, now you're calling him a gentleman?
That requires...
Okay, I'm so bothered about all of this. I'm going to shut up. I am so bothered by all of this. Sir, you are losing me on not understanding any of what this is. This is like the entire case. Luring someone to the house is like a really big deal in this case, based on what we heard in the prosecution's opening statement.
Catfishing is a theory that requires
knowledge,
a conclusion that Christine Banfield gave up her devices.
I'm pressing X to doubt. How does it require that Christine gave up her devices if she lives in a house with her spouse and he has access to her devices? Sir, do you think somebody can't get on somebody else's phone when they're asleep? Like, somebody can't go log into somebody's laptop when they're working an overnight shift because they're an ICU nurse? How does it require that she do anything when you're living with someone? It doesn't require any of that at all. Okay.
The Commonwealth's experts have concluded from the moment that the devices were examined and extracted that she did not give up her devices.
Didn't the prosecution say they used an email?
And so then started the turmoil within the police department that I think is going to come out here. I doubt it'll be in the Commonwealth's case.
What?
But there were people within the command staff who were trying to change what the experts said about Christine Banfield's devices.
What?
They were trying to say that Christine Banfield did give up these devices or was away when those devices were being used. But you're going to have a conclusion that was from the very early moments that she had not given that up.
Sir, are you sad that there's no Trooper Proctor in your case? Because it seems like you're trying to make fetch happen. I'm real curious if there's something there. But what? Somebody's trying to change. Look, if somebody's trying to change an expert's opinion, call the expert and have them tell you what law enforcement said to them. Bring the expert. I want to hear it. I want to hear it.
Now that's significant because all of the things that Juliana Perez Magalhães has talked to you about
I also can't believe that that's the proper pronunciation of her last name, but okay.
inextricably intertwined with catfishing. And so you're going to hear evidence from their expert witness. You're going to hear evidence from an expert witness that I have that concurs in their expert witness's findings.
And why do we need your expert?
And in the world of digital forensics, there's a saying.
All the experts agree. Well, okay.
Digital forensics doesn't lie. People lie. And there are going to be plenty to see. You're going to see manipulation within the police department where if those that wanted the catfishing theory, if the line homicide prosecutors, homicide detectives didn't agree with this theory, they were transferred. When this case started, there were 12 people in the homicide squad. As this case goes to trial now, there's only 4 of those 12 there.
Are you trying to pull a Massachusetts? Or did everybody really get transferred? I have questions. Or do they rotate like regularly? I have questions.
Important ones that were removed in part because they didn't agree with the people that peddled the catfish theory.
He's like Fairfax,
the lead
Norfolk.
homicide detective.
Same.
The digital forensics detective. And this was back in late 2024. I don't know how many of you are familiar with criminal prosecutions and investigations.
You should know.
I was a prosecutor myself here in Fairfax. I've never experienced a homicide investigation where the lead homicide detective was moved prior to it.
We have, but also it happens depending on how the departments are laid out, that people transfer. I don't know if this is a weird thing or not a weird thing, but it does happen. But he's like, I have never seen a lead investigator get transferred before the trial. Okay.
Trial. Digital forensics, I probably aged out of digital forensics, but that's a very important aspect of this. So I couldn't say personally whether that would have happened back in my day, but there are factors here that I think that haven't been brought forth.
Back in my day is not helpful.
By the Commonwealth. And in my efforts at presenting evidence, I'm going to be trying to bring that to light. As I indicated, there are serious timelines. There's a vulnerable person who's open to pray for what it is that they need. And I would respectfully suggest that Juliana Perez Magalhães is the linchpin to all of that. Now,
who's the vulnerable person in that sentence then? If she's the linchpin, who's the vulnerable one? Okay.
Now, ultimately, it's the evidence. It's not what I say. It's not what the Commonwealth says. But I say these things to you so that your ear is ready. Because you're going to see a presentation of a horrible, tragic, awful event for everyone involved. And there's no disputing that. And as I said earlier, we're not disputing, you won't hear any dispute as to the relationship between Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães. But there's an awful lot more to look for, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I'm asking you to do. Thank you very much.
All right. We are going to go... No, not to the autoplay. We are going to go to a different feed. I was trying to find the best audio I could for the opening statements. That was better than most. So we are going to switch feeds real quick for the rest of day one of trial. So at the end of opening statements, and I realize many of you have already seen this case, but at the end of opening statements, the prosecution laid forth their theory of the case that the defendant who is on trial started having an affair with his au pair, the co-defendant, who he then took to the shooting range and took on vacations and took on romantic bike rides. And then he decided and told her that divorce wasn't an option, that he was going to murder his wife, and that they together were going to carry out that plan. Then used his wife's email address to create an account on a site to seek a role play partner. We're gonna keep it there for the YouTubes, but to find someone who would role play a breaking into a house and a more violent sexual encounter, and that he set that up, that he could then come into the house and shoot the intruder, say that the intruder killed his wife, and then they were taken care of. So in the opening statement, the prosecution laid out that there are both the 2 charges of murder for the victim wife, Christine, and for the third party, Joseph Ryan. There are also child endangerment related charges because the 4-year-old was in the basement while all of this was going down, and it was on the defendant's birthday, which was a very interesting turn of events. It's like, and it's on his birthday. The defense spent most of his opening statement talking about the co-defendant, that the co-defendant was going to go to trial, that the co-defendant was arrested more than a year prior to this defendant being arrested, that the co-defendant was still in close communication with the defendant while she was in custody, that she was telling him that the prosecution wanted her to take a deal and wanted to do anything to get him and wanted her to say things that weren't true. And essentially that through her attorney continuing the case, the prosecution wore her down into taking a deal. And then the defendant got arrested in November 2024. The co-defendant lost hope and was like, yeah, you know what? I'll take a deal. I'll take a deal. And so he didn't directly call the co-defendant a liar, but he did say that she was incentivized to take a deal and that he understands why somebody would, but pay close attention to her testimony. He also then tried to liken Fairfax County to Norfolk County and said that in the homicide detectives unit, of all the people that were there, most of them have now been transferred, and that there was some disagreement over a quote unquote catfish theory, and that there was a disagreement over digital forensics. But then he said, our digital expert agrees with their digital expert. So we will see. The prosecution said you don't have to just believe the au pair because the physical evidence is going to match or support what she says, me paraphrasing the opening. And the defense says we've got a lot of information coming, but all of it is sus. And at the very beginning, which was interesting because the defense opening was a bit more wandering. It was not well synthesized. He did say that the murder of Christine Banfield was done by, and he called him Joe Ryan. So he is going with the, this person broke into the house and murdered Christine Banfield at 7 o'clock in the morning, or after 7 o'clock in the morning. So we'll see. But because today is going to be one of those days on the interwebs, we are going to go ahead and thank our sponsor who lets us say the words we need to say, cover the trials we want to cover, but also takes care of you. So as I cue this up to go to the next witness from day one of trial, we are going to thank our sponsor, Incogni. Leonard, let me ask you a quick question. Are you on Instagram? Well, if you are, were you one of the over 17.5 million people that received those weird password reset emails? Right. Well, Instagram denies that this was due to a hack, but others aren't so sure. That's why I use today's sponsor, Incogni. Incogni tracks down and removes your personal data from multiple sites, including online directories, people search sites, and even commercial databases. The process is fully automated for hundreds of known data brokers, but you can also ask for custom removals. And it doesn't surprise me that Incogni is the first and only data removal service to be independently verified by Deloitte. Third-party verification lets you know that Incogni is doing the work they say they do. And they also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee so you can try it for yourself. I've been using Incogni for years at this point and am so thankful. So if you are ready to take control of your data, it's time to get Incogni. Just use code EmilyDBaker at incogni.com/EmilyDBaker to get an exclusive 60% off. You heard me right, 60% off an annual Incogni plan. That's 60% off an annual Incogni plan when you use code EmilyDBaker at incogni.com/EmilyDBaker. So Leonard, we should get back to today's stream, and you should probably go ahead and just change the password on your Instagram account. Your phone's already in your hand. I mean, a huge thank you to Incogni, not only for supporting the stream, but also for allowing me to give you guys the updates on the latest in security breaches, because I think we've had a new one every single time we have talked about Incogni. We have covered a new breach. All right. Are you guys ready? We are going back to day one of trial. We are going to go to the first witness on the stand, who is the custodian of records. So we are going to get to the 911 call.
Your first witness.
We're going to do that together.
Judge, is going to be Alicia Dale.
Thank you, Ms. Brisler.
Okay.
And there are, it sounds like, 2 prosecutors in the courtroom. So I think we will see.
Your Honor, we had spoken to your clerk about his shield for the screen.
Okay. We don't have it as of now.
Okay.
Well, you know what?
I want to see Judge A.
Computer's at?
Say it. I was going to say, I'll just turn it this way. I think camera angle.
Do you want to use mine?
Sure. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to see Judge A.
Does this come up?
All right. While they are figuring out which computer they're using, we're going to zoom.
It doesn't have an HDMI. No, thank
All
you.
right. We've got our
I need
first witness on the stand.
because it's HDMI.
Everybody's trying to figure out the tech. The judge, a lot of the judges I worked with would allow us time in the courtroom before the jury came in to get it set up and test it. That's not always possible, but I imagine Judge A is just like, oh, this is clunky, because it's been a little bit of a clunky morning. And I just want to see Judge A. Can we just, we got the witness on the stand, but can we just see Judge A? No? Emily, you said you were going to fast forward. I am. And I'm going to put this at 1.25 speed. So if any of you have any questions about what we're doing, we're talking about dongles. They are trying to figure out how to get the 911 to play in court. It seems I'm going to put us at 1.25 speed. I'm going to zoom past no, not that. I'm going to zoom us past any background training and experience from this custodian of records, and we'll get to the 911 call. Judge A is just like, what are we doing?
Difficulties.
Yeah, the microphones are a potato. The prosecution's having technical difficulties. It's a whole situation. Okay. Judge A's face is just like, what are we doing? Yes, the courtroom audio is muted for that. I don't know
Technical
why.
difficulties. I'm going to first ask you to state and spell your name for the court record.
My name is Alicia Dale, Aliciadale.
And what is your occupation?
I'm the custodian of records for the Department of Public Safety Communications in Fairfax County
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
since May of 2021.
Can you explain your duties and your responsibilities in that position, please?
That'll be great. We're going to just go to the 911 calls. They were talking about the 911 system. Best thing about closed caption is it really helps us find out where we are when we are zooming. All right. They are going to talk about pulling the records for February 24th, 2023.
Yes.
At this point in time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to display my screen to the witness and to counsel, but no one else at this point. And I am going to mute my computer first so we don't get unwanted sound.
All right. They are going to do the authentication of the records. None of us think that the 911 calls are not authentic. They're going to authenticate all of those exhibits. And we're going to zoom through that authentication until they play them. And then we will listen to cross. So they're talking about the first call and what time it's at, which I do think is helpful.
7:47:32. What do those numbers indicate?
That means the call was received, answered at 7:47 a.m.
Okay. And then the timestamp on Commonwealth's Exhibit 2, likewise, I'm going to put that back up on the screen. And we see 7:47:49.
And that call was placed, that was an outgoing call at 7:47:49 a.m.
Okay. And then looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit number 3.
So remember, the prosecution in their opening said that there was a panic call and then a hang up. So I'm not surprised that 911 called back.
We see that that is 8:02:05.
And that was a 911 call received, answered at 8:02 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, Judge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the 911 calls.
All right.
I'm going to put us back to normal speed to listen to the 911 calls. I imagine they're going to play all of them in a row. So we're going to listen to the 911 calls now.
This is 1.
February 24, 2023, 7:47, 32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2.
So that was the first call. They're moving on right to the second call.
2023, 7:47, 39.
And this is 2.
24, 2023, 7:47, 49.
It sounds like
Leave your message for 5714
it sounds like they didn't answer the call back.
112.
Hello, this is Fairfax County 911. We had a call from this number. If you have an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. This call was named error. You can disregard this message. Thank you.
February 24.
911 left a voicemail. Right. Okay.
2023 7:48:40.
And that's the time the call ended. So they've got the timestamp at the beginning and then the end.
And this is 3.
So this is the
24.
callback.
2023 8:02:05.
80205.
County 911. Where's your emergency?
I need help. My friend, she just was stuck in the night now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address.
It's 1-3.
Okay, 1-3. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way? Are you on Stablebrook Way? What's your house number?
It's what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here.
My name is Brendan Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's someone here. Tell them dispatch that right away then. You're calling 911. The first thing you do is tell them your job then. What, I'm one of you? Okay.
I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes silk, just add more cloth to it. It's already there. How old is the person?
We're going to rewind that real quick. There's a lot of information in that. I'm a federal agent. There's someone in my house. He stabbed her. I shot him. He stabbed her.
Banfield, I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes silk, just add more cloth to it. It's already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
Also, chat, this is a spoiler. He worked for the IRS. So, Emily, you didn't play the FBI sound. Correct. Nor did I yell Keanu Reeves. I am an FBI agent. No. He's an IRS agent. It's a little bit different. So everybody's like, federal agent, why don't you know? Like, why aren't you saying that you're doing CPR? Like, what are you doing? So, yes, spoilers.
I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have rescue coming to you.
It's my wife.
Oh. He just said it's my wife.
It's what to do.
Okay, so I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure. Don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it. And don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay? And, sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all. And don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay? Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Somebody?
Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
Well, one in one, he's living.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
He's how her breathing is.
She's heart's still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just put her on her side, okay?
On her side?
He
Yeah,
said,
on her side.
okay.
You said she's breathing normally. She's just not responding to you?
She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more clothes what's already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you?
Who are you, ma'am?
Who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Okay, and where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in the bedroom too.
Okay. Okay.
Can you just send help, please?
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
I mean, you told them not to touch
any
it.
weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay, can you just leave it?
I mean, you said don't touch it, and then you're asking if it's secure. Okay.
Where it is?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you don't know the individual that was shot?
No.
Whenever things the person.
I'm having a hard time hearing her, Juliana.
And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I'm trying, but
Okay.
it takes too long.
Okay, I have officers that are pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is placed where it is and it's secure, and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done?
All right.
Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
I'm up the door.
Okay. I'm gonna lock the door. What is it again?
Okay, so make sure your weapon is down, sir. And now you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you.
Okay, I'm locked.
Okay, and the weapon is down?
I mean, they did say that. But again, when somebody says I shot someone, I imagine dispatch is going to say over and over and over and over and over again, please don't answer the door with the weapon in your hand. Put it down.
Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Are they coming?
Yeah, they're on the way. You should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now.
I mean, dispatch is trying to make sure that they
okay?
do what they're supposed to do.
Are you with them?
Mm-hmm. You should be able to see them soon.
Huh? I hear them.
Okay, so are we Okay. And no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them.
Okay. They're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like they're running all over the house. It doesn't sound like they've stayed put.
Okay.
They've not mentioned that anyone else is in the house.
Okay. Let me know if the officers are with you.
Someone just come here?
Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you.
Okay.
I'm showing them outside.
I'm here.
They're here. They can come in.
I'll go ahead and disconnect with you. Speak, okay?
Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's the gun at?
We need help.
Where's the gun at?
It's up here.
Here, on the bed.
That sounds like law enforcement coming into the house and immediately asking, where is the gun at? Because that's exactly what law enforcement is going to want to know first. So it sounds like while they are on the phone with 911, law enforcement is arriving into the house.
Be in the house with you. So, this is going on. My daughter.
February.
I want to hear the end of that again because they started to talk about if somebody else was in the house, and I want to see if I heard what I thought I heard. Give me 1 second.
Come in. You guys. It's right here.
Where's the gun at?
We need help.
Where's the gun at?
It's up here.
Here, on the bed.
Be in the house with you. So, this is going on. My daughter.
February.
She did just say my daughter. That's what I thought I heard. So law enforcement arrives. They're asking where the gun is. And then she said, is somebody else in the house? I think is what they said. And she answered, my daughter. Okay. Okay.
24/2023.
That's a wild ending to that 911 call.
38.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Mr. Carroll may have some questions.
Welp. That was wild.
Ms. Dale,
Cross.
I've heard that before, but when I was listening now, it appeared that there was a lot of typing going on. Do you know, was that typing verbatim what was being said?
No.
To the dispatch?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you know if the dispatcher typed what my client said, that he was a federal law enforcement officer?
That's not what he said, counsel. He said he was a federal agent. He didn't say he was a federal law enforcement officer. And why would you tell dispatch that you are a federal agent why would you tell dispatch that? Well, because you want law enforcement to arrive thinking that you're a peer. That's why. But he didn't say federal law enforcement officer. He said federal agent. I'm going to put them back at 1.25. I don't know what cross we're doing unless he just wanted to get it out in front of the jury again. Remember, did he say I'm federal law enforcement?
And that he had shot someone who was in his bedroom. Do you know if they typed that?
I don't remember exactly what was typed into the CAT event as far as what was surmised from the phone call.
Would that be part of the records that you're the custodian of?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if it was typed in what he said, which was that he stabbed my wife in the neck?
That's not what he said.
Objection. I don't think that.
Yeah. Now we've gotten to the objection misstates the testimony already.
That was what was said, and we can listen to the call.
What's your legal objection, please?
There's Judge A. What's your legal objection, please? Not what's your fighting words. Objection, that's not what it says. We can listen to the call. Ooh, counsel. It's an interesting way to start.
Objection. I don't think that that was what was said, and we can listen to the call.
What's your legal objection, please?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Was that?
I mean, it doesn't assume facts not in evidence. It misstates facts and evidence. Wrong legal objection, counsel. You picked wrong.
Transcribed?
In the actual event?
Yes.
I would have to review the record.
Okay. Did you review the record this morning?
I reviewed the phone calls.
The phone calls. Okay. So an additional review would be required to know what was sent out that was typed to by dispatch.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
All right. The first witness is done. The defense tried to pepper in some information that definitely wasn't in that 911 call. And we are going to zoom to witness 2. The difficult thing is that we are going to go through a lot of body cam. The body cam is not shown. It's just audio. So we are going to zoom to the first responding officer and get an idea of what the scene was at the house when officers responded. So witness 2. And I'm still at 1.25 speed.
Good morning.
I will say with the panning camera, because there were fixed cameras for depth heard, but with the panning cameras, you really get a sense for how massive this courtroom is. It is a big courtroom, high ceilings, wild.
Good
morning.
Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
Justin Hugh, Justin. Last name Hugh, Hugh.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a detective with the Fairfax County Police Department in the Child Abuse Unit.
And how long have you been with the Fairfax County Police Department?
Almost 4 years.
And when were you assigned in February of 2023?
I was patrol in Reston.
And I'm going to direct your attention to February 24th, 2023. Were you on duty in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a call for service that morning?
Yes.
What was the call for, if you recall?
The call.
I will say I really appreciate that they didn't ask him, like, when he went to the academy, how long he was in the academy, and the rest of it. It was just like, you're law enforcement, you were wearing your uniform, you responded. That I appreciate.
It was for somebody that had been shot, and then somebody else in the residence had been stabbed.
And where did you respond?
I responded to area 521, which was my patrol area.
And
that's not helpful.
Patrol 521.
It's in Reston. It's kind of near the town of Herndon.
And is that a location in Fairfax County?
Yes.
Area 521 means nothing to us.
With department-issued body-worn camera?
Yes.
And how does your body-worn camera work?
You click it.
I am sure that how body-worn cameras work is absolutely fascinating. However, we're going to zoom past the foundation of the body-worn camera until they start asking what happened when he responded. So, all right. We're going to listen to the body-worn camera.
Well, I got voices inside. Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun? Right.
So, you just did help.
Anybody else downstairs?
Yes.
Where's the shot person?
His daughter is downstairs. She's just.
Who else? Just us?
Yeah, she's.
And on this one, I heard her say his daughter is downstairs. But there's a lot of overlapping talking right as they got into the house.
One of the patients is outside now.
We got him.
Can you turn the lights on in here?
Yeah. Give me a, what can I do to help?
I have no idea what all the crackling is. Lord.
Give me chest fuel. Yep, bring it up. Anything I can do? One else when she stabs, bring it on the table. Tank, come here. Got something on the hand. Okay.
Oh, that's me. Apologies, Chad. I didn't put it back to normal speed. I've made things worse. That's on me. Apologies.
Yeah. You got multiple stab wounds to the neck.
That's true.
Secure those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
Becky, he did say he had chest seals, so that is very helpful. It probably is the opening chest seals for the stab wounds. That is very, very good call. I just had it too fast. So now they're getting everybody out of the house.
What do you need? Get medics in there now.
Get a chest seal.
Seems full to medics. Can you grab my arm? He grabbed my arm when I turned to find. Okay. Someone get with him. I don't know where he shot at.
Who's that chest wound seal?
I need it for the stab right now. He got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now. We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it.
Law enforcement is looking for, it sounds like paramedics aren't on scene yet. And so they are trying to get stuff out of the med kit for the victims.
Can we get calls? He called out.
Here's Gauze.
Up this way.
Here's
I need chest seal on her and I'll get
Wound
her
seal.
right now.
Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me.
Open this up the longer.
Yeah, I can't do anything with this right now.
Go.
Can't do anything with this right now. Someone check the pulse of the guy behind me.
Yeah.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds. Okay.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand trying to tie it up now. Up this way. He's in the bathroom, up here. Where you at, chest seal? On our neck. Multiple stab wounds on our neck. You ready? This goes on our go. Come here, ready? Ready? Go for it. Ready? We missed one. Chest seal. Get another one. There's another half. Ready? Go for it. Yep. Hold this on. Work on her, okay? Sit in the tub.
It sounds like they're saying sit in the tub. But I know as I was trying to find which officer spoke to the husband, that they put the husband into the bathtub. So you've got minimal law enforcement officers in a home with two victims where they know that weapons were used, that they need to make sure that the weapons are secure, they can render aid. It sounds like paramedics aren't on scene yet. Law enforcement got there first. They are trying to establish who's breathing, who's not, and render aid and secure the husband so that he doesn't attack them and make sure that he doesn't have any more weapons, and try to figure out what the fuck is going on, because also they are first responders. And so they're the ones on scene who are now in charge of trying to stop the bleeding before they can even figure out what the fuck is going on and before paramedics even get there. So they're the round and round of them trying to do that is 100% them trying to do that. It is a busy scene. And they're also trying to get the husband out of the way, but they're going to need to talk to him. You can't get him too far out of the way. So get in the bathtub is what I heard on that. Just stay. Don't move.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Hey, get another. ALT, get more blowout kits.
LT, more blowout kits, or chest seals you can get.
And so the jury can see this.
I don't know.
Is he shot in the head too?
No, shot in the chest.
That's a lot of blood. Looks like it's probably from a lung.
No need for K9 to reveal at this point. K9 10.
Yeah, right there. Securing firearm.
Just leave it. Just leave it. We're in.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. So this is a lot. 911 would send ambulances too, but depending on what area of the city the ambulances are coming from, law enforcement got there first. It's the very beginning of day shift. Yeah. I'm not surprised. They're trying to figure out if there's anything they can do and trying to triage. Absolutely heartbreaking.
All right. Tank.
Yep.
Since we got this kind of wait for the medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
I can feel him.
Where are the medics?
Hey, you have a pulse on me?
No.
No pulse on him.
CPR, go ahead.
Multiple stab wounds.
CPR on him.
Yeah, if you don't have anything, start going.
All right, we got medics
Who's
over
most viable, you guys know?
She is.
All right.
Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
James, where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, either do CPR or gunshot wound.
I don't know if we actually have it. I don't know if it's one on the side.
Okay.
He's still
Put it right
breathing.
there.
We can feel blood moving.
You can start doing CPR on him. Yeah, we're gonna get her.
He's going to be DOA over there.
Yeah, this. She's breathing over here. She's breathing.
That's why we're
Zach, grab him, take him downstairs.
You can't feel the pulse? It's hard to feel.
Are you hurt?
Stand by. Sorry.
Nope, there's no pulse wounds, dude. No, there's no. What do we need?
I think that guy's going to be definitely DOA for this shot. I mean, we can. I think that might be obvious over there.
Right. And then they're trying to triage because there are 2 victims. So they're trying to triage. Do we work on her? Do we work on him? Stop doing CPR so we can see if there's a pulse.
Here, this is my house. This is my wife. I don't know who. No. What do you want to do? Do you want to grab
It sounds like the defendant saying, this is my house, this is my wife.
DOA for this shot? I mean, we can. I think that might be obvious over there. Here, this is my house. This is my wife. I don't know who. No. What do you want to do? Do you want to grab that and go?
We're done. No, she's done.
All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah. You want to shut that monitor?
It's right there behind
I got one right
You
here.
have it? Okay. All right.
So we are listening to the body cam, not of the person talking to the defendant, but they are all upstairs in the bedroom. So they are talking about the wife, Christine, and her still breathing. The other victim, they think is going to be just determined DOA. They were saying, we think it's pretty obvious that he's going to be DOA. So we're not going to do life-saving measures on him. We're going to focus life-saving measures on her, and we're going to try to figure out what the defendant knows. So they're trying to triage and assess the scene before medics show up. And so you can hear snippets of what I think the defendant is saying, and then snippets of law enforcement in the room. It's going to be easier for the jury to determine this because they can see the video. It's a little harder when you have audio only. We don't need the video because this is the video of the victims, etc.
Hey, Dusty, grab the guy out of there, get him down, don't worry about it.
All right.
And I think grab the guy's the defendant.
Is that not Bombers? I don't know.
This is not Bombers. It might be his.
There was 2 on the bed when I came in.
Okay.
Okay, this one's got blood on it.
All right.
So stay with him. He might. I'm not sure if he shot the guy to stop him from stabbing.
Sir?
He said he did.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to wait till they're done getting her out of the way before I get willing to walk over.
You don't know that guy at all? I don't know. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, where's the gun currently?
We have 2 firearms right here.
Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the big handle.
Yeah, I imagine when law enforcement walked in, they kicked the firearms so nobody could grab them.
Yeah, let's listen. Hey, Sarge. Do you want us to escort him outside? Stay with. Okay.
Okay. I'm not sure. We're not working. No. But we'll get him out.
And they also don't want everybody walking through everything.
Move her and go? Yeah. Hey, we're going to move him to very closely with that, escort him down. Don't touch anything.
Got a knife here.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? Zach? The kids are out of the way. The kids are outside. Of course, we're going to clear the rest of the house.
Jesus.
Okay.
Just grab the monitor. The monitor. You want to go with it? That's fine.
I don't know. Somebody said there's a knife here, and everyone is trying to triage this scene.
Zach, stay here. You're with me.
I'm escorting him down.
He's going to say, we're going to make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay, all right. We're going to get husband downstairs. All right.
Yeah, we're going to get husband downstairs. We're going to make sure no one else is hurt in the house.
We'll admit that under seal, Commonwealth's 4.
Understood.
The reason that would be admitted under seal is that is body cam video that's going to show both of the victims as they are working on them. So that's going to be under seal so that it is for the jury's eyes and not accessible by the public. All right. I'm going to see if they have any questions for him or any more body cam.
Let's talk about what we just saw. When you entered the house, we saw one officer ahead of you. Were the two of you the first 2 officers to enter the house?
Yes.
And when you came upstairs to the bedroom, did you see any unsecured firearms in the room?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many?
2.
And can you describe the unsecured firearms that were in that room? Did you note anything about either one of them?
All right, we are going to put this back at 1.25 unless they do more audio. Mom in the chat said, how was DOA? Christine, I think they were talking about Joseph Ryan, who had the multiple gunshot wounds. There are 2 victims in the bedroom.
One had a flashlight on it and the other one did not.
Okay. Did you handle either of the unsecured firearms?
The one with the flashlight on it, I handled that one.
And what did you do with it?
I moved it twice. The first time I moved it just from the corner of the bed to in front of me, and then the second time I moved it to the other side of the bed near the other firearm.
And did you know anything about that firearm when you were handling it?
There was blood on it.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to show Commonwealth Exhibit 5 and ask that, and it's going to be a still photo, just to witness and counsel.
Okay.
All right, so they're going to do foundation for the photo of the firearm.
It's not the greatest picture, but is this the firearm that you handled?
Yes.
And is this the position that it was in when you entered the room?
I mean, counsel, I did have crime scene services take photos of a blood trail leading to where a defendant ultimately was, all with black and white film. Can anyone explain to me why the crime scene camera had black and white film in it? No. But if you want to talk about not good photos, we can have that conversation.
Yes.
Can you describe the position, what we're looking at here?
The gun is in the bottom right corner of the bed. It's pointing towards whatever's kind of behind me.
And when we're talking about the bottom right corner of the bed, are you standing at the foot of the bed facing the headboard, or are you? Okay.
Yes.
And Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth Exhibit 5.
Any objection? Right.
If we could publish that to the jury.
In the gallery.
Got it. And when you handled this firearm, did you have gloves on when you handled the firearm on February 24th?
Yes.
And when you left the bedroom, where had those two firearms come to rest, this one and the other one?
On the left side of the bed.
So as I noted before, when they film this screen, it flickers. It is not your YouTube. It is not your internet. It is not your TV. It is the court camera.
If I'm facing the headboard, that's where the last place I saw
that looks like a window.
Okay. And then
I thought they were going to go show a screen. Well, keep watching. I guess we'll see. I don't know why we panned to the window.
The rest of your morning, when you left the bedroom,
to the walls.
Who was with you?
When I left the bedroom, I was with Officer Beckner.
Emily, why would you assume that they were going to show the photo that was in court? Vanilla Bean said, do crime scene photographers still use film? Probably not anymore, but this was a bit ago. I became a district attorney in 2006. So this was a little while ago. I've been an attorney since 2005. It feels very acute that we are in the year 2026.
I believe there's another officer walking down the stairs with us and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go?
We walked outside.
All right. We are going to get to multiple other officers who also have body cam. So I am going to zoom to where did you go? Where did you walk? He secured the weapons. We heard that he secured the weapons. They took the defendant outside. There we go. All right. We're going to take a look at the photo from the scene.
For a while outside, didn't go back inside the house, left the scene for a bit to do other things, and then I ended up coming back to the scene.
And that looks like a still from the body-worn camera. We're going to
have some questions.
Actually zoom. No, I wanted to zoom. I don't know why that was on screen. I didn't preview for what they were putting on screen. So apologies. Once they got to the camera roll, I was trying to zoom. All right. That was from the body cam. I am going to listen to Cross for a moment. I thought that was just going to be a photo of the gun, so my apologies. Otherwise, I would have zoomed.
Good morning.
But it was not.
Were you right after Officer Gibbons as an arrival on the scene?
When I walked into the house, Officer Baumler was the one in front of me.
Officer Baumler?
Yes.
But Officer Gibbons was in front of him, is that correct?
No.
When was Officer Gibbons there?
He would have walked in behind me at some point. I don't remember when. Eventually, there was like a stack of us that all went in. I don't remember the exact lineup.
And I understand, but Officer Gibbons was the one who was in the bathroom with my client, correct?
Yes.
So when you saw, when you walked in, you observed my client rendering aid to his wife, is that right?
I don't recall what I saw when I first turned into the room. I know he was in the room. I don't remember the positioning though.
Okay. Do you recall Officer Beckner arriving?
I remember Officer Beckner coming in the room.
Okay. And were you present when Officer Beckner started, getting chest seals and chest compressions and things like that all of you were doing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe, according to Officer Beckner, a panic attack on my client's part?
Are you asking this officer the opinion of another officer? What?
I wouldn't really know. I wouldn't say a panic attack. I would say I witnessed his behavior.
Okay.
I don't know how you exactly would define a panic attack. I didn't think of it. I didn't think it was anything super.
His words, not mine.
Yeah.
You observed, but you observed my client, correct?
I did.
And around that same time, Officer Beckner reports that some firefighter was kicking items on the ground. Let me see.
Yeah, the reverb on the defense counsel at the mic, I don't know.
In the blankets near Joe Ryan, and he was advised to stop by Officer Beckner. Do you recall that?
I was told about what a firefighter did after, but I never really witnessed that in the moment.
And I understand, I mean, it's a fast evolving situation, but that's what I wanted to find out is if you had recollection of it, but you were told thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene, Christine Banfield was breathing, correct?
I never touched her, so I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
Were you aware based on what people were saying regarding her condition?
Listening to the body camera footage after, yes. It sounds like someone was saying that there might have been breathing or there was breathing, but
Someone
I don't have
said
direct
that.
knowledge.
But the firefighters ended up connecting her and actually found a pulse, right?
That I don't know. I know they found something, but I know there's like electrical readings.
Ask the firefighters.
Was that not what we just watched on that they actually connected her up to whatever device the one firefighter was saying?
They did connect her to something. I don't know I'm not versed in what machine they would have connected her
Okay,
to.
and I'm not asking you to be an expert on this. I'm just asking,
Well, then
asking
don't
you as
ask
the person on
him.
scene what you observed.
Ask
Yes, the firefighters
the
worked on
paramedics.
her.
Okay, they were tending to her.
Yes.
Okay, that's probably the best way to say it without knowing what exactly they did.
Yes.
And then while you were there, or at least that's what your body camera video shows, they secured her and they brought her out of the house. Correct?
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, I thought somebody was saying something. And then after she was secured and out of the house is when, how long after that was it when you and Officer Beckner and my client all walked out?
I'd say pretty shortly after, I would guess a minute tops.
Okay. Now, in terms of I guess that's the exhibit number 5, and I just keep pointing over here because that's where I saw it, but it's not there.
Oh my God, counsel! What is your question on Cross? Are we just having like a contemporaneous train of thought? Like what? Fuck. This is all going to be like this, isn't it? This is the...
That was a screenshot from the body-worn camera, is that right?
Correct. The picture of the gun they showed?
Do you want to show them the picture again?
Yeah, I can't judge. I
You
better.
have to get back on the screen.
I don't want to mess your.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And is this your body worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take any actions to prepare this screenshot?
No.
Okay.
I
Now,
imagine that.
do you know where this gun was before it was sitting at that situation that's shown in the picture?
He said he moved
No.
it.
Okay. And I think you said after that, you know it was moved to the left side of the bed, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who did that?
I moved it.
You moved it, okay. And then, if I understand your testimony correctly, you then got involved in the scene, and then you ended up escorting my client out, and that was the last that you were in this room?
Yes.
Okay.
Why does it feel like this cross-examination is counsel trying to figure out what happened that day? Normally you want cross-examination to point out things, but it feels like he's just like, so you were in the shower? Because you were in the shower?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect? I don't have any redirect.
Okay, great.
To recall?
All right, we're going to move on to the next witness. Let's see. I think, yeah, we're going to move on to the next witness.
Is he subject to recall from this case? Okay, you're still a witness.
All right, subject to recall.
All right, do you have a short witness, or is this a good time for a morning break?
Judges, is probably a good time for a break.
I like the purple folder.
This is going to be a smidge longer than the first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for
All right, morning recess.
15 minutes, okay? So we'll get you back in the jury room. Just remember, do not discuss the case with anyone to include yourselves, and don't do any outside research in that 15 minutes, okay?
Thanks, Judge A. I want to hear what. She's not going to say anything to the attorneys, I imagine, but we'll see if she does. All right, she just told them what time. We're going to zoom past we're going to zoom past more than the morning break and get to the next witness taking the stand. Let's see. I believe this is going to be witness number 3. We are going to also listen to the body worn camera because I think hearing what was going on at the scene is helpful. Just back up real quick. I think they're just doing foundation. I zoom. So they're just doing foundation, it seems like. But if they're going to play
Do you
it.
recognize what's on your screen?
I do, ma'am. It's my body camera from that day.
Okay.
I zoom past them calling this witness, but I made notes. This is witness number 3, Fairfax PD, Zachary Beckner. I said we were going to zoom. We're going to zoom. So it sounds like they're doing foundation.
And the video, have you had a chance to review this before today?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you...
Wonderful. Foundation. Is this your body cam? Yes. Is this what it was like that day? Yes. So as they play this body cam, I'm going to put it back down at normal speed. I imagine we will hear some of the overlapping that we heard in the last body cam because there was a lot going on at this scene, and that's clear.
We can talk about what it is that we're seeing.
I immediately regret slowing down. There we go.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shop person? Who else? Just us?
All right, hold down. Somebody hold down.
Okay. Here, where are you in the house?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second story.
And what do you note about that door that is in front of you? Or what did you note about that door?
That it was open and had an exterior lock.
And did you see a light on inside of the door?
No, ma'am.
The prosecution asked where the child was and if there was a lock. Remember, the prosecution has charged 2 counts of murder, but also 2 counts related to child endangerment. So I'm not surprised that there's some questions regarding where was the 4-year-old during this, etc. So we're going to hear some of those questions too, because there are 4 counts in this case that the jury is going to have to decide.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
That sounded like dispatch.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside?
Nobody's outside.
Anybody over here? Here, ma'am, stay here, ma'am. Hey. Stay right here. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up.
Is there anyone else in the house? Any kids in the house?
How loud the belt is when they are running up the stairs is noticeable. You hear other officers asking if there's anyone else in the house, any kids in the house.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
Here, how many unsecured firearms did you note as when you came in?
2.
And I'm going to keep going.
What do you need?
Get medics in there now.
Closed captioning is struggling. Somebody said scenes called for medics. Yeah, I imagine they would have been sent contemporaneous with law enforcement being sent when the call was, I shot him, he stabbed her.
He grabbed my arm. He grabbed my arm when I just heard that coming. Okay. Someone get it. Someone with him. I don't know where he shot at.
Who's that chest wound still?
I need it from the back right now. She got stabbed by him, so watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now.
We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Get gauze out.
Up this way.
Upstairs. Hey, chest seal on her, and I'm going to put that right now.
Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me.
Hey, open this up for Balmer. Yeah. I got the other one for him. Okay, go.
What do we need? Someone's going to put a ball for the guy behind me.
Yeah.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, small mistake.
Here, did you notice the knife as you moved over to where Joe was laying?
I noticed it first whenever I was checking for a pulse on him.
Can someone do this for me?
I don't have anything.
Was that you saying, I don't have anything?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean when you said that?
I was checking for a pulse on the decedent there.
And is that at the point when you noticed the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were checking for his pulse, what part of his body were you checking?
His neck.
Up this way.
Maggie P., I was going to pull this up because they had paused so much, but Maggie P. said, don't medics have to wait until the scene has been cleared and safe to go in? Generally, yes. However, they were not clearing the scene. They were also rendering aid because medics weren't on scene yet, which is why you hear them opening up packages, talking about chest seals, talking about the first aid kit, talking about who has a pulse, who doesn't have a pulse. They're not just going through clearing the scene with medics ready to go in behind them. Medics aren't there yet. So you will hear medics arrive, but the reason we're hearing so much first aid conversation is because medics aren't there yet. If they were just clearing the scene, they would have pulled the nanny, the child, and Banfield out and let medics go in. But instead, they secured Banfield in the bathtub. They're trying to assess pulses and render aid because medics aren't on scene. Hopefully that helps.
And then the officer that we just saw step on the knife, who was that?
Officer Sefiani.
Just to the top.
He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
When you said, I don't have a pulse on him right there the second time, who are you saying that to?
The other officers there to my left, particularly Officer Stefani.
And the view that you have of the bed at this point, do you know at this point where the unsecured firearms that you saw when you entered the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us where they are?
They're both laying there at the foot of the bed, basically in the same position as whenever we saw them first on my body cam.
Steeler, they probably would have. Steeler in the chat said if dispatch knew there were 2 victims, would they send 2 ambulances? Probably.
I don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
But neither of them were there yet.
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Let's check.
And we didn't hear
The
that
officer here
from dispatch.
that is moving Joe's hands, who is that officer?
It's Officer Stefani.
And had anyone moved Joe's hands that you saw before Officer Stefani moved them?
No, ma'am.
Remember, the prosecution said in opening that she believes, or that they believe the evidence will show, that the defendant spent some time arranging the victims. So asking if that's how everyone looked when they arrived is going to be important for the jury. A couple of you in the chat said, I wish you could see the video. I assure you that you don't, given that what they are looking at now is the victim with the multiple gunshot wounds, and other video is going to be the victim with multiple stab wounds. I imagine that this was a fairly bloody crime scene. So nope, I'm just gonna, nope. I'm sure the jury wishes that they don't see the video. So the jury is seeing it.
Okay.
The jury is seeing it. We're not seeing it. These are sealed.
Let's work on her, okay?
So the jury is watching.
Sit up. You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Whatever you. Hey, get another ALT. Get more blowout kits.
Okay, my friend. Liberty down towards her meal.
Is there anything else that you know of?
Carmine Bravo is Preston County for.
The videos are not censored for the jury. So the jury is seeing everything that's on the body cam the way that the officers saw it when they walked in, but for the perspective of the body cam.
I don't know.
Is he shot in the head?
Oh, no.
It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung.
No need for canine or helo at this point.
Canine 10.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do.
I mean, there's not much y'all can do.
Okay. Yep. Since we got this kind of wait for medics, can you talk with him?
I don't have a pulse.
When you said that time that he did not have a pulse, what did you mean?
I was checking again to confirm that I still did not have a pulse on him, ma'am.
So is that 3 times that you took a pulse?
I believe so, at least.
And that last time, were you also checking his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
The fact that I have not heard anyone curse yet is actually fairly impressive. No one has been like, where the fuck are the paramedics? Not one. It's they have I think, though kind of heartbreaking to hear him say, I don't even know what to do with the gunshot wound to the head and gunshot wound to the chest. It is a scene that they are trying really hard to organize and help, but you can hear how kind of distraught this particular officer sounds with, I keep checking for a pulse, but there not much you can do with that.
Hey, do you have a pulse on you?
No, not at all. What do you need?
Multiple stab wounds on her.
Yeah. Go ahead and start going.
Who's most viable, you guys know?
She is in the pulse. All right. Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Name, where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, you do the CPR with gunshot wound. All right. Who's still breathing? We have right here.
Don't know if it's one on the other side.
Okay, she's still breathing. We can feel blood moving.
We can see her. You can stop him if you're on it. Yeah, we're gonna get her.
He's gonna be way over there.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
Is she breathing over here?
This is just a different body cam. This is this officer's body cam of the exact same period in time of the last officer. So you're hearing overlap, and just what you're hearing more is from who's standing where, which we're not going to see. But that's where you're hearing them again saying, stop doing CPR on him. He is going to be DOA. We have to focus on her. She is still breathing.
Are the unsecured firearms in the room at this point?
They've been moved onto the opposite side of the bed from me.
And is that where they were when you left the room, if you recall?
Yes, ma'am, to the best of my knowledge.
Grab him, take him downstairs. I can't throw a pulse. You can't throw a pulse? It's hard to feel. Are you hurt? Stand by. Sorry. Nope, there's no pulse. Nothing? There's nothing. What do we need?
I think that guy's going to be definitely DOA for the shot. I mean, we can. I think that might be obvious over there. There's no pulse over here. This is my way. I don't know. Oh. What do you want to do? You want to grab that, Joe?
Well,
this is his house. That's his wife.
Accurate.
Don't know who this is.
Somebody was like, oh shit.
Yeah. You want to? I got the monitor. It's right there behind
You can hear the defendant in the background saying, that's my wife. I don't know who he is, he being the other victim. I think that's an appropriate use of oh shit.
Okay. All right. So where is he? Grab the guy out there. Get him down. Don't this is not Ballers.
Nope. There was two on the bed when I came in.
Okay, this one's got blood on it. So stay with him. He might. I'm not sure if he doesn't know.
I'm gonna wait till we're done.
Yeah. You don't know that guy. You don't know he's the shooter. Yeah. I know. I'm just trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
It's on the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are, because that's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the bed.
I mean,
yeah, let's listen.
we have a knife right there.
You guys are good.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarge. What's up? Do you want us to escort him outside? Yeah, right now they're working, so we're going to be. So, hey, I'm not sure. We're not working. But I'll get him out.
him, I think at this point they're talking about the defendant. Like we need to move him out.
We're going to move him.
Got a knife here.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? Zach? No. Kids around the way. Kids are outside. We're going to clear the rest of the house.
Okay. Someone's got to go with him.
Okay.
You guys want me to go with them?
If you want to go with me, that's fine. Zach, stay here.
All right.
You're with me. We're going to check the rest of the house. What are we doing here? He's just here. We're going to make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay. All right. We're going to get husband down there.
Okay. How long did you stay in that bedroom after Christine Banfield was removed from the bedroom?
A couple of minutes at the most.
And where did you go when you left the bedroom?
Outside.
And who was with you?
Officer Hugh and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go with them?
Initially, we walked outside, allowed the first ambulance to leave, and then Mr. Banfield was taken into a second ambulance.
And what was the purpose of taking him to the ambulance?
Just to check on him, make sure that he didn't sustain any injuries that we weren't aware of.
And did he receive a medical evaluation while he was in the ambulance?
The medics did check him out. Again, look for any injuries or anything that we might have missed initially.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were with him in the ambulance?
I searched Mr. Banfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 9A, and I'm going to ask that.
All right, I'm going to put this back on 1.25, and then we will zoom if needed, if they're not going to do any more body cam or talk about any conversations with the defendant.
That it be displayed only to the witness and to counsel.
Even sped up, there are times that this feels.
Do you recognize these items depicted?
Slow.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were some of the items that I collected from Mr. Banfield.
And can you describe what they are?
It's 2 handgun magazines, a set of handcuffs, and a watch.
So he searched Banfield. I sped up too fast. He searched Banfield and found 2 magazines, a pair of handcuffs, and a watch?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were some of the items that I collected from Mr. Banfield.
And can you describe what they are?
It's 2 handgun magazines, a set of handcuffs, and a watch.
And do they appear in this photo in the same or similar condition to what you saw them in on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 9A. And this can be...
Sorry. No objection and published?
It can be published to the jury.
All right.
When you receive these items, what'd you do with them?
I placed them in a bio bag, is what we call it. It's a plastic bag from the paramedics.
They collected them for evidence.
And who'd you give them to after you packaged them?
I relinquished them to the detectives that arrived at the hospital.
Did you take anything else from him during the search?
Yes, ma'am. 2 cell phones as well as his jacket.
And the jacket, did that just pass through your hands to Officer Hugh?
Correct.
Did the defendant make any statements in the ambulance about the firearms that you had noted in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He claimed ownership of them.
Did he distinguish between the 2 of them in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that?
He said the one firearm was his duty weapon, essentially, and the other, the Glock 43X, is his personal weapon.
Okay. And the duty weapon, was there anything that he noted about the duty weapon to distinguish it?
It had a flashlight on it, a TLR. I don't remember the exact model number.
Did he have blood on his hands when he was in the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go next with the defense?
Some IRS investigators do have duty weapons. So, yes, some IRS investigators are armed law enforcement. That's accurate, which I get a lot of you are going to be like, wait, what? Yes, no. Some IRS agents, depending on what their classification are agents and have weapons. Yes. The handguns are interesting, though.
When we were in the ambulance, it transported us to Reston Hospital.
And when you arrived at the hospital, did he still have blood on his hands when you escorted him into the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed when you escorted him into the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed at any point that morning?
No, ma'am.
Did the defendant make any statements about his daughter while you were with him in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
I'm going to slow this back down as we get to the defendant's statements because I'm curious.
I believe he said something about her being 4 years old.
And what, if anything, did you see him do while you were in the hospital room with him?
He washed his hands.
And before he washed his hands, had anyone swabbed his hands to preserve samples of blood that were on his hands?
No, ma'am.
Why'd you let him wash his hands?
I felt bad for him blowing his nose and wiping his face with his bloody hands.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
I assisted with any.
I understand that it has to be difficult when you don't know what happened at a scene, you don't know what everybody is doing, and he's saying, look, he stabbed her, I shot him, but you still have to process the people at the scene. I get it. I felt bad for him. I get it. But he still has to be processed as if he is a suspect, even if he's not. So letting him wash his hands is not helpful. Okay. However, the defendant says he shot the gun. So I don't know if him being tested for GSR would be helpful, but whose blood is on his hands might be.
Thing the detectives needed on scene, and then went back to maintain scene security for the residents.
Okay. I am going to show you a few still pictures that are Commonwealth 7, 8, and 9. And if I could have them displayed just to the witness. And
Can we make it 9B?
I get that he felt bad.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I meant for them to be, yes, it can be 9B, but I had them as 9 and then 9A, and I just took 9A first, but that's fine.
We don't yet have a 9. It's 9 and 9A. She skipped to 9.
Okay.
Yes.
All right,
Yep.
so 9 we'll have.
Yep.
That's fine. Thank you.
So this picture is Commonwealth 7.
Okay, we're going to move through some of the photos. I think she did just say 6'7", but I was texting back Dr. B because he was confirming to me that the weather reports of the amount of snow we are supposed to get in Middle Tennessee has caused a flurry of grocery store activity, which does not surprise me. So they're going to show those photos, 6, 7, 8, etc. Yeah. So let's see. They are talking about the recovered weapons, who was in the house. I think we have now moved on to Cross, it sounds like. So I'm going to move us on to Cross because we're going to hear from other officers that were also at the crime scene. So.
Was Gibbons anywhere near you there?
We are now on
I
Cross.
couldn't honestly remember where he was.
Also, honestly, I just don't give a shit who went in the house first. I don't think it matters. The guns got moved. The knife got moved. They still had, or numerous officers said they still thought there was breathing on Christine. They were in first responder mode before they were in investigation mode. I get it. They were first trying to preserve life. So stuff in the crime scene got moved around. It is what it is. So also, I imagine for this officer, he's like, I felt bad for him and he said he shot the dude. So we already know that answer. I can imagine.
Was until I saw him inside the actual bedroom, so.
Okay. And the body-worn camera that we were just looking at, that was a 6-minute. Was that a clip of your entire body-worn camera?
It's a portion of it, yes, sir.
I'm going to speed this back up.
I think if I recall, your body-worn camera went for nearly an hour.
It went all the way through till we were instructed by detectives at the hospital that we were able to turn them off. And
good. That's what you should do. We turned them on when we got to the scene and we let it run until we were done. So, on the body-worn camera, you're going to be able to see the defendant, but you're not going to have testing of his hands, but you'll be able to see him because they left their body-worn camera on all the way through the hospital when detectives said they couldn't turn them off. Good. Helpful.
Essentially, they took over from there.
So some of those things that you answered questions to, like searching my client or taking items from him, that would all be caught on the body-worn camera if it were allowed to continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at any point in this process, was my client not willing to accommodate you with whatever you asked him to do?
He did everything I asked him, sir. If I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. And so, if you were advised to get swabs from his hands, you didn't expect there would be any problems with that, would you?
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay. So, just if I recall correctly, in your body-worn camera, the later portion, you're there when he's told by the chaplain at Reston Hospital that his wife had died, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about crying and blowing his nose, it was after that.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And so up until that time, he was in the original condition as you walked him out. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's fair to say he, based on your review of your body cam, he was very upset.
Yes, sir. He seemed pretty emotional at the time.
Okay. And after that, he went over or he was blowing his nose and he got blood on his face and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's when you acquiesced, I guess, to allowing him to do that?
Yes.
Like, I totally get why he feels bad. Like, I absolutely get it.
Yes, sir. I was trying to be empathetic at the time.
No, I understand. Was there anybody who told you not to do that?
No, sir.
Was there anybody who gave you any advice as you were the person who was supposed to be watching him from that point forward, that would suggest that you would know that washing his hands was a problem?
Not at the time, no, sir.
Okay. Did you get any sort of instructions other than just have him in a separate ambulance than his wife?
I didn't even have that instruction, to be honest with you, sir.
Okay.
His wife was taken as quickly as she could to the hospital to receive treatment. So
understand. And what we just talked about would show on your further body cam.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Counsel, we're sped up. Are we not sped up?
you've previously reported that you observed him have a panic attack within the room.
Yes, sir. Whenever his wife had left.
So if you could, just to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the judge an idea, when you say panic attack, how did that show? How would that show to someone? Can you describe what you saw?
Counsel. Sir, in your report, you said that it seemed that my client had a panic attack. What did you see? What did you observe? What did he do? Why did you think that? Just pick one of those and just go with that, because it really feels like you are just trying to figure out what's happening in real time. But I'm also curious what he meant by that, because it's come up a couple times with the cross-examination.
Seemed unable to walk and went kind of down to the ground to, I guess, steady himself.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons why he was taken in an ambulance to get checked out?
Again, we weren't fully aware if he had any injuries or anything like that. I believe in my body cam shows that I asked him if he's okay, does he need anything? He said he was having some trouble with his right leg.
Okay. But that's not in what we have there.
Not in the clip.
Not in that clip. Okay. So if we watched the entire thing, we'd see that interaction.
Correct. It was as we were walking outside.
Wonderful.
And
were you present when the doctor addressed the spasms that were in his leg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did the doctor tell him?
I
Eat a banana.
Remember, sir.
Okay. Now, Officer Sephion, as I understand it, Officer Sephion was the one who kicked the knife.
All right. I don't care, counsel, about Officer Sephion. So we have heard about him trying to get a pulse. We have heard about Officer Sephion moving the knife. Here, he's going to ask about the body cam a bit more.
The person who said something like, "Oh my God, that's his wife."
That was Officer Baumler.
Officer Baumler, okay. Just bear with me, sorry.
No. Okay.
Body camera did you see it as well? Moving Mr. Ryan's body parts around?
Correct.
Okay. What was it you observed?
He moved his hands so we could check for his injuries.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Wonderful.
Judge, court's indulgence for one.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we need redirect, or it's pretty straightforward? Nothing further. Great, no redirect. We are zooming to let's see what the court is going to say.
You might be called again in this case, so you cannot talk to anybody about this case and do not do any research and avoid
We love
this
Judge A.
case, okay? You still have the rule of witnesses in place, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
I'm still sped up. You can tell because Judge A speaks quickly.
Lieutenant Gibbons.
Okay, we are moving on to the prosecution's next witness, Lieutenant Gibbons. So, on to the next witness. I'm going to zoom while the witness takes a stand.
You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
We are going to let the witness state their name. It's going to be witness number 4. And we're going to hear
Good afternoon.
their body cam as well.
Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
Yes, Michael Gibbons, Michael Gibbons.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a lieutenant with the Fairfax County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the police department?
I've been a police officer for 9 years.
And how were you employed on February 24th?
Sir, the jury of the Lawnards do not believe you that you have been a peace officer for 9 years because at that time you would have been 8 years old. So the Lawnards have questions. Yes, chat. I can see the questions of like, excuse me, Doogie Howser PD. When you show up to a scene, do people say, "Sir, are you one of the police explorers?" He's like, "No, I'm the lieutenant. I'm the LT. Leave me alone." Sorry, sir. We appreciate that you are blessed with youth. So, but also.
4th, 2023.
I was the Days A sergeant of the Reston squad of the Fairfax County Police Department.
You were in charge.
I was.
Were you in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that morning?
I was.
And is your department issued?
Okay, body cam. You were wearing your body cam. You had your body cam. You responded to the location. All right. I'm going to let him retell what he did that morning.
Ran up to the residence. I was instructed that the medical supplies were needed up in the master bedroom of the residence.
And did you respond to the bedroom?
I did.
And what did you see when you went into the bedroom?
First glance, I saw a female that was nude. She was covered in blood, laying on her left side, with a gentleman standing over her with bloody hands. There was an officer rendering aid to her, and then multiple officers surrounding the bed, gathering medical supplies.
And do you recognize anyone from that scene here today?
I did.
Who?
The defendant.
And can you point him out?
I think that's the first time we have seen the defendant identified in court. We are on witness 4. There was some new information in that testimony that when he entered the room, the defendant was standing over victim Christine with bloody hands.
Not describe something that he's wearing in his hair color?
What appears to be a black suit, brown hair.
Judge, I'd ask the court to recognize that Lieutenant Gibbons has identified the defendant.
All right, the record will so reflect.
And when you went into the bedroom, what did you do?
I immediately opened the medical bag. A chest seal was requested from the officers, so I opened that up, immediately applied pressure and the chest seal to the female.
And did fire department personnel ever arrive?
They did, and they relieved me from rendering aid.
And what did you do after the fire department arrived and relieved you?
Because it was a crowded space with a lot of people, I went into the bathroom, which was where the defendant was.
And what did you do in the bathroom?
I stood there, kept him separated, and spoke to him briefly for a few minutes.
So you had some conversation with him?
I did.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him.
All right, I'm going to slow this down. I want to hear what the defendant said, though. It might be redundant because I'm sure we're going to hear the body cam of this.
First, if he was injured, to which he replied no. And then I asked him how long they had been down.
And what was his response when you asked how long they had been down?
He said, I followed up that question with, since you called,
feedback.
Which he replied, she called. She had to find her phone. My hands were covered.
And did he ever ask about his wife or Joe Ryan?
He first asked, does he have a pulse? To which I believe I replied, I'm not sure, or I don't know. He did follow up with, is she breathing? Or is she going to be okay? Was what he said.
And did he
also BS on the she had to find her phone? Because we've already heard the 911 call with the accidental, well, the prosecution characterized it as the accidental call, but with the hang-up call and the call back. So, no, she didn't have to find her phone. She had her phone. So, just a point in the first 4 witnesses that's not accurate. Though, chat, you are correct, and I remain humbled because all of you are very smart. It's true. After all the cases we've seen, chat, I can't assume that it wasn't a butt dial. It's fair. It's fair. It's fair. I can't assume that she had her phone in her hand. I also can't assume that if it made a butt dial from the pocket, that one is not still also searching for their phone. it's not fair of me to assume. Because has anyone searched for their phone when they've had it in their hand? Or is that just me? I've also looked for my phone when it's in my pocket. I mean, so that's fair. It's fair.
Did he say anything about his daughter?
Later in the conversation, it was mentioned that there was a child in the residence. He did ask about her.
Later in the conversation?
I advised him that the AuPair had gotten her out of the house.
And how long do you think that your conversation lasted with him in the bathroom?
Not more than a few minutes.
And what happened after the two of you spoke in the bathroom?
After we spoke, the fire department was carrying the female out of the residence. So I had 2 officers ready to escort the defendant out, to which he started to become upset. And we waited a minute so he can collect himself. And then they escorted him outside of the residence.
Okay. At this point in time, I am going to ask for Commonwealth 10 to be displayed to the witness. And
all right. Well, they're doing it sounds like foundation for body cam. We are going to just zoom a bit. I feel like I'm being stared at. I know we're not. It's just, there's always moments when the defendants catch the camera and you're just like, don't look at me. We're just watching trial.
have you had a chance to review this before today?
I have.
And is the video that we see that we're going to see, is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you?
Great, we're still doing foundation. All right. It sounds like they are going to play the body cam. So we are going to let that roll. I want to make sure that we're on real time. It just doesn't want to play. Apparently, my computer loves this pause face because I'm like, come on, let it go. And for those of you asking, the jury can see the video. These videos are sealed because the videos depict the two deceased victims. So we will not see them. We will only hear them. The jury will see them.
Shooter is yet? They're working on that? No, not the shooter stuff, but I think it's upstairs. Where do we block it? Top and bottom. She's driving the 4-year-old. Okay. Where you at, left or right? I think chest seal on her, and we're kind of fighting right now.
Just stay there. Stay there. There's another one behind me. Hey. Open this up for longer. Yeah, I got it right there. Okay, go. Thank you.
What do we need, chest seal?
Check my pulse, the guy behind me. Yeah. He's breathing, so.
Chest seal.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wound. Okay.
Holy shit.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up now. Up this way.
We're just go in the tub. Go sit in the tub.
He's in the bathroom, up here.
A couple of you asked, can the people in court see the video? When the court indicated that when the videos are sealed, that they are not being displayed to the audience, but they are on would be on the screens for like counsel table. So I don't know if they can see them like a little bit, maybe not, but they're not being displayed to them.
Yeah. Chest seal.
I shifted the screen a little bit too. That was me.
Ready? As soon as I let go. Come for it. Ready? Go for it. Ready? We missed one. Chest seal.
Get another one.
Yeah, the jury's going to hear that. I mean, we've heard different parts of these body cams over and over. But I'm also finishing.
Sit in the tub.
Snacks.
Just sit in the tub.
It's easier to hear him tell the defendant to sit in the tub on his body cam.
Just whatever you. Hey, get another. ALT, get more blowout kits. Is there anything else that we know of other than this?
This one and the guy behind me.
On this female.
I don't know. Okay. I do not know. We're going to have defense wounds to the hand, but.
Everybody's accounted for. Probably from the need for canine or healer at this point.
Canine 10.
Securing firearm. Just leave it. Where it is.
Tank.
Yep.
Since we got this kind of waiting for the medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by 1 second.
Medics expedite.
Do we have a pulse on anybody?
I could feel him breathing.
Do you have a pulse on him?
No.
No pulse? Okay, so we have one.
CPR on, go ahead. Do CPR on.
Yeah, if you don't have anything, start going. Start doing.
All right, who's the most viable, you guys know?
This one apparently has a pulse.
All right.
Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
James, where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, you do CPR with gunshot wound.
I felt the pulse when I was holding the neck.
All right.
We have multiple chest seals on the neck. We don't know if we have them right here.
We don't know any of
Multiple
them.
stab wounds to the neck. We have chest seals.
Yes.
Don't know if we actually have them.
Don't know if it's one on the other side. We don't know.
Okay, she's still breathing?
We can feel blood moving. We can see her. We can see her cheek.
You can stop doing CPR on him.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're going to get her.
Okay. Get down. You do this.
Yeah, this. She's breathing over here. This is bleeding.
You're good.
That's why we're moving her. Take him downstairs. You can't feel both?
Are you hurt? Do you have any injuries?
Sorry, I don't think so.
You don't know? Okay, just stay where you are. Stay where you
No
are.
pulse wounds, dude.
Nothing?
There's nothing. So what's the story?
Do you live here?
This is my house. This is my wife. I don't know him.
Similar to what the defendant said on 911. This is my house. This is my wife. I don't know him. It's much clearer on this body cam, which is helpful.
Don't know him. This is your wife.
The other woman is our AuPair, Nanny.
Where is she?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know. How long have they been down? It's right there.
How long? Right when you called us?
She called. She had to find her phone. My hands
Okay.
were covered.
All right. You're gonna stay right here with me until we get this sorted out a little bit, okay?
Yeah, you're going to stay with me until we get this sorted. Facts.
Okay, all right.
He doesn't know. That's your wife. This is my wife.
So he's. Yeah.
You don't know that guy at all?
No, he's a shooter.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out where's the gun currently. Leave them right where they are. If that's where we found them,
We moved them away.
all right.
There was
That's fine.
so much crosstalk with the officers trying to figure out what is happening.
You know, sir, just have a seat. We're gonna close these doors.
They're in the bathroom.
You guys are good right there.
Hey, Sarge.
What's up?
You want us to escort him outside?
No, right now they're working, so we're just gonna leave.
It's going to be much easier for the jury, again, because they have video with the audio. Again, that's going to be hard because they're going to see the whole crime scene, but it's going to be easier for them to differentiate the crosstalk because they're going to be able to see some of who's looking at who, unless the officer is just facing the defendant and people are talking beside them, and then they're not going to be able to see it at all. So.
Let them work.
Does she have a pulse?
I'm not sure. Not working. Okay. Okay. All right. So once they...
Is she going to be okay?
We're going to let them work for a minute. We're going to let them do what they need to do. We'll just get you downstairs. Hey, Stefiani? Or Hugh? Very closely, we're going to escort him down. Just don't touch anything. Let's let them... Sorry. Let them go first. I thought they were going to...
Is there kids down there? The kids are out of the way.
My daughter's here. I don't know.
I think the AuPair got her out.
Don't worry about that. Okay. Just grab the monitor. The monitor, we'll go with it. That's fine. Zach, stay.
I heard him saying my daughter's here, and they're saying that the AuPair got her.
Here. You're with me.
Hold on. What are we doing here?
He's going to say we're going to make sure no one else is hurt in the house.
Okay, all right. We're going to get husband downstairs. You need a second? Yeah. Have a seat. Just write down. Just have a seat.
It sounds anyone who has done any medical anything, you can just hear that the defendant sounded, or it sounds like the defendant was wobbly, and he's like, have a seat, no, down, sit. Because the last thing I am sure any of these officers want is defendant to then pass out in the bathroom and fall. Like, it's just sit. That was so clear. Sit down. Do not faint. Sit down.
He's starting to lose it a little bit. Hey, boss, can we get one of you guys to check him out?
Yeah, I got more units here. We'll check him out.
Yeah, boss, can we get him out of here, please?
If we could terminate the view. And then at some point after the view that we just saw, did the defendant leave the bedroom?
He did.
And who was left in the room with you when he left?
First, it was 2 personnel from the fire department, and then a third joined us.
And when you were in the bedroom after the defendant had left, were there any firearms, unsecured firearms in the room?
There were 2 unsecured firearms.
I am going to speed us up because we have heard these answers from multiple officers at this point.
Located on the bed.
And did you make any observations about the state of the bedroom when you were speaking with the firefighters?
Yes. I noticed a man stated that the blood appeared to have been there a while. It appeared that it had...
I immediately regret speeding this up. What did you just say? It appeared that the blood had been there a while is noted. That's noted. I hope she asks you to elaborate.
Been soaked into the carpet, started to dry in certain areas.
Oh, I'm just backing that up.
Firefighters.
Yes. I noticed a man stated that the blood appeared to have been there a while. It appeared that it had been soaked into the carpet, started to dry in certain areas, and then there was a specific location near the female that appeared to be clotting or clumping together.
I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
That's interesting. All right. Defense, you're immediately getting 1.25 speed. We can get a little bit of a view of the courtroom. It's been a minute since we've had this view of the courtroom. But we've got a little bit of a view of the courtroom. If those of you who are just popping in for trial and are like, hey, that looks familiar. Yes. Same courtroom from the Deppard case.
Officer Beckner, do you know, or Lieutenant Beckner, sorry.
Lieutenant Gibbons, sir.
Do you know what order you were there?
He tried to correct him that was the wrong last name, and defense just kept rolling.
There, from FCPD.
For the record, Lieutenant Gibbons, and I do not know.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Gibbons. I apologize.
Okay. First handful, 5 or 6 maybe.
Okay. Do you know who the first person was?
Who cares, counsel? Who cares? You're going to hear from all of them. All of law enforcement is on the witness list.
Okay. And so you essentially at the moment you got in, you took over kind of custody or observation of my client, correct?
So I took command of the scene inside.
Because he was the lieutenant.
I took command of the inside of the residence. That was my role.
Okay. And were you asked to do that?
Or he was the on-scene sergeant?
No, that was my job as the squad sergeant.
Okay, so did you provide a chest seal or anything like that?
I did.
Okay.
Did someone ask to do that? No, sir. It's command structure. See, when I arrived, I was then the highest ranking person on scene. So that means this is now my problem because I was the sergeant. Did anyone ask you to do that? No, because command structure and rank. You know what the defense hasn't asked in cross, though? He hasn't asked how many witnesses are we on? 4? The defense hasn't asked a single one where they work now and when they were transferred. And I don't know if it was not the first responders, if it was in the homicide unit, but he hasn't asked any of them that.
Okay, and then that's when you went into the bathroom and told him to sit on the bathtub and all those sorts of things?
Correct.
Okay, and that was, were you observing that he wasn't able to stand at that point? Or were you just saying, this is where I want you to be while this is going on?
So in patrol capacity, my firearm is located on my thigh. And the stance I was in while rendering aid, my right thigh was directly facing him into the doorway of the bathroom. So to prevent any access to a firearm, as he was identified as the shooter of the event, but also it was a very crowded space. So I determined the tub was a safe location for him to be, either sitting in it, on it, outside of.
He's like, counsel, I'm thigh strapped. Also, you can't do that to this chat, sir. They're not responsible. I'm teasing. But also, he's like, look, I know where my weapon is. He was identified as the shooter. I do not want him to have access to grab the weapon off of my thigh. So no, into the bathtub you go. into the bathtub. But I was not a law enforcement officer. I never worked in law enforcement. I've worked in EMT capacities. I've worked as a DA. I had numerous cases where people in various levels of grief have attacked law enforcement. Car accident scenes, stuff like that, where somebody showed up and is just absolutely in full like fight or flight overload. So law enforcement really can't be too careful of making sure that the defendant doesn't have access to weapons. You never know. I'm sure all of you that work in hospitals have seen the craziness. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. So, it's a tight space. We put him in the bathtub. Great.
Where we needed to work.
Okay, so he hadn't at that point experienced the issues regarding his legs that you saw later in your video?
Not that I noticed.
Okay, you didn't notice that. Now, the dispatch told you that he was the shooter?
I don't recall.
Okay.
If it was dispatcher, I know officers on scene made comments or statements that he was the shooter.
Okay. Did any of those officers or people on the scene tell you that he was also a law enforcement officer?
I don't think so.
Did you notice that he had magazines on his belt or handcuffs?
No.
It was his birthday and he was off. And he's rolling around with his, like a duty belt? It's not very concealed. Weren't they supposed to be going to the zoo?
Okay. You escorted him out, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Who do you remember escorting him out?
It was Officer Hugh was one of them. And I don't know if it was now Sergeant Bell. He may have been the second officer.
Okay. Could it have been Officer Beckner?
Could have.
Okay. And were you aware that Officer Beckner in the
there are some strapped IRS
took two magazine
agents? Because the IRS has investigative divisions. So yes, there are some
cases. I may not know the term. And handcuffs and a Garmin watch. Did you know that was taken from him?
I was aware that 2 magazines and a watch were removed. I was unaware of any handcuffs.
Okay. So when was it you were became aware of that?
Once he was in an ambulance.
Okay. So you didn't realize he was a law enforcement officer until well after the heat of the moment.
I don't think at that point I even knew he was a law enforcement officer.
Okay. And so is it fair to say
I'm waiting for him to go, I mean... sure.
Dispatch didn't communicate any of that
Didn't I speed this up?
information, or
Shit, I did.
would you have missed it if it was communicated?
There's always information that potentially gets missed, especially on a high priority call where you're trying to get to a residence or a scene as fast as you can to render aid and try to save a life. So if they did and it was voiced or
He's like, I don't give a fuck if he is a federal agent.
Written in the CAD, I did not notice.
Okay. And have you reviewed your CAD or any of those records from that day?
I've reviewed my body camera footage. I did not review the CAD comment, the CAD event.
Now, is the body cam footage that we just saw, is that a portion of it or is that all of it?
That's a portion.
Okay. And how many more minutes are there that we didn't see?
Without looking at the timestamp, a couple minutes.
Okay. When do you recall? So I think Ms. Bristler may have asked you about how the body camera works and how it gets started. How does it get shut off?
Excuse me. Usually manually, unless it runs out of battery.
Okay. Did you run out of battery?
No.
Okay. So manually, you shut it off at some point.
Correct.
How long after the last scene we saw in that audio or video clip was it?
A few minutes.
Okay. No. Would it have been? Do you know where it would have been?
After the defendant was in an ambulance, and I was told that there were 2 magazines and a watch removed from this person.
Okay.
Yeah, he was in charge of the scene. Correct. Everybody else was doing shit.
Now, your observations that you made.
Counsel, do you not have the police reports? Because I'm not sure that your cross has illuminated anything or pointed out any inconsistencies.
Regarding the room, do you have training in those observations?
As a law enforcement officer, we're trained to make observations, take note of things that will help investigators. I have taken numerous classes through our academy, one of which I don't know the specific name of it, is involving blood specifically.
Okay. And so you knew what clotting looked like?
I knew what dry blood looked like, and I knew the blood as it was clumping. I don't know the technical term.
Okay.
I'm not an expert for that.
Gotcha.
But
He's like, sir, I was looking at it with my eyes.
my observations at the time, that's what it appeared to be.
Okay. Your Honor, court's indulgence.
Not the Lonard's indulgence, though.
I was within probably a minute or so.
Okay.
Without looking at the camera.
Do you remember?
I remember it all being very close to each other, or close together. The scene as a whole, although it's multiple minutes, in your head.
And did you say anything to allay his concerns about his daughter, like she was with the nanny or with another officer or anything like that?
Yes, I did. I told him that I believe the AuPair had gotten her out of the house.
Okay. And you'd heard that from others?
Yes.
Okay. Did that seem to work with regard to him being upset?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did that seem to work? The fact that you said that he had broken down?
No, it didn't change his demeanor. It didn't make him happier, if that's what you're looking for.
Well, I'm just curious what you saw.
Counsel, you asked him a question, he gave you an answer, and then you snark at him and are like, I'm just asking what you saw. His demeanor didn't change. Dead ass what he saw. We're like less than 3 hours into this trial, you guys. It's too early to be this annoyed.
He was upset. He was visually upset.
That's what he saw.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment.
No. Redirect.
No need for recall.
Okay, so you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day, Lieutenant.
All right. No redirect. We're done with this witness. These cross-examinations have been a choice.
Useful.
All right, your next witness.
Judge, the next witness I have is Dr. Kessler, Your Honor. This is going to be a longer...
Why don't you approach on me?
Okay. They're approaching, I would imagine, for scheduling. Dr. Kessler, I believe, is the medical examiner. We can't hear what they're saying as they are up at the bench. A scene that we have not seen in a minute. We have not gotten everybody up at the bench, but I think that's the court reporter who's got the plaid skirt. It's very cute. All right. Though I love seeing a bench moment with Judge A.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, in planning the nature of the course of the evidence in the afternoon, we're going to go ahead and take an early lunch recess at this point from 12:30 to 1:30. That way we'll have more continuity with the evidence as it comes in today, okay? So let's go ahead and do that.
All right.
Go back with the deputy. That she'll give you all your lunch options. Please do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Thanks, Judge A. I want to see if she says anything to the lawyers.
I have two other items. One of them is the technology. If we could make sure, and if you're going to use a document camera for the medical examiner, can you make sure that's up and running for your tangible evidence? And also, whatever you need to do to get your technology, make sure it's ready before the jury comes in. I'd appreciate it. Other than that...
Counsel, get it together. Whatever it takes for you to make sure that your tech is running, do it now.
One other thing is, I don't know how your evidence is going to go, but if you have sealed evidence and the unsealed evidence goes to the gallery, okay, automatically. So when you're...
Wait, did we know that Judge A had tattoos? Judge A, I love an arm. Judge A, I love an arm tattoo. Your Honor. I'm here for all of it. I don't know if I knew that. Oh, Judge A, I love it. I spied some ink. Here for
sealed evidence and the unsealed evidence goes to the gallery, okay, automatically. So when you're going to go from an unsealed evidence to sealed evidence, please let us know, because we're not that fast on the button. So you just let us know that the next exhibit you're going to show is sealed so we can take care of it.
That was Kelly stating terminate. We had spoken with your clerk about having a keyword to let her know we were ready.
Right, well, we had one with 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
7 was unsealed, so that was shown in the gallery, and we went to 8 without any notification. So we were as quick as we could.
Okay.
But if we could keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Anything else, Mr. Kara? All right, we'll see you all at 1:30 then, okay?
All rise.
Judge A's like, and we're out. Go to lunch. All right. Love Judge A. Let us zoom. We are at lunch on day 1 of the Banfield trial. It's been referred to widely as the AuPair affair trial, and you know that a cheeky name is not really what I do with a murder trial. However, it is, in this one case, a fairly accurate descriptor. The defense said in opening statements that they're not going to argue that there wasn't an affair here. They're arguing about whether the murder was committed by this defendant. And we went through numerous law enforcement first responders and body cam footage that the jury saw, that we heard, and talking about going through the response to the house, establishing that the victim, Joseph Ryan, would have been DOA. Law enforcement was like, I don't even know what to do here. Apparent gunshot wound to the head and chest, no pulse. Then talking about Christine Banfield and the fact that she was breathing, and then trying to perform life-saving measures on her while waiting for paramedics to arrive, saying that she was removed from the house as quickly as possible once paramedics got there. Then the defendant was put into another paramedic or another ambulance and checked. After he was checked, he was searched. He had 2 cell phones. He had multiple gun magazines on his belt, handcuffs. He let law enforcement know that one of the weapons in the bedroom was his duty weapon. That was the one with a flashlight, that the other one was not. That he went to the hospital after the doctors told him his wife had passed, that he was crying, and that's when one of the officers let him wash his hands at the hospital at that point. That he had identified himself to law enforcement as the shooter. And then we heard the first officer, or the last officer that testified in the morning, talk about why he had asked the defendant to go sit in the bathtub, and talking about it being kind of a small space with a lot of law enforcement trying to control that scene. But what was interesting from that last witness is that he discussed that he noted in the bedroom that blood had soaked into the carpet, that some of the blood was drying in areas and some of it was starting to clump or clot. And so there was some brief discussion about that on cross-examination. And then we are going to get to the medical examiner testimony. We are going to watch the medical examiner get called, and then I am going to skip all of the background training and experience, all of what a, medical examiner is, and skip to the details of the autopsy. So that's what we're going to do next. Leonards, let us zoom to the next witness taking the stand, and then we will zoom past that because, well, if you would like to go watch the entirety of the testimony of the medical examiner, you can. Otherwise, I imagine that the medical examiner is in fact qualified. I don't expect any coroner armpits situations, and then we will hear about the autopsies performed. I'm still going to put it at 1.25 speed because everybody has been speaking conscientiously. So we're moving on to witness number 5. Some of you noted in the chat that in real time they are almost done with this case. Yeah, it's gone faster than I thought it would, but we will be skipping over some witnesses as we get through this case and parts of witnesses. Though I think that the coroner is
Ladies and gentlemen, are your next
needed
witness?
testimony.
Judge, our next witness is Dr. Kessler.
Dr. Kessler?
Stand for your please, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name and spell it for first and last name for the court record, please?
Yes, Dr. Meghan Kessler, MEG.
We can tell you're from the OCME because your lanyard says you have come from work. It's giving, I came from work.
EHAN, Kessler, Kessler.
And what is your profession?
I'm an assistant chief medical examiner, also known as a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a type of
Coroner. You're the coroner. You're the coroner. Fantastic. So the coroner is testifying and did the autopsies in this case, went to Penn State for her residency. She's a medical doctor. They asked about board certifications. Look, I have trauma from this courtroom talking about board certifications. So what do you do as an ME? I do autopsies. Autopsies are what we do. And did you do the autopsies in this case? Yes. So as we get to the autopsies, we're going to zoom until they do that. They are evaluating the reports. They are doing the foundation for the reports, clarifying that those are the reports for both victims. So they're going to be discussing 2 autopsies. Why are you at sidebar? All right, shit. We're going to back up real quick. Because why are you at sidebar?
And Judge, at this point, both exhibits I would ask for to be entered as Commonwealths 11 and 12. They should be sealed.
If we could approach this for a moment.
Oh, the court asked for it. Okay. I was just wondering why. But the court asked for it. All right. Not sure why. They're admitting the autopsies under seal, which means that the jury will see them. The public will not. It's not uncommon for autopsies. Sometimes they will release the autopsy report, like the written report and the diagram, but not the photos, which is common.
And during an autopsy, are you able to determine a person?
We're still on background of what's an autopsy and what can you decide at an autopsy and what's determined, cause of death, manner of death, how it's done, what you look at. So they're going over the basics of the autopsy. So we are now going to the autopsy of Joe Ryan. So I'm going to put us back into the evidence here, or back into the testimony here.
Were you able to determine his height and weight?
Yes.
And was his body clothed when you began your exam?
Yes.
After documenting the clothing, what did you do with it?
The clothing was removed, photographed, and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And did you take any physical samples from his body?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what physical samples you took and what you did with them?
What's called a PERC kit was completed, which is a physical evidence recovery kit. It's something that consists of specific
I had to double check.
To
we still are at 1.25 speed.
Include head hair, swabs from the oral cavity of the mouth, the underwear, comb of the pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, genital swabs, and anorectal swabs. Also, a sample of blood on a blood card and fingernail clippings. In addition to that PERC kit, I also did swabs of the palms and the backs of the hands and fibers from one of the hands as well.
And what did you do with these samples after you finished collecting them for the physical evidence recovery kit?
I placed them in sealed bags and transferred them to law enforcement.
And can you describe for the jury what your physical findings were from the examination of Joe's body?
He had 2 gunshot wounds.
And where were those 2 gunshot wounds located?
There's a gunshot wound of the head. The entrance was on the right side of the head. And there was a gunshot wound of the chest, which with the entrance on the left side of the chest.
I am going to first show you Commonwealth 13, and I'd ask that to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. And Judge, as we described, these photos are sealed.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
They're going to go through the autopsy
do you recognize
photos.
This photo?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a photograph from Autopsy that has the ruler with the case number N2023-00363.
So I imagine they're going to show the entry wounds, exit wounds, etc.
On it.
And what does the image depict?
It is a right profile view of Mr. Ryan's head.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the wound as you saw it and when you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth 13 and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
All right, 13 under seal to the jury.
So that was
Can you
foundation.
tell the jury what is meant by the terms entry wound and exit wound as it pertains to a wound caused by a bullet?
An entrance wound is where a bullet enters the body. An exit wound is where it might exit the body and leave the body.
And were you able to tell if this wound to Joe Ryan's head was an entry or an exit wound?
Yes.
How can you tell that this bullet was an entry wound?
It's an entrance wound. It has a characteristic round appearance with an abrasion to the edges of it. And also, there is no exit. A bullet was recovered from the wound path within his head.
And what means, if any, exist that would inform a medical examiner's determinations regarding the distance from which a person had been shot?
It sounds like they're going to talk about stippling and what have you, but yes, this is an entrance wound and there is no exit wound is fairly easy for them to determine.
Gun is fired, not just does the bullet leave the muzzle. Soot, dirt, debris. There is burning gunpowder flakes.
And yes, I am sped
leaving
up.
The muzzle as well. And if the gun's fired close enough to the person, the skin,
Everyone
it
is
can be
speaking
deposited and
very
cause some characteristic injuries on the skin.
thoughtfully.
If it's fired from farther away, those particles are light enough that they kind of drop out and they don't leave any evidence.
Were you able to make any determinations about the physical distance between Joe and the person who shot him from your examination of this head wound?
Based on this examination, the distance is indeterminate. There's no evidence of soot or stippling on the skin of the wound.
And
So further
in
away.
relation to
Okay.
where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled
Then
after
why
entering
cover
Joe's
it?
head?
The bullet entered the skin on the right side of the head, injured muscles of soft tissue, the skull, the facial bones, the bones around the eye, the right eye, and the left cheek, and caused fractures of the base of the skull, bleeding on the brain. And it traveled from right to left, back to front to back, and downward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through those areas, which of Joe's bodily functions might have been impacted or would have been impacted, and how?
It is causing, the wound path caused bleeding on the brain, which is an injury of the brain.
They are going through all of this because they, again, have to prove that someone passed. Obviously, they're having an autopsy done. They passed, but they need to show how and why. So we are going to hear the rest of the injury findings. However, the gunshot wound to the head, gunshot wound to the chest are fairly clear.
Impacted his eye. He can no longer see. He has no eye. There's evidence that there was breathing of blood, hemoaspiration, and swallowing of blood.
And what if any effect would you expect this injury to have on a person's ability to see, speak, or make vocal sounds?
So the injury, the gunshot wound path injures the right eye. The left eye is still intact. He could see, potentially. To be able to speak or make noises, the injury is not of his larynx where the vocal cords are, where the sounds are generated. So potentially could still make noises. There's no physical injury of that area.
I wonder if the prosecution is going to discuss that first 911 call in any way. In this line of questioning. Hey, Trev. I couldn't tell you were home because I didn't hear your cat screaming. How you feeling? You look tired. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, there's the George screaming. Yeah. I spoke too soon. Sorry, we interrupt your regularly scheduled trial for for George yelling at Travis because Travis is home and came in to say hello. So, hi, George. Good to see you, buddy. I know. George is like, I have my human. I'm all good. I look totally the wrong way. Oh, he is purring so loud. So, all right. All right, T. Thanks for saying hi. Mm-hmm. Dad's out at the grocery store. Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks, buddy. I'm trying not to count down the days that we have left of Travis getting to pop in and say hi on stream. I'm trying to not to. For anyone new or newer to the channel, my kiddo's a senior in high school, so it is looming. All right. Let us resume.
And in the course of your work as a medical examiner, are you able to quantify in terms of time the speed at which a bullet wound would be able to kill someone?
Sometimes.
And can you describe those temporal differences? How you would describe them?
There are times when I can say a wound is immediately or instantly fatal, and that's typically when it's an injury that disconnects the brainstem and the head, ceasing breathing and heart functions. This wound is still intact. This wound is considered rapidly fatal, meaning seconds to minutes, injuring vital structures of the body with some survival.
And given that you found no exit wound caused by this bullet, were you able to locate the bullet, and where was it?
Yes. A bullet fragment was recovered from the left cheek, just in front of the left ear, and bullet fragments were also recovered through the wound path in the head.
And what did you do upon locating this item in Joe's head?
The bullet fragments were photographed, placed into a bag, and sealed and transferred to police.
And at this point, I'm going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 14.
All right, so they are getting into, look, the evidence went into evidence bags, which is fantastic. Ms. G4 said, what is Fred going to do when T is off to college? Fred will find any adequate human. George, on the other hand, is much more particular. George is like soul bonded to Travis. So George,
I'm going to pass up if I could.
Was a little stressed this last summer when Travis was on tour. So George,
what I'm identifying as Commonwealth's 14,
is sad when Travis is gone.
And I'm going to ask if you're familiar with that exhibit.
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
We're going to zoom past some of these exhibitees. If they do any forensic matching of bullets later, I don't know. When the defendant is like, hey, I shot that person with my gun, I'm not really sure if connecting the gun, and the bullet are all that helpful to me, because it seems that in this case, it's not in question that Joe Ryan was shot by the defendant. It seems in question as to whether that was done like in defense of others, being Christine, or if that was done as part of a larger plan to murder Christine. Like the why seems much more in question than the how and the who. So we're going to zoom past the evidence recovered from the victim. I just don't think any of that is in question. And we've already heard that the two, I have no idea what they were showing on screen, but we're zooming past it. So they are going back through some more autopsy photos and the photos of the wounds. So we're going to go through how the shot to the chest happened, because that's what they are going to cover.
You can see one on the arm. There's also
They're just talking about the medical interventions.
And the chest wound, is the chest wound an entry wound or an exit wound?
An entrance wound.
And how do we know this?
It is round, has an abrasion, and a bullet is recovered from the body.
In relation to where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after it entered Joe's chest?
The bullet injures the skin, soft tissue, and the muscle, the rib cage, the pericardium, which is the sac that the heart resides in, the heart, the aorta, which is a major blood vessel coming off of the heart, and the outside of the esophagus, which is the food tube to the stomach, and the T8 spine. The bullet traveled from left to right, front to back, and upward.
It is a fair point. A number of you have pointed out that there were two guns and that the defendant purchased a gun for the AuPair. So which gun the bullet came from, I've forgotten about the two guns. See, because we're zooming. Which gun the bullet came from, and if both bullets came from the same gun, fair. Chat, appreciate it. Very fair. Yes. If it's his duty weapon versus not, that would be helpful, I think, to the jury to know.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through these areas of Joe's chest and his upper body, can you tell us which of Joe's bodily functions would have been impacted and how?
The injury of the rib cage will impact breathing. Rib cage is needed for breathing. The injury of the pericardium in the heart puts a hole in the heart, so therefore it is now bleeding, leaking blood, and no longer pumping blood to the body effectively. There are holes in the aorta, which is a major blood vessel carrying blood, so now it is also bleeding. And there is injury of the T8 spine, the actual bone that the spinal cord is in, and the spinal cord itself is markedly softened, it's contusion, and bleeding around it, so it is also injured.
And given that you were, that there's no exit wound that we've seen, were you able to locate this bullet?
Yes.
And what did you do upon locating the bullet?
Bullet was put into evidence. They, I imagine, are going to hand that to her. We're going to zoom them handing that to her, identifying it as evidence, identifying that that is the bullet that they removed from the victim, and they are getting back to discussing the injuries there.
Was there anything about the structure and its injuries that was significant?
As I previously said, the bullet traveled through the heart, so now the heart is leaking, bleeding, and no longer able to effectively pump blood.
And are you able to make any determination about his condition when that bullet injured his heart?
There was 1,200 milliliters of blood in the left side of the left chest cavity, which is 1.2 liters. So with the hole in the heart, some blood will leak passively out. However, to get 1.2 liters of blood into the left chest cavity, there has to be some sort of a pulse indicating there is some survival for at least an amount of time.
And regarding the blood that was on Joe's face, did either the head wound or the chest wound result in that amount of blood on his face?
There's a gunshot wound to the right side of his head, and as is, when I received his body, there was blood from his nose, ears, and mouth. And that injury of the gunshot wound to the head injured the skull and the facial bones, which injured the sinus cavities and the airways. So it can result in blood coming out of the ears, nose, and mouth and onto the face.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Joe Ryan?
Yes.
And what are they?
Gunshot
wounds. The cause
wounds.
of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner is homicide.
Yeah.
Now I'd like to turn to the autopsy of Christine Banfield.
I mean, nobody was surprised by that.
I'll give you a moment to get situated. Sorry. Was she clothed when you examined her?
She was partially clothed with socks.
And did she have anything else on her person other than clothing?
Yes, there were glasses on the top of her head and her hair. She had a necklace around her neck. She had earrings in her earlobes, and she had 2 rings on her left fourth finger.
And were you able to determine her height and weight?
Was she awake? And it put her glasses on her head? Because she was in bed. But was she awake in bed?
Yes.
After documenting her weight, her socks, jewelry, and glasses, what did you do with the items?
The personal effects were photographed and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
I'm going to show you a photograph that I'm going to identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50, and I'd ask for it to be shown to the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has the rule.
All right, so I am going to continue to zoom through this. A lot of you are asking about what the victim had on. Earlier, the officer who walked into the bedroom and first observed, or it seems first to observe the defendant, the victim was nude from what the officer could see, and the defendant was over her with bloody hands. That is what he said in his testimony. So no, I don't think her clothing was removed in life-saving attempts because of what law enforcement said when they came in. Some of you are like, no, I fall asleep with my glasses on my head when I read. Fair enough. So unknown, but we might hear more. I'm going to zoom past her authenticating the autopsy reports, authenticating the photos from the autopsy reports, going through, taking samples all the same samples we heard would have been taken here. And then as we get into the injury determinations, we will get back to her testimony.
Cutting wounds and some of the wounds as stab wounds.
So now we are going to get into that.
There it is. Okay. You described some of the wounds as cutting wounds and some of the wounds as stab wounds. Can you describe the difference for us, please?
By definition, both wounds are sharp force injuries, so some injuries that are caused by something sharp, like a knife. Stab wounds, by definition, are deeper than they are long on the skin, and cutting wounds are longer on the surface of the skin than they go deep.
And I am going to show you a series of photographs at this point, and if I could have the view now be to counsel and the witness only for this portion.
Okay.
Those that I'm going to identify by number as I move.
As they go through identifying the injury photos, we will not see those. The jury will see those. They've laid foundation. That's quite a lot of photos. These are the photos from the autopsy. I don't know who asked to approach, if it was the prosecution or the defense, but they're up at the bench doing things that we're not going to hear about because they're doing things at the bench. We're going to zoom through the sidebar, and the prosecution's laying out which numbers of photos that they are going to enter over the objection of the defendant, which is odd to me because they're autopsy photos. So, I mean, maybe he objected that they're cumulative. All right.
Her neck.
They're going to go through those photos and talk about them with the jury.
2 and 23.
We will not see those.
Can you describe where on Christine's body the stab wound appeared?
This is the left side of her neck, and it's a stab wound that's horizontally oriented on the left side of her neck with a cutting wound extending from the superior, which is the top aspect of the stab wound on the left side of her neck.
And going forward to 24 and 25, can you describe where on Christine's body this area of multiple stab wounds appeared?
Yes, this is the left side of her face and neck. The right side of her face and neck. There are multiple stab wounds and cutting wounds in this photograph. There is a vertical stab wound depicted as letter C on my autopsy report, which injures muscle and goes to the bottom of her skull and causes a fractured notched defect. There are 3 stab wounds on the left side of her neck that you can also see in this photograph. They're closely oriented and on the skin. The wound paths commingle, meaning overlap, underneath the skin and the muscle in her neck. And they injure the left jugular vein, which is a major vein in the neck, the right carotid artery, and the larynx, which is the breathing tube, the epiglottis, the esophagus. There is a stab wound at the anterior aspect as well, kind of towards the front of her face with a cutting wound, as well as an abrasion present in this photograph.
And can you describe the various depths of the wounds that we see here?
The wounds.
They are going to go through this a bit more between the difference between the stabbing wounds and the more like slicing, or she called them cutting wounds. I am going to zoom until they get to cause and manner of death. I imagine, because the prosecutor said in their opening that the blood evidence is going to be important to their case, that we will hear more about the blood evidence and the type of wounds. So there are some deeper wounds. They also do their best to measure some of those things, which they can. So I'm going to zoom through some of those photos and description of the wounds, because again, the jury will have the descriptions of each wound. And, all right. Well, no, they're going a totally different direction. They are bringing in the knife that they recovered to show the coroner. Okay. I guess they went to sidebar about it.
All right, any objection to 26, Mr. Kerr?
I'm sorry, good.
Any objection to 26?
That would explain why they were talking about the
All right,
depth of the
26.
injuries.
If we could remove
if they are
it
bringing
from
in the knife.
And then if Dr.
So they have a sheriff's deputy in the courtroom, for those of you listening in the background, who have removed, or who has, with gloves on, removed the knife from the evidence box and the evidence bag and is showing that knife to the coroner.
Kessler, that item, Commonwealth's Exhibit 26, as you're looking at it, is that item something that could have caused the wounds to Christine Banfield's neck?
Yes, it is a single-edged knife of a compatible size with the injuries on her neck.
And if we
So compatible with the injuries on the neck.
could display it on the document camera.
Sure.
And then they're going to put the knife on the document camera, but the sheriff has her back to the jury. Like, turn it around so the jury can see it.
If we could display it on the document camera.
Sure.
Okay. So they're going to put that on the document camera. I would imagine they would just hold it up to the jury. The last time we were in this courtroom, they were also holding up a knife in the courtroom, which is a strange symmetry.
There's a button that zooms in and out too if you need it.
Judge A's like, get the tech together.
Put it away for now.
Okay.
I would like to talk about some of the additional injuries that you noted in your report. The photographs that we're going to be looking at have already been admitted, but they are under seal. So we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 27. Can you describe the injuries that are depicted in that photo?
In this photograph of the front of Christine's head and face, there is a abrasion on her forehead. There's an abrasion on her left eyelid. You can see abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And then moving on to 28 and 29, can you describe the injuries that we're seeing in these photos?
This photograph shows 3 abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And I am going to go back to 24, which we've seen before.
Slow us down.
Is there an additional injury that
No.
you noted?
I did not slow us down. I keep thinking I've slowed us down, and I did not slow us down.
We can see in this photo.
On the right side of her chin at the angle of the jaw, there are contusions, which are bruises.
And going forward to Commonwealth's 30, can you describe the injury that we see here?
And that is an abrasion on the underside of her chin.
And in Commonwealth's 31, can you describe the injuries additional to the stab wounds that we see?
There's an abrasion at the kind of the backside of the neck. There's a bruise on the top of the right shoulder.
And moving forward to 32 and 33, can you describe the injuries we see in these photos?
In this photograph, there is a cutting wound on the top of the left shoulder with 2 adjacent abrasions or scrapes.
And in Commonwealth's 34, can you describe the injuries that you see in this photo?
In this photograph, you can see a bruise on the front side of her right arm, the upper chest on the right side, and the left side.
And in Commonwealth's 35, go ahead.
Is another photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 36 and Commonwealth's 37, can you describe this injury for us?
This is a photograph of a bruise on the inside of her right arm.
And
That explains why they introduced so many pictures. They introduced
looking at
quite a large group of
Commonwealth's
photos.
39, can you describe that injury for us?
And that is a more close-up photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And the Commonwealth's 40.
This is a photograph of her body from the right lateral, the side. which includes the bruise on the front of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 41, can you describe the injury for us in this photo?
This photo shows a portion of the right hand at the palm and the right forearm, and there are abrasions across the forearm.
And 42, Commonwealth's 42?
Is a bruise on the back side of the right hand.
And Commonwealth's 43, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is the inside of the left arm, or the medial aspect, and it shows bruises.
And you say medial aspect, what's that part? What does that mean?
The inside, the side that's closer to your body.
And in Commonwealth's 44, what injury do we see here?
This is the front side of her right thigh, and there is a dark bruise and a fainter horizontal bruise across the front of the right thigh.
And in Commonwealth's 45, can you describe what injuries we're seeing here?
This is a picture of the left leg at the knee, and just below the knee, there is a bruise on the left leg.
And in Commonwealth's 46 and Commonwealth's 47, can you describe the injuries that we see in those photos?
These are photographs of the front side of the right thigh. The first photograph is further away. The second is close up, again, of a bruise.
And in Commonwealth's 48 and 49, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is a photograph of the back side of her left leg at her calf. The first is a far away picture, and the second is a closer up photograph, also of a bruise.
When I was reading your report, I noticed that the abrasions are all described as orange or red. Is there any significance to orange and red abrasions?
The color red typically describes bleeding, or what we call vital reaction. So the body is perfused. There's blood in the capillaries and the blood vessels around that area. The heart is pumping. There's a pulse. Vital reaction are typically associated with red abrasions and injuries. Orange abrasions are a little more unclear. They can be what we call perimortem, which is at or around the time of death, or they could be postmortem, after death, and they are lacking that red vital reaction.
And I also noticed that the contusions or bruises are all described as purple, blue, pink, gray. Is there any significance to these colors?
As we're all well aware, bruises can come in a variety of colors. Typically, after a bruise appears, it can have a different appearance on different people. And as a bruise breaks down and heals and ages, it can change colors. Typically, a bruise that is more than 24 or 48 hours a bruise that is yellow or green is typically more than 24 or 48 hours. Just because a bruise isn't yellow or green doesn't mean that you can age it.
And so if you noted green or yellow contusions, would you be able to tell us how old those were?
That would be more definitive evidence of, yes, that is an older bruise.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that the bruises that we see on Christine Banfield are not as old as a yellow or green bruise would be?
There are no yellow or green bruises, so therefore there is no definitive evidence of older bruises.
And I want to talk a bit again about the wound paths in the cutting wounds and the stab wounds on Christine's neck. Is there anything about their location on her body, their shape, their commingled nature that can tell us anything significant about her condition when they were inflicted?
Because they are...
It's an awkward question.
Closely oriented. The shapes are needed to be reapproximated, which could indicate movement by her or the assailant in the knife, which indicates she is alive.
And when you examined her respiratory...
I don't think it was a well-asked question. I think the doctor is trying to do her best to answer it, but it's hard for a jury to really, I think, understand. And they've gone through quite a lot of testimony with the coroner, or we've skipped and hopped through a bit of it. But talking about things being reapproximated and the victim moving, or the assailant moving and moving for a better angle, is a question that wasn't really clearly asked, but it indicates, I think, more of a struggle. And she was trying to talk about the reapproximation could have been of the assailant or of the victim. But that answer did not, I don't know if that would have landed with the jury really landing with what it was said, or if this is going to be something that gets picked back up in closing.
System during the autopsy. What, if anything, did you find?
There's evidence of hemoaspiration, breathing of blood into the lungs, and swallowing of blood into the stomach, indicating she's alive.
And when you examined her gastrointestinal tract, what, if anything, did you find?
There's blood in her stomach from swallowing.
What is the significance of finding blood
in
the area where you found it?
It's from the injury of the
It's
upper
awful.
airway and the esophagus, so the breathing tube and the food tube in the neck, and that blood is traveling down into the lungs and down into the stomach.
And I noted that the location was listed as the lumen. What does that mean?
That means inside the stomach.
And does the amount of bloody fluid have any significance?
There was 50 milliliters of blood in the stomach, so that's some can travel passively, but that's how much was present in the stomach.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner?
It's going to be multiple stab wounds and homicide, but the assessment of law enforcement at the scene that the victim was still breathing tracks with what the autopsy says, and it's awful. So it sounds like we are almost done with the coroner's testimony.
Of the death of Christine Banfield?
Yes.
And what is that?
The cause of death is multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death is homicide.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and now we are on to cross. That was cause and manner of death, which was not a surprise. The question here is much more who. Okay. Cross-examination of the coroner, medical examiner. I use them synonymously. Jurisdictional differences.
Sorry, I just need to get my act together a little bit, Judge.
Sir, it's day one, and we're already at I'm trying, Your Honor.
Dr. Kessler, looking at Joe Ryan's autopsy that you performed, there were injuries on one of his hands. I think we talked about it when we were in person. Do you recall discussing that?
Yes.
And what's the nature of those injuries?
There's on his left thumb, there's a bruise on the back side of it. There's a bruise on the palm side of the thumb with a cut or a puncture.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
On the palm of the left thumb, there's a bruise with a cut, puncture injury.
Okay. And would that be consistent with the knife that you've viewed?
It could be.
Okay. Now, was there any sort of discussion as to toxicology with regard to Mr. Ryan? Did you do any sort of testing regarding that?
Yes, toxicology was completed.
And what, if anything, came out from his system?
Isn't toxicology done on everybody?
At that time.
The toxicology was positive for THC, carboxylic acid, 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, and was inconclusive for tetrahydrocannabinol in the blood.
In the blood?
Yes.
Okay. And so what would that breakdown of what you just testified to, what would that indicate to you?
Those are typically components of marijuana. However, I defer further questions regarding the toxicology to the toxicologist.
To the lab. Don't ask me, counsel. Ask the lab. I'm not getting into when this was consumed, how it was consumed, how long it stays in the system, how it breaks down. Nope, not me. Ask somebody else.
Would it be, well, then I don't want to put you on the spot and say anything about that. I won't ask that question.
Great.
And tetrahydrocannabinol is either marijuana.
I won't ask you. Proceeds to ask.
Marijuana or a byproduct of marijuana, correct?
Perhaps.
Okay. And would it be within your bounds to be able to say that there was marijuana smoked prior to this time?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
In the Banfield house?
I can't say that.
Okay. But it was evident in the toxicology?
It's in the blood.
Okay.
No, counsel, it's not evident in the toxicology that somebody was smoking weed immediately then. No, you're going to have to ask the toxicologist. Also, bro, if you are showing up to murder someone, I would think that smoking weed would maybe not be the first thing on your list of plans. Vis-a-vis, if you are showing up for other, you think, consensual activities, that might be more on your docket of what you want to do. It doesn't really track with what's charged here. So that's just
now
a thing.
In your dealings with the Commonwealth Attorney's
Yes,
Office,
we're still at 1.25 speed.
how many
chat.
people did you talk to? Do you recall?
I don't care.
Was there one person that was the person in charge of discussing things with you?
Does it really matter how many people the court talk to?
In the medical examiner's office?
There is typically a representative from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office who is assigned the case.
Do you know who you spoke to about this case?
This case is from 2023, so the Commonwealth Attorneys have changed throughout the course in regards to this trial here today. I discussed the case with Ms. Brisler and Ms. Sands.
Okay, did you talk to anybody else in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
I mean,
Relevance, what's the relevance? You want to approach the
yes.
Okay.
no, don't let them approach on the relevance of when did you talk to the DAs? Multiple DAs have been on this case. Does anyone think that she didn't talk to the DA's office and say, this is my report, these are my findings?
Dr. Kessler,
There weren't enough button pushes in the world for that one.
is it true that the Commonwealth, not one of these ladies, asked you to speak to an outside private expert?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's why I wanted to ask. What expert?
And do you know when that was?
I don't recall the date or even the year.
Okay. And did you, sorry, Derek, may I approach? I just want to make sure I don't go beyond what you.
That's fair, though. Like, me whinging is me whinging. But it's fair that he's like, sorry, Your Honor, I just want to make sure I'm within the bounds of what you said. But counsel, take your notepad up to the bench to write down what the court says if you are treading into an area that is gray and tenuous. Oh, I went too fast. I was all prepared.
Did that correspondence in any way cause you to change any of the findings that you would otherwise find?
No, I had already made all of my findings and developed my opinions, and they have not changed.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
I would imagine that's a big negative,
Actually, I'm
Ghostwriter.
sorry, I have other questions, not on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
The witness's face. It sounded to me like he was done. I hate it when people do that. It happens to me in conversations occasionally, and I start talking, and they're like, wait, I wasn't finished. It's like, what do you mean you weren't finished? It sounded like you were fucking finished. Okay. Emily, you agreed to cover trial. I know I did. But her face at that was brilliant. So I had to rewind it because it was funny.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
I don't have any further questions means I'm done. Bruh.
Bruh.
What?
Bruh.
Actually, I'm sorry, I have other questions, not on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Don't apologize, Your Honor. That was bro. This one
Actually,
is...
I'm sorry, I have other questions, not on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
She's like, okay.
Dr. Kessler, in terms of the injuries to Christine Banfield, the injuries to the neck.
Oh my God.
Do you have an opinion as to, I know you said rapidly, they were rapid, I forget the term you used.
Rapidly fatal injuries?
I describe them as rapidly fatal.
Rapidly fatal, yes, thank you. I wanted to make sure we got that.
Not immediately fatal, rapidly fatal. And counsel, if you want her to get into it, this sad fact that the jury is going to be confronted with again, if you ask her to repeat this again, is that while the victims both were struggling to breathe. They were also aspirating their own blood due to their injuries, but they were still breathing. So if you were going to ask about the victims gasping for their last breaths, I don't know if that's helpful for you, because I don't know if it gives you anything that's helpful. And it just highlights how horrible and tragic. But okay, we'll see.
And these were the wounds that were on the neck.
Yes.
And I think you had said rapidly fatal was from seconds to minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time of seconds to minutes, was there anything that would have hindered her ability to speak or say something?
There is injury of the larynx, the epiglottis, and the airway, perhaps.
Okay. So the possibility of speaking existed at that time?
I can't definitively say that,
She can't
but I
say
can
that.
confirm that there is injury of that area, not of her vocal cords, but injury of her airway and her larynx in the general area where sounds are made. But I can't tell you yes or no definitively if she could make noise or speak.
In communications, I guess in your contact with the police department, was there ever a request to determine if there was another knife?
Did I slow this down by accident?
I don't recall.
Were you ever asked for anything like that?
I don't believe so.
That would be an odd thing to ask her.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that the knife that you just presented to the jury was the only knife that you had any sort of contact with?
It's the only one that I recall seeing, yes.
Okay. Bear with me.
No.
For fentanyl, would that be something that would have been provided?
I'm not going over the toxicology because she's not the toxicologist. And he doesn't have any further questions. Let's see if there's any redirect.
Judge, we don't have any redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall or is she free to go? Judge.
Oh, look, when the judge speaks, it feels like we're back at 1.25 speed. Cross is finished with more questions about toxicology. She's not the toxicologist. The prosecutor has no questions.
Not for me. Mr. Carroll, is this?
Why would you need to recall the ME?
She's subject to recall?
No.
All right, you're free to go, doctor. Thank you. Have a good day.
Great.
All right, I think this is a, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. So we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Again, don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes, okay?
We're only in day one, but it feels like everyone's a little bit surprised that they're in trial. We've had other questions or other trials that have felt a little more orderly. This one feels a little like a day of a little bit of discombobulation. We'll see how that goes. They are going to take the afternoon break. I am going to take a quick restroom break because we probably have another hour plus. And so it is time for me to use the restroom and go get some water and maybe a snack. Emily, were you eating while the coroner was talking about things? Well, yes, they weren't showing us the photos, but I worked in court for a long time. So, you know, you take lunch where you can get it. So it is time to grab some food. And the next witness that is called at the end of day one is the co-defendant. So we are going to go through the rest of day one together, and then tomorrow we will resume for day two and see if we can zoom more of day two. But what we learned from the Emmy's testimony was not surprising, that victim Joe Ryan, cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, manner of death was homicide, and then victim Christine Banfield's cause of death was multiple sharp force wounds. They don't always say stab wounds, but sharp force wounds and manner of death was homicide. I was not expecting them to bring in the knife that was recovered at the scene and show that knife to the coroner and say, is this knife consistent with the type of injuries that you saw and the injuries to Christine Banfield? And the coroner said, yes, that is consistent with the shape, size, depth of the injuries. And again, the jury would be able to see that. What's notable is that knife was more of a like a Santoku shape, not a particularly like pointed knife, but the blade on the bottom and then curved across the top. And in the photos that the jury would have seen, they might be able to perceive where that blunt or more blunt edge is on the top of the knife, but a different shape of knife than we've seen in some other cases, because it looked like a Santoku. So interesting. And then they put it up for the jury to see. So it was not I was surprised. So I'm sure we will hear more about the knife. They have talked about where it was recovered from. We've heard mention of a knife in opening statements from the prosecution. So we will see what happens in more evidence about that. But I'm going to put on our court break notification real quick so I can run to the restroom and grab a snack. I think Dr. B got Milk Duds at the store, so I might grab some of those too. Emily, that is the worst possible choice for streaming. Yes, but also, if I make some popcorn and Milk Duds are one of my favorite combos, and popcorn has been my go-to afternoon snack for like 2.5 weeks. Griffin started it. Griffin started with we should have some popcorn and sit down and watch TV. And then I was like, oh, I love popcorn. And so now it has become a daily snack. So we're going to do that. But if you are new, hi, welcome. Trial commentary. That's what we do. The Lawnerd app will keep you in the loop on what witnesses are up next. We will probably let you guys know. We'll let you know when we're coming back from break and what witness is up next. And then if I stream a little earlier tomorrow, I might bump it forward just a little bit so we can finish out the day, depending on how Kiddo is feeling, with testimony tomorrow. So if you do not yet have the Lawnerd app, it's free on iOS and Android. We built it for you to keep you in the loop. So Lawnerds, grab whatever you need for the afternoon. I am going to go grab a snack, go to the restroom, and I will see you back here in just a few minutes. So hopefully 10, And then we've got about an hour left of today, but that's court time. Emily time takes just a wee bit longer because we need to chat about it. So of course that's going to take about that time, but that's where we're at. So Lawnerds, I will see you back in just a moment. And if any of you have now been influenced to go grab popcorn, I mean, it's a great snack. So I'll see you in just one sec. All right, to break. Well, that sounded weird. That's not what it's supposed to do. Try that again. All right, law nerds, are you guys ready? I'm ready. I wish we could just like overlay the music and me, but I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Another time. Next trial, maybe. Next trial. So, law nerds, we are going to go back to court. For everyone who jumped in this afternoon is like, wait, you're covering this case? Yes, we were. I was persuaded last week. The judge A of it all, the fact that, well, it does help that it seems to be moving along pretty quickly and it's not going to overlap with Corey Richins, and we can moderate the other things that we are doing in order. I grabbed a snack, grabbed some water. We're ready to go. I was looking for a blanket, but G is home not feeling well and looked at me and was like, Mother, you wouldn't take a blanket from a sick child. I'm like, no, I wouldn't. Enjoy my blanket. I'm also definitely going to wash it before I get that back. So I turned the heater on. So we're ready to go. Law nerds, back to court. Back to court on day 1 of the Banfield trial. And the next witness coming in is going to be brought in before the jury because the next witness is in custody. And so they will put the witness on the witness stand prior to the jury coming in, especially if they are, brought in by law enforcement, shackled and what have you, because the next witness is the co-defendant. So is G okay? He's under the weather. He's just winter things, just enough that school was not happening today. But yes, winter things, which is great because I'm like, buddy, if you could just have held out, I'm pretty sure we're going to have some snow days coming up next week. But we're not there yet. So let's get back to this trial with the co-defendant taking the stand. We are going to finish out day 1. Tomorrow we will roll into day 2. And I'm keeping in track of the trial in real time to see if there's anything we need to zoom through. Because then when we get to day 3, I think there's a lot I'm going to be able to summarize. And I think that's probably what we will do to kind of catch up and maybe combine some court days together. So we'll see how it goes. But for today, we got another witness on the stand. So let's go. All right, coming back into court. I am going to put this down to normal speed because I will zoom. I will skip as we get witness onto the stand. I want to see if Judge A has anything to say to the attorneys. But I'm going to keep this at normal speed at first, because again, it's easier with witnesses who testify all the time to kind of put them at 1.25 speed. They know what they're saying. They speak pretty clearly. But when it comes to a co-defendant, it's going to be a little something different. Emily, what are we opening? Fizzy water. We have fizzy water and popcorn. All right. I just wanted to see co-defendant come on into the courtroom. So, and yes, co-defendant is allowed to wear civilian clothes. I had co-defendants testify at a trial that chose not to. They're like, nah, I don't want to change. I was like, all right, well, in your orange jumpsuit then, that's fine. Whatever you want to do. Sir, what
Are we ready?
What is your face doing?
Ready for the jury, Mr. Carroll?
Okay. I just want to see how badly the defense mispronounced her name versus how she pronounced her name. Defendant is standing up for the jury coming in. I'm going to just zoom till the jury is in. Oh, right. Darn it. And then I zoom, press the prosecution formally calling their next witness.
Is Juliana Perez Magalhães.
All right. Ma'am, if you could stand and face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now you can have a seat.
Okay. Lights on glasses are tough.
Good afternoon.
Lights on glasses in the courtroom are tough. That's tough because it is hard to see a little bit of her eyes, but I get it because my glasses are tough too. So I feel you. That's
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Yes, Juliana, Juliana Perez, Beres, Magalhães, Magalhães.
And how old are you now, Juliana?
25.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Brendan Banfield.
When did you meet him?
Back in October 2021. 22.
When did you meet him? When did you meet him?
Well, can you specify? Sorry.
When did you first meet him?
In person when I first came to the States, and
the microphone
before that, through a video call with the family.
Okay.
When?
Do you recall what month or year that was?
When I came to the States?
Yes.
It was October.
Do you know what year?
She said
2021.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Banfield?
She said that. She said that. She said that.
What was your relationship to him?
Professional. He was my boss.
And you said he was your boss.
Yeah.
What was your job?
I was their au pair.
And so you said you worked as an au pair. What does that mean?
Au pair is like a nanny position, but somebody comes from another country, providing care for their kids, and in exchange they live with their family. And yeah.
Okay. Do you get paid to be an au pair?
Yes.
How much?
She is Brazilian. She came from Brazil to work with this family. So for those of you asking,
$200 a week.
yes.
And how long?
$200 a week. Okay. It doesn't seem like a lot, but all right.
Of a stay did you have as an au pair?
We can have from a year to 2 years. But as an au pair, I stayed for a year.
Okay. And
I mean, I understand that it is pay plus room and board and the rest of it, but it seems low to me too.
Did you, so you arrived, you said you arrived in October of 2021, and you said you stayed for a year?
Yeah.
And then did you extend?
Becky, they can have translators. I'm sure it wouldn't be that difficult to find a Portuguese translator, but if she says she doesn't want a translator, you can't force someone to have a translator. So they, I'm sure, had that conversation.
That stay?
Yes.
And how long did you extend the stay for?
I think I might have extended for another year.
Let's talk about when you lived with the Banfield family and worked for them as their au pair. Where did you live?
I lived in their house, in their home.
Okay. And who lived there with you?
It was Brendan, his wife, Christine, and their daughter.
And we know who Brendan is.
Yeah.
Who is Christine?
Christine was Brendan's wife.
She just said his wife.
And you said their daughter?
Yeah.
What was their daughter's name?
Valerie.
What was your life like with them?
With the family?
Yeah, when you first got there, what was it like?
It was kind of a period for me to adapt to the family, to my job, to the country. But I was very welcome, I guess.
And what was Brendan like when you first came to live with the family and be their au pair?
We barely spoke. Like, my relationship was mostly with Christine and Valerie. Brendan and I barely spoke at all.
Okay. What was Christine like?
Christine was very friendly, very welcoming, very fair. Yeah.
Did you spend time with her and spend time with Valerie together?
Yes.
And did you spend time on your own with Christine?
Maybe a couple times going to a store or, yeah.
Do you recall if Christine had a blood disorder?
What?
I heard about it, yes.
And do you know the name of it?
I do not know.
Do you know if she took any medication for it?
As far as I know.
As the AuPair,
No.
she would probably know that.
What was Valerie like?
Valerie is very loving, very caring. She's just...
How old was Valerie when you met her in 2021?
I wish the prosecutor would have let her finish that. Like, I wish the prosecution would have just give her a second and let her finish. Though the prosecution would have had numerous conversations with her, so would know her cadence, her pattern, if she's going to answer, if she's not going to answer, better than we will. But I wish she would just give it just a little bit of space to just let her answer.
She was 3.5, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
3.5.
And were there any other children that were living in the Banfields' home while you lived there too?
No.
Do you know if they had an AuPair before you were their AuPair?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Did they?
It was Amanda.
And when you began working for the Banfields, do you need a minute? When you began working for the Banfields, do you remember what their jobs were?
Yeah.
Or do you know what their jobs were?
Yeah, Christina was RN, and Brendan was working, I guess, as an investigator for the IRS.
At some point, while you were working for the Banfield family, did your relationship with the defendant change?
Yes.
How did it change?
Oh, boy.
It became sexual, physical relationship.
And do you recall when the relationship changed?
It was August 2022.
And did you keep the relationship, this new relationship with the defendant, did you keep this a secret?
I bet.
For my part, some of my friends, they knew because I told them, and I used to post on my Instagram. But for his part, yeah, it was a secret.
You posted about the affair on your Instagram? Huh. Okay.
Okay. You said you told some friends about it.
Yeah.
Do you remember which friends you told?
I told Beatrice about it and Pamela.
And did you take any photos of you and the defendant after you began a romantic or physical relationship?
Yes.
And you said you had posted some things to social media?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of photos.
I mean, keeping it, telling your friends, I get. Posting it on Instagram is
to the witness and counsel only, please.
Bold.
I'm going to show you Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54. This is 51, 52, 53, and 54. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
I want to see the photos.
It's me and Brendan.
And are these social media posts that you made?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, what I would ask the court to do is admit these as Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54.
All right, any objection? Okay, 51, 52, 53, and 54 in evidence.
And we can publish the first one to the jury.
The chat would also like them published to the chat council. Chat council!
Can you tell us who's under the emoji here?
It's Brendan.
Okay, well, she's posting him with an emoji over his face. It's a little different, I suppose. But also,
and then a couple of these have noise.
What do you mean by noise? Like music? Wait, do they have music? I'm so glad we have a sponsor today. Do they have music? What's the music? Let the music play. Counsel!
And then this one, Commonwealth 53. Can you describe who this is?
It's Brendan's hand.
And whose leg is that?
My leg.
And the date on the photo that is posted, is that the date that the photo was taken?
Yes.
And this photo here, Commonwealth 54, who's under the emoji?
It's Brendan.
Do you know when this photo was taken?
Posting him with an emoji face is different. However, I want to see the photo too.
It's from the same day as the previous picture.
As the previous one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want to go back to 52.
Really know this.
Well, when I said just let the music play, this is not what I anticipated at all. This is not what I had anticipated, chat. But it sounds like they are singing along to it. I love this song. I do not want it connected to this trial. I love the scene from White Chicks. I love this song. But it sounds like they are singing along to it. Emily, are we going to rewind it a little bit and just let it rock? Yeah? Thanks, Incogni. Hopefully it doesn't cause too much of a problem. It's a trial. It's fine. Just leave it alone. It's fine. We're probably demonetized anyway based on opening statements.
Really know this.
And
it has to be a little surreal for her to sit here in the murder trial and watch back her social media posts. And this was what? She's 25, so this was when she was what, 20? Oh boy.
In that post, who is present in that post?
His person behind the emoji.
And who is behind the emoji?
Brendan.
And is it you and Brendan singing in that post?
You can hear him. You can hear him singing.
Yes.
So you began a sexual relationship with the defendant in August of 2022 when you were how old?
I was 21.
And when this relationship began, did you ever think about how it might end?
Ma'am, I had questions too. I was thinking 20. I could see her trying to do the math, but okay.
No, I didn't really think it was serious, a relationship.
And did the defendant ever talk with you about any long-term plans for the two of you?
Not initially.
Not initially. Did he ever, though?
Yes.
When did that talk start?
I think it started after he talked about his plan.
Okay. And did he ever talk about the two of you getting married or the two of you having children?
Yes.
And do you recall when?
It's interesting to me that she said that he didn't talk about them having a future together until after he talked about his plan. I'm curious to see where that goes on cross. And I really wonder if he thought that she and Joe Ryan would just kind of take the fall on all this and he would be scooting away and be like, I had no idea. I don't know, but I'm curious to see.
That talk began?
Also, after he mentioned his plan.
Did he ever talk about his relationship with his wife, Christine Banfield?
Sometimes it would come up in our conversation and he would talk about it.
And what did he say?
He used to say that she didn't seem to care about what he was doing. She didn't seem to care about him at all. And that she was helpless and just lazy.
No, I don't doubt that he said all these things to her. I'm side-eyeing his statements. I'm not side-eyeing her relaying them because I don't think that the ICU RN would be defined as helpless. So,
do you recall when he said those things?
When?
Yes.
Well, many times during our conversation when she came up.
And did he ever talk to you about anything else about his relationship? Did he ever talk about getting a divorce with her?
No, he basically said divorce was not an option.
Did he say why?
Money was involved.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Money.
Yeah, sir, how much money are you going to have for... I'm going to leave this be. I'm going to leave it be. I'm going to leave it be. I'm going to leave it be. I will save it for later. But also, I just don't understand where the calculus of murder seems to be like the better option because money. But always money. But always money. But also, like, good Lord.
Okay. Anything else?
Money was involved in Valerie's custody too.
And what about those things? Did he say anything specifically about money or Valerie's custody?
Yeah, he said that he didn't want to have to share Valerie with Christine, that she wasn't good for Valerie. So he wanted to have Valerie full time. And money, because she would have more money than he would if they ever split.
She would have more money than he would if they ever split.
So he didn't want to get divorced. Did he tell you what he wanted to do?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
And you said he mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did he talk about that first?
I would say it was in October 2022.
And what specifically was his plan to get rid of her?
Initially, he didn't really know what he would do. He just mentioned that he was thinking about it, and he would think better and let me know when he thought about it. Yeah.
Where were the two of you when this first conversation took place?
New York.
And were you on a trip to New York with only him?
It was him and Valerie.
What did you think when he told you that?
At first, I thought he was joking. Yeah, for me, it was was a joke.
And you said that you were in New York when that conversation happened.
Yeah.
Did the three of you return to Virginia after that trip?
Yes, we did.
And did he talk about this plan again after you returned?
Yeah.
And did he give you more information or more detail about what he intended to have happen?
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to hire anybody because that is something that throughout investigation can be discovered easily. And that...
I mean, ask the Adelsons.
He had heard of a website called FetLife. He's never done anything on the website, but he heard about it. And
from who?
That's what he was going to do.
I guarantee you he didn't hear about the website. He was looking for it, but that's beside the point. Just behind the point.
And did he tell you anything more about the plan at this point?
At that point, not really. He was still thinking about it.
And at the end of October of 2022, did you visit a shooting range?
Yes.
And did anyone come with you?
Brendan.
Like, taking your au pair to a shooting range just seems like an odd
activity. The first time that you went to the shooting range, do you recall signing any paperwork?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to display a photograph. I would ask for the display to be to the witness and counsel only.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to just zoom past the,
I want you to look at the screen in front of you.
I don't disbelieve they went to the shooting range.
Is there a document on your, I'm going to scroll through this document for you.
Okay. I don't disbelieve that they went to the shooting range.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the waiver you have to sign when you first go to the shooting range.
And did you sign this?
Yeah.
Is that your signature there on page 6?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 56 and allow for it to be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 56 in evidence and published.
Okay.
And I'm going to just bring it back up to the top so that the jury can see it. Do you recall the date on the form?
Yeah, October 29, 2022.
And on that date, do you recall shooting a firearm?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was a handgun or a long gun?
It was a handgun.
And was the defendant with you while you were firing the handgun on that day?
Yes.
Did you ever go back to the firing range again?
Eventually, we did.
Do you remember when you went back to the firing range?
As I said, and for those of you that are just joining us, you might not have heard my advisement, but there are times when they put things on the screen that it seems like they are just recording the screen. The flickering on that is not you. It's not your internet. It's not YouTube. It's not me. It just is the way that the camera is picking up the screen. It is flashy and annoying, but it is what it is. So this has her name at the top. It says Silver Eagle Group service announcement, Saturday, October 29th, 2022. It lists her date of birth as May 27th, 2000. So that makes it a little easier to calculate age then. Age 22, and then it has the waiver.
I would say back in December.
I mean, after you guys had
did you
talked about
firing a firearm on that?
Did it not cause concern when he's like, you know what I think is the plan here? I don't want to hire someone. I want to do it myself. Let's go to the shooting range. That red flags.
A firearm on that December visit?
Yes.
And again, what kind of firearm? Do you recall if it was a handgun or a long gun?
It's a handgun.
And was anyone with you when you returned to the firing range in December?
It's Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask for the view of Commonwealth 56 to be terminated to the gallery. And I am going to move to Commonwealth's 57 for the view of the witness and counsel only at this point.
I imagine they're going to lay foundation.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's me at the shooting range.
And do you know who took this picture?
Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I am going to ask to have this admitted as Commonwealth's 57.
All right, any objection to 57? All right, 57 evidence and published.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted to return to the firing range for that second visit?
Yes,
And why was that?
that's in case I need to use it if something goes wrong.
So it's a picture of her at the range on the screen. Now I paused it just in case you wanted to look at it when it was not flashy. Taken from behind, kind of over the shoulder, showing her at the range. So she was starting to answer that they went back to the range in case she needed to, in case something goes wrong, is what she just said.
And what would go wrong? What was he concerned about going wrong? Had he told you more of his plan at this point?
Also, I can't, though I can see the quote on what might be like an Instagram story, I do not speak Portuguese, but because you can't have a trial, apparently, that is televised, the end of the statement is ha 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 ha. Because we can't have a statement that's not ha 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 ha. Because, But then there's emojis. So it looks like laugh, cry, face, and the squirt gun. Okay.
At that point specifically, I can't really recall.
But he told you that he wanted you at the firing range because you needed, in case something went wrong.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
After the December visit to the shooting range, what, if any, additional steps did the defendant take to move his plan forward?
It was in January when he created the account on the website.
Okay. So were you present when he created the FetLife account?
Yes.
And did he use his own email address to create the account?
No, he did not.
What email address did he use?
He created a new email account for Christine and Christine's name.
And were you there when he created that email address?
Yeah. Yeah.
And do you recall what device he used to create the email address?
To her laptop.
And when you say her laptop, whose laptop are you talking about?
Christine's laptop.
And do you recall what device he used to create the FetLife account?
That was the laptop.
And when you say the laptop, are you talking about Christine's laptop?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the name of the profile that the defendant created for the FetLife account?
Anastasia Knight.
And was
so we are getting into the screen name, Anastasia Knight. A lot of you have been asking about her glasses. She is in custody. So those are going to be assigned from custody. They're also not going to be glass lenses. There are parameters about what you can have in custody, so it can't be broken, etc. But those are in custody. You're not going to get contacts at all, and you're not going to get your glasses that you wear when you are a civilian. You're going to get what you get when you're in custody, and they're going to meet their specifications. So I know a lot of you had questions about the glasses. She's in custody. You get what you get, and you hope you can see. So, talking about setting up the account on the website using her laptop, which kind of answers my question about when you set up an account with an email address, normally you get that like, hey, go ahead and authenticate your email address. If he's on her laptop, then he probably has access to her email, right? All right.
Is there a photograph added to that profile?
Yes.
Who is the photograph of?
It's Christine's body in a bathing suit.
And who added the photograph?
He used her actual photo to create this account? Well, of course he did, Emily, because he wanted it to seem like it was her account that she authentically created. Okay.
To the profile.
Brendan did.
And who typed the words for the profile?
I hear that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brendan did.
Okay. If I could have the view terminated to the gallery at this point. And I am going to ask for exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all photographs, to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point.
They're going to be doing
I'm
more
going to show
foundation.
you a series of screenshots, and then I'm going to ask you about them. So this is 58, 59.
And then counsel and defendant have a monitor at the desk that they are looking at
60.
these two. So they are going through the different
61.
items that they're going to lay foundation for.
62, 63,
The
64.
Wheelie Girl asked a great question, said, how is she in civilian clothes? The jury's not there to determine her future. She is allowed to present in civilian clothes and is allowed to wear civilian clothes in court because she is his co-defendant. Her coming in a jail jumpsuit could make the jury be like, well, I mean, if she did it, he did it. So you want to make sure that there is no prejudice to the defendant, perhaps by, well, she looks guilty, so he's going to be guilty. So civilians, I mean, they know they're not going to know she's in custody. They're going to know she has a deal pending.
And 65. Do you recognize these photos, these screenshots?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It's the FetLife account.
And
yeah, she's not going to have a trial because she entered a plea. So she's not going to have a trial. She entered a plea. Generally, we can take 30 seconds on this because it's a great question. Generally, when you make a deal to testify like this, you are going to have to plead guilty. You are not going to have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. If you do not testify truthfully, the sentencing agreement can be withdrawn, but the plea generally cannot be withdrawn. So if she took a plea and the defense said it was for manslaughter in their opening, and the prosecution had a sentencing agreement, if she doesn't testify truthfully, the prosecution can revoke the sentencing component and say, sentence her to whatever you're sentencing her to, judge. But you don't get your plea back. You don't get to start over and then go to trial. So you can't say, oh, I'm going to take a plea. I'm going to go testify. I'm going to throw that shit under the bus. I'm going to try to get him off. And then because I violated my plea, I'm going to withdraw my plea and then I'm going to go to trial. The plea will normally stand, like the guilty plea will stand, and then the sentencing agreement might not stand if a defendant who took a plea does not adhere to the conditions of their plea. We're going to hear more about that, I'm sure, in the prosecution's questioning. They're going to talk about the fact that she would have taken a deal. They're going to have to. The defense already brought it up in opening. So hopefully that helps.
Asked to admit Commonwealth's 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 to be admitted under seal and published to the jury only.
All right. No objection. All right, 59,
Okay, a lot of you were like, that did help.
62, 63, 64, 65.
All right, photos are
admitted under seal.
Okay.
Documents are going into custody.
Through them.
58.
Okay. Is this the FetLife profile that was posted?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why it's under seal.
And
it's the profile for the victim.
The about section here that we can see, who wrote the words in that? Who composed that?
Brendan.
And then in 59, Commonwealth 59, is this also a part of the FetLife profile?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 60, is this the photograph that was used as the profile photo for the FetLife
Yes.
profile? And then Commonwealth 61 here, is this the group, for lack of a better word, that this profile was posted in?
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat again, please?
Sure. This photograph here, Commonwealth 61, is this the group within FetLife that you use to communicate with other users?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 62, is this the post that you and Brendan used on FetLife?
Is there an objection?
The objection was to leading. However, it was, Your Honor, I'm vibing with leading. So at this point, I'm going to object. I mean, that's not verbatim what he said, but.
What's your objection, Mr. Leading? Okay.
Okay, understood.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
I mean, I guess I would have to see what the document is to see if counsel's characterization of the document is the problem, because she's going through documents being like, is this document this? Is this document that? Fair, but also, can we get through the documents?
Objection. Take a look at Commonwealth 62. Can you describe for us what it is?
I mean, the jury can also see it.
A post made on the profile.
And what website was this posted on?
FetLife.
And what was the reason for
it's
posting
clear.
It was what the account was first created, I guess, and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this? Whose idea was it to post this?
Brendan.
Okay.
Of course, they have all of the photos of everything that was posted on the account. Of course they do.
How did you and Brendan, how did you use the laptop? How did the two of you use her laptop without her knowing about it?
It was because every time she was getting...
I mean, that's compound and it assumes facts, not evidence, but there was no objection to it because we're assuming that the victim didn't know about it. So we'll see.
Home from work, she threw her backpack by the door, and in the backpack was her laptop and her work stuff.
And
I will say, I don't think I know anyone that works in hospital setting in healthcare that doesn't put everything by the door and sometimes have a change of clothes by the door as well. Like you're not bringing hospital into the house. But tracks. A lot of you are asking what the website is. The prosecution talked about it in opening. We will hear more about it, but it is part of the prosecution's theory that the defendant was setting up a fall guy and that this website is where they were finding someone. So they were posting on FetLife looking for someone who was into maybe some more detailed encounters that involve conversation and consent, and looking for people who are also interested in that and giving them a place to do so. So they're talking about the account that she and the defendant together set up for the victim, not that the victim set up.
once the FetLife account was created, what, if anything, did the two of you do with it?
texting other people, other guys. They would also text looking for whatever it is that they're interested in.
Okay. And had Brendan explained to you at this point in time, or was there any explanation given to you about what it was that he was using FetLife for, or what it was he was looking for from another FetLife user?
Yeah.
What was that?
The website is for BDSM, people that like that kind of stuff, and he said we would be able to find somebody that plays like aggressive or that likes playing with blood and that kind of stuff.
And why? What was what if any reason did he want to find someone like that?
We have slipped fully into the what if any rabbit hole, but yes. Did he say why? And yes, as to Defendant Banfield, his statements are coming in because they are statements of a party opponent. So she is allowed to testify about the things he said. You can also go with co-conspirator statements. Even though conspiracy is not charged, you can still use that with the rules of evidence. So there are a couple ways that comes in. But yes, his statements are all going to come in, and the conversations they had are going to come in.
Well, because the person would be eventually, the person would be invited to come to the house, and he needed to know that the person was willing, or he was going to do what he had in his mind.
And what was he using FetLife to ask other users to do to the Anastasia profile?
I mean, I would imagine that's in those
like
documents.
Pinning her down, gagging her, spanking. Yeah.
And when the two of you used FetLife to message other people, were you...
I mean, she hasn't said that she's done any of that yet. She keeps saying he's doing that, but now it's becoming a little bit more the two of them, based on the questions, which are a bit leading.
Who would do the typing? Were you typing? Was Brendan typing?
To talk to other people?
Yes.
You asked. Sometimes it would be him, sometimes it would be me by his instruction when he was with me.
And were the two...
I mean, if you're trying to like catfish someone, maybe let her have the conversation with people. Brendan.
Of you typically together while you were using FetLife to message other people?
Yes.
And was Christine home or not home when the two of you used FetLife?
She was home.
Always?
Yes.
Why?
Well, they were using her laptop, it sounds like.
He always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on the account when she was also home. So...
Oh, right. Because investigator. We always want to log in while she's home because he's, based on what she's saying, he's already planning for what the investigation looks like, showing that her cell phone could be somewhere else. Like she's an ICU nurse. She's not going to be messaging this on her laptop during her work day, she's not going to have time. So making sure that she's home and her cell phone's at home connects it all together instead of being like, well, her laptop was at home, but her phone wasn't. So who's on the laptop? Right. And if she is working off hours, then she is also probably sleeping off hours so that they can be on her laptop while she is off hours. Okay.
He always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on the account when she was also home. So it would have, throughout the investigation, it would have been very clear that, like, whenever she was using the profile, she was home, and
right.
And you said because during the investigation.
I mean, you can't say if what she is describing is true. You can't say that he didn't put thought into this. Again, that is if the jury believes her, that he put thought into this. The problem that people do not account for is the other people. You can account for what the phone's going to do. You can account for what the laptop's going to do. You can account for what you type. But you can't well account for other people. And I don't think he accounted for her ever flipping on him. Ever. All right, well, sure, dude.
Why would there be an investigation?
Well, he always thought, like, in advance, he knew how the investigation would go. Like, he always knew, and yeah.
He knew that they're going to look at the people in the house. He just figured they would get you first. And they did. They arrested you, like, what, a year before they arrested him? And I think, based on the first day of trial and not much more, I think he might have been perfectly happy to just let her sit in jail.
But why did he know?
What did he know?
Yeah, why? You said because he always knew about the investigation. What did he know about an investigation? There hasn't been one yet.
He knew eventually we would have one investigation.
Why?
Because there would be a murder. And
yeah, because people would be dead.
It's just what happens. Investigation.
And did he tell you that?
Yeah.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
Well, he knew that we needed to have some alibis. He knew that he needed to change his routine a few weeks prior so he wouldn't be odd that he wasn't, just at McDonald's on that day specifically.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of items one at a time. The parties have stipulated to the admissibility of the next two items.
Okay. Chad, it is notable that she flipped very shortly after he was arrested. Very shortly after he was arrested. But he knew he needed to change his routine. So it wouldn't be odd that his routine was different that day because he knew about pattern of life.
The next several items. The first two are going to be Commonwealth 66 and 67.
All right, I'm going to zoom past them. Walking 6-7 to the
and counsel
witness.
Only, and I'm going to ask that these be under seal.
66 and 67?
Yes.
There's an agreement to admissibility. Is that correct, Mr. Carroll?
Excuse me, Your Honor. It is 6-7. It can no longer be 67.
Okay, so 66 and 67 are in evidence under seal.
All right. They are looking at. Are we done looking at the things? No. I don't know who's whispering, but there's whispering in court.
Technical difficulties, so I'm going to move on for a minute and then we'll go back to 66 and 67. Did you and the defendant ever travel out of town together?
Yes.
Other than New York?
Where did you go?
To Winchester, Virginia.
Do you recall when that was?
When?
When?
Not exactly.
Were Sam and Dean there? I couldn't help myself, chat. I couldn't help myself. I'm good now.
Exact date, no.
Do you know if it was before or after that the defendant created the FetLife profile?
Can I say if I'm not 100% sure though?
No, if you're not 100% sure, say you
don't recall?
Say you don't know when it
Okay.
was.
How did you arrange to go to Winchester together?
He was going for an overnight stay in a hotel for his job.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
And he took his car, his work car, and I took the white car to drive.
So he drove his work car on presumably a work trip, one would hope. He's staying in a hotel for a work trip, and she drives his car to meet him?
And when the two of you were in Winchester, was there ever any posting on FetLife at that time?
No.
And why would that have been?
Because, like I said before,
they weren't at
that
home.
he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Carroll? Your microphone.
Your microphone, Mr. Carroll. Hey, Judge A. Mr. Carroll just starts talking, and Judge A is like, your microphone and your legal objection, sir.
Before, that he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Carroll? Your microphone, I can't. It's very hard to hear you. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection. She's asked and answered that she didn't.
Just the grounds, sir. Just the grounds.
Do any posting. And so,
asked and answered.
Any further questions?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
The judge goes, okay, so asked and answered. No, counsel, you're missing the point. She asked if there was any posting to that account while they were out of town. And why?
He said asked and answered.
I don't think I asked her if
disagree
any of them posted on FetLife while they were out of town in Winchester.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I will say I did kind of miss your mic, counsel. I did kind of miss it.
Did either of you post on FetLife or message anyone on FetLife while the two of you were in Winchester?
No.
And why is that?
Because we would only post when we were home and she was home at the same time.
Okay. And were there any other things that the two of you did to make it look like Christine was the one messaging in FetLife? Do you want me to ask that a different way?
Yes, please.
Did the two of you ever message people or post on FetLife when Christine was home and only one of you was home?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan's.
And did he say why?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, again, when he talked about the investigation we would have at some point, he pointed out that the police would have access to where our phones pin, and so we wouldn't be able to accuse him of doing that, because sometimes she would be doing it, posting and messaging, and she would be home and he wouldn't be home, and other times I wouldn't be home, and so there would be no way to actually prove it. And
I mean, he's not wrong.
The alibis Pete talked about.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Can you recall any specific instances of how it would have worked for one of you to be home posting while Christine was home and the other one was out of the home?
That normally happened when both of us went to the gym, and he would tell me to leave earlier and go home so I'd get home before him. And
they were just like roll into the gym together? Sure.
For me to log in the account and, text people, talk to people. And other times he would tell me to hang in the gym behind, and he would leave earlier. So he would be the one logging in and talking to people.
Okay. And the gym that you're talking about, do you recall which gym that was?
Yeah, Lifetime.
And did the two of you, and do you know which location?
Yeah.
Chat, just for anyone who's local, how bougie is the Lifetime in Virginia, in Fairfax? Like, is it a bougie Lifetime? Like, how bougie is the Lifetime? Because I'm curious. A lot of you, chat, hi for everyone who's popping in this afternoon, are asking about the defendant's job. He was an investigator for the IRS. Yes, the IRS has investigators that are agents. Yes, they do investigations. They do, generally tax investigations. But guess what they do with tax investigations? They also do digital. Everything does digital. So yes, he is an investigator. But a lot of you are saying it's bougie. Right? I don't know if anyone's asking, like, we're also paying the family plan at the gym membership then, I guess. So, yes. So no, he was an investigator, which is why he was armed. He talked about his service weapon earlier, but yes, he had a service weapon and was an armed investigator. So more law enforcement than you would generally think for the IRS, because the IRS does have law enforcement officers. All right, continuing on after we've sidetracked about the gym.
Rustin.
Did the two of you go to Lifetime Fitness together frequently?
Yes.
Did Christine go with the two of you?
They have childcare.
It was just maybe a couple times, but nothing. It was normally Rana and I.
Okay. I'm going to go back to
Which is
Commonwealth 66 and
bold,
67 at this point. If we just see 66.
Roll into the gym as workout buddies. It's just
the table, please.
Sure.
Just a second.
Okay.
Jury, it's already in evidence in the gallery.
These were
sealed. No, they're fine. Okay. Yeah.
They're asking about what's under seal, what's not.
On your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top
The tech is working now for 6.6 and 6.7.
of your screen, there's a column that's titled User ID. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The user ID identified as Anastasia 9.
Okay.
No, she's asking you if you saw it.
From Anastasia 9. Not that specific message, but just in general. Who is the person or persons who are writing the messages
Just
from Anastasia
counsel.
9?
That's them.
It's either me or Brendan.
And the other user IDs that we see that are largely numbers in this view, are those messages that are received by you and the defendant using the Anastasia
Sorry, I meant to
9
mute as I was
profile?
popcorning. Apologies, chat.
Okay.
I didn't mean to ASMR
So I'm going
popcorn
to
food.
ask for us to scroll forward a little bit to location number 367 or cell 367. The user ID Taco Supreme 7000. Did you come to know who that was?
That's Joe.
This is the other victim in the case. The defendant is on trial for both murders, the murder of Christine and of Joe. Taco Supreme 7000.
And now if we could switch to Commonwealth 67.
I have a very low threshold for the way that this is set up. And I might change my mind. We have not seen cross-examination. We have not seen the rest of the evidence. But if the defendant is catfishing on a site to find a fall guy who he knows he's going to murder, the level of rage is it's there is so much in this case that makes me mad. It's just where we're at on the prosecution's first day of trial is I don't want a divorce. So I think that my 21-year-old AuPair from Brazil, who has been in the United States for like a year plus, should help me murder my wife, and I don't even know that guy. And we're just gonna let it fall where it may, with just no. I mean, Emily, you're shocked that there's just no consideration for anyone else in any of this. I mean, fair, because otherwise you're just like, you know what, divorces suck, but we'll just, figure out how to get through the suck, I guess. And it is really hard to get out of my mind that though there were red flags, and I'm sure Taco Supreme was like, it'll be fine, was just like, look, I found a person that I matched with on a site. We're down for the same thing. Cool. It makes me so mad. Just makes me so mad.
The Taco Supreme 7000 profile that you came to know as Joe Ryan. We see that profile, and we see Anastasia 9 communicating in this view of the spreadsheet. Do you recognize these as FetLife chats that you and Brendan wrote from Anastasia 9 and received from Taco Supreme?
Yes.
And when the two of you were using FetLife, I've asked you before what it was that Brendan was looking for. What is it about?
I don't know if they're going to get into this more specifically, but if they get into this more specifically, there are some more graphic details about what was being asked of Joe Ryan to Christine. So we're not going to know because he was murdered. But by everything that the prosecution has said so far, he thought that this was a consensual encounter that everybody involved was down for. And then and Christine, of course, had no idea about any of this.
Joe's answers and messages that attracted Brendan to selecting Joe. Did he ever tell you?
He told me at some point too, but he was always making comments like that Joe was the right person.
Did he say why?
Because he seemed to be like the person who would do the things that Brendan needed the person to do.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you to look at Commonwealth's 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72, one at a time.
Can you go back to that numbers?
Go back to that?
Yeah. You're still connected.
They're the same.
Okay.
And Judge, let's look at 68 first.
We're just getting back to the podium. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do think these are all Excel spreadsheets.
Okay, do you want to
stay with me?
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're having trouble with Excel.
We're having trouble with Excel spreadsheets.
Council views only. And again, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated to
I don't know if it makes it easier for the jury to sit through this, but the witness is somewhat reluctant and unforthcoming. The prosecutors trying, it seems, to make headway in this and make it clear, but there's also a lot of detail with the messages and what were happening, because that's really the foundation of the premeditation and the setup here, that the husband's going to show up at home, the defendant is going to show up at home, and this guy broke into the house and was attacking his wife and stabbed her, and so he shot him. That was the setup that the prosecution says that the defendant here is going for. And in so much that the prosecution arrested this co-defendant, but didn't get him till like a year later, is telling that a lot of it would have worked the way that the defendant hoped that it would.
FetLife chats. So I believe that all of these exhibits can be admitted, but I'd ask that they be admitted under seal.
68, 69, 70?
68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Carroll? Do you need to see them all? She said you've already agreed to, not the miscibility, but just to the foundation.
These are the same exhibits that were provided to counsel last weekend.
Didn't you just say that you had agreed upon them, counsel? No? Yes? What is happening?
But if you could go through them, do you want me to go through these and make sure? Okay. Do you need to see them? Is that what you? Okay, I'm sorry. Just if you have your microphone on, I have a lot of trouble hearing you up here. Okay. All right. So you need to see.
I do. My client and I need to see.
You could go through all those exhibits, Ms. Bristler.
Okay. So looking at 68 is a short one.
Okay. They are trying to figure out whatever exhibits they are going through. It is painful.
No objection.
All right, so 68 in evidence under seal. Is this 69 we're looking at?
This is 69.
No objection.
All right, no objection, 69 under seal.
Barry said, but Emily, if it's admitted under seal, will the jury get to see it? Yes, the jury will get to see all of it. We won't. So this seems to be more posts from the accounts. I'm going to zoom as they're admitting these things under seal and try to get past all of the painfulness of them. Okay. Going through, marking these and admitting these in evidence.
You see again, in the menu, in the title bar there, you see ID, conversation ID, user ID, body. So the conversation ID that we're looking at, I just want to check and make sure we're both looking at the same thing. 446774523.
Yes.
Okay. So we see these messages between this user ID and then the Anastasia profile. This user ID says, wish I could get you to come meet me at my hotel in Richmond next Wednesday night. And then the Anastasia profile says, thank you, Richmond is too far for me. I'm looking to chat a bit before meeting someone. So why would it be that you guys wouldn't have pursued this user?
Because all along, his plan was for the person to come in the house.
So they are talking about other profiles. The prosecution in their opening statement talked about the fact that they went through multiple individuals to see who they would match with best, and not everybody was a match. And so they went through multiple people trying to find who they were going to match with. Some of the reason that might be sealed is because of the graphic nature of the chats, though there could be other reasons, but we're not going to know what's in all of this, so it's harder for me to say exactly why.
Yeah. And when we're looking again at the Anastasia profile, is it you and or Brendan who is operating the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we could move on to Commonwealth 69.
I know, it's the wrong case for all the numbers. It really is.
So just making sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. I'm looking at conversation 44786.
Don't move the, oh, it might be blocking the view. Don't move the mic away though.
8690.
Yes.
All right, okay. So this person is looking for someone to meet up with at restaurants and coffee shops and just talking and getting to know one another. They'd like to go to an event eventually, and they say they're pretty new to Fet World, but
seems like a solid plan. Whatever user that is, congratulations, user. That seems like a solid plan. I'd like to chat with someone. I would like to get to know someone. I would like to have a face-to-face conversation with someone. Good. Fair. Know your boundaries.
But
wonderful
willing to learn. And then the Anastasia profile says, I'm not looking to go out on dates. Sorry. Why is it that the two of you wouldn't have pursued? Why would Brendan have not pursued this person?
Because you can't fake a date?
To further converse with.
Sorry, can you? I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this person is asking to meet out in public.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that Brendan was interested in having the Anastasia profile do?
No.
Why not?
Because again, he needs somebody that would agree to come to the house. Yeah, so to do the things that he needed the person to do.
To do the things he needed the person to do. What the prosecutor's getting at is that obviously they can't get the person in the profile to go meet someone. I mean, I guess that this co-defendant could have been a decoy. I don't know if that would have worked well, because then it would tie her back to all of this and tie her back to him. But obviously they don't want to have a face-to-face meetup because they're not going to be able to facilitate that.
And meeting out in public is not something that.
No.
Let's look at the exhibit Commonwealth 70. Ready right now. I want to stay at the top first. Okay. So again, just making sure we're looking at the same document. I'm looking at conversation ID 452-721-523.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this user ID.
A couple of you in the chat, hi to everybody who just popped in. If I saw it asked a number of times, so I figured I would answer. A few of you are asking, at this point, does this co-defendant, like at this point that these chats are happening, does this co-defendant know what he's planning? Yes. This co-defendant knows what he's planning. So the first time she thought it was a joke, and then she is continuing to engage with him as he is planning this, went to the shooting range with him twice, is engaging in these chats with him. She is engaging with this with him, and she knows what the plan is at this time and knows what he is telling her about avoiding investigation and how to manipulate the investigation and who needs to be home when and what have you.
He messages the Anastasia profile and says, saw your ad, I'm interested, a little bit about what I like and have done in the past. First off, restraints, and I've used rope and some leather cuffs and some vinyl tape. The profile goes on to describe pretty specifically what experience and what equipment that this person has and can bring.
The prosecutor struggling for the word equipment. Toys, counsel, toys, counsel, toys. Maybe not appropriate for this trial, but counsel. That was funny. The prosecutor's trying to narrow down what's in the chat, which would just, it's so heavy to me. Like the predatory nature of all of these chats, looking for the perfect, person to do what the defendant needed them to do and ultimately be killed for it, which they knew. That counsel is trying to navigate. It's a lot.
To this relationship. Is this someone that, is this someone that the two of you might have been interested in?
Can I just read it over?
Say that again?
Can I just read it over?
Yes, of course. Take your time.
Sure. I'm going to zoom.
And if...
Yes.
I was going to zoom. Emily, you immediately stopped zooming to read a super chat that I saw come in. I don't know where it just disappeared, but I saw someone who had translated the Instagram photo. So T with Tash said the Portuguese to English translates to the hottie can take a good picture with the ha-ha-has. Thank you for the translation from the Portuguese to the English on that. I appreciate it because it is, I just couldn't find it in the chat, but thank you for that. I don't know where it went. I'm a little bit behind in my board on Super Chat. So thank you, T with Tash, for the translation from the Portuguese, but also, ma'am, Emily, don't judge. Don't judge. Don't judge. Emily, don't judge. Don't judge whether she thinks dude she's having an affair with is hot. Just don't judge. Just, okay. Because he was the one taking the pictures. And jury doesn't have chat, so they're probably wondering.
And if you could scroll down a little bit. So this conversation looks like it went on for a little bit longer than the past two conversations.
Yeah, I have other things to judge for, because the hey, I think what I want to do is murder my wife and grab somebody off of this website to come to the house to do what I need them to do, and then I'm going to pretend that they were attacking my wife, and then I'm going to kill them, and then they're going to have killed her, or I'm going to kill her but make it look like they did. There's a lot more to that.
Yes.
Because it's
Okay.
just
And then if you
horrific.
look at cell number 931, the profile says, the other user says, I would expect that you might want to meet somewhere in public before doing anything in private. Your call on how or when to do that. Most weekdays I could get away at some point during the day to get a bite to eat or coffee or a drink after work. And then it goes on from there. Did you guys answer that? Take a look at this spreadsheet and let me know if you see an answer to this
a spreadsheet of chats.
request to get together.
No,
And why wouldn't you have responded?
because that's not something he was interested in. Going for a coffee or meeting in public.
Okay. And then if we could go on to Commonwealth 72.
Okay.
Number 571.
They are going through a spreadsheet of chats, which we cannot see, which makes it very hard to follow along because this is all under seal, so the audience in court can't see either. But it is
This conversation, and
it is necessary testimony, and the jury is going to have lots of time to judge the demeanor of this witness. Do they believe her? Do they not believe her? Do they, are they just waiting to see what else unfolds? But it is slogging to go through the, these chats like this.
and let's make sure we're looking at the same conversation again. I'm looking at conversation 448599624.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, the jury
So in
has
this
these published to
conversation,
them, so they're following along.
There's some initial talk. And then in cell number 571, the Anastasia profile says, I don't have restraints. It's something you would need to bring and be comfortable doing. Sounds really intense. And then there.
See? Equipment. They were looking for someone to bring equipment. Fair. They actually meant not just toys, but actual more equipment.
There's more, but I'm not going to read that aloud.
Okay, counsel.
Why
That's fair.
Why did the other user need to bring restraints?
Well, because we didn't have it. And whoever the person was going to be was supposed to bring all the stuff, like the restraints and our cuffs, whatever the person's supposed to have to bring.
And whose idea was that?
This man had handcuffs on him when he was arrested, but I understand why they want someone to bring their things, not his things, because I get it. So.
Brendan's.
And what?
Sorry,
I stepped on her answer. Whose idea to bring the stuff? Again, she's saying his.
Like the restraints and our cuffs, whatever the person's supposed to have to bring.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan's.
And what else was the person eventually supposed to bring?
Eventually, you want the person to bring a knife.
Okay. And when we look at cell number 572.
Well,
this user responds.
Just going to take a moment, chat, and say, trust your gut. And I am.
To the Anastasia profile, and this user says, so I'm a vet. We'd need to work up to restraints. I don't recommend them until the second or third time, once trust is there.
That's incredibly responsible boundaries poster. Thank you. Right, which is why other posters are like, hey, this is not a first encounter type of a situation. We need to establish trust.
And then in 573, this user says, if you're for real, let's grab a drink or coffee in public to see if there's attraction, no expectations. I work out in Fairfax County on Tuesdays if you're around. And then Anastasia responds in 574. And is it you and Brendan still operating the Anastasia profile at this point in time?
Yes.
So you tell her, I'm not interested in going on a regular date. That takes away from the excitement and the thrill of the first meeting.
Oh, that's going to be a big red flag. Right.
Why is that? So this is the third time that we've seen FetLife users saying, let's meet someplace, let's meet in public.
Right, because there are rules.
This person says, essentially, I've been doing this a while, and usually we don't get to that part until the second or third time we meet. So why is it important why is it significant?
Counsel,
why?
I actually empathize with the prosecutor who is trying to gently navigate the questions about the other posters in FetLife keep coming back to rules and boundaries and what they would, what their rules would be and what their boundaries would be, and meeting before, and is trying to navigate why would they keep passing on people? Because in opening, they talked about the fact that they had a hard time finding someone who would engage the way they were asking them to engage.
Why is it, again, that that the Anastasia profile keeps refusing to meet in public?
Because of the plan I had in mind. That to happen in the house, the person would need to come over, bring their stuff. And because it was not real, it was not Christine talking. So there was no way going out on a date to first meet the person.
All right, let's move on to Commonwealth 71.
Okay.
Same conversation. I'm looking at conversation ID 446.
There are a lot of conversations.
943660.
Yes.
This conversation, and I'm going to ask if we could just scroll through the conversation so we can see kind of the length of it. So it looks like this conversation is longer to me. Does it look longer to you?
Yes.
And if we could look at cell 145. Conversation. Can you take a look at cells?
I'm trying to zoom without us missing anything.
145, 146, 147, and 148, 149.
But, all right, she is reading those.
And so this user is still expressing, this is a different user, and this user is expressing discomfort at coming to someone else's house.
Chat, let me know if and what you think, but has the prosecution made the point at this point that other users were uncomfortable? I think the point is fairly clear, and I think the point's been made that A, other users had boundaries around this and weren't going to shift, and that it's fairly obvious that the defendant and co-defendant weren't going to go meet anybody in public. They were going to keep trying until they found a person who agreed to come to the house cold without a prior face-to-face meeting, and they were just going to keep trying to find that person. And they were never going to go meet somebody in person. I don't know if the prosecution is going through all of this to say that I don't even know if the defense is going to argue that this was the victim posting these things. I don't know if the prosecution's trying to get ahead of that argument, but I'm not sure why we are circling back around again, other than the extent of the conversations, which they've already admitted all these things into evidence, so they will have it. But I wonder what the time period is through all of these different chats and how long this was going on. And it's hard to tell if these chats are overlapping. I would be more interested at this point in how long this was going on for, because that's definitely going to factor into their arguments about premeditation.
This user says, I mean, I'm more than fine to play that role, just not at someone else's house where your husband could come home at any time. And then the Anastasia profile, which again, is that you and Brendan as the Anastasia profile?
It's like somebody figured out what was happening. Whoever this poster is, Emily, stop going through the posters. Also, Emily, oh, that's an excellent point, poster. No, I am not going to do that way. I will play that role, but I will not play it at somebody's house where somebody else could just come in. That is unsafe for me. Fair.
Where your husband could come home at any time.
It's like they saw the writing on the wall.
The Anastasia profile, which again, is that you and Brendan as the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
And so you tell this user that he works a set schedule and that she works a rotating schedule, and childcare responsibilities make it harder to plan around, and that they're only comfortable at my house and feel best about being there and recovering and relaxing at home afterwards. Again, the Anastasia profile, you and Brendan are saying, we don't want to come outside of our house. And is this for the same reason?
Emily, let it go. Emily, let it go. Emily, let that go. Let that question go.
In
letting it go.
Cell number 143, tells her, the concept is very hot, yeah, but the way you explain it does not look great on my side if anything were to go wrong. Basically, going into your home uninvited, tying you up, and taking advantage of you. Is that what the intent?
It's like another poster was like, no, that this, here's all the ways that this could go wrong. We're not doing that.
Intent was to have someone come in?
Yes.
And to behave in the manner.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to the leading nature of these questions.
They are leading. She's just reading them and saying, is that what it says? But it's interesting that the other poster said, that doesn't look great if something goes wrong. That doesn't look great if, it looks like I broke into your house and attacked you. Right. LEB07 said, wait, they put the messages in Excel like Kelly Rowland in that Nelly music video. Yeah. That wasn't the No Scrubs video. Was it an LEB music video? Yes. They're in Excel. And I don't know if that's the way that the website turned over the discovery or not, but yes, they're going through Excel.
Come in.
Yes.
And to behave in the manner.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to the leading nature of these questions. It's been.
I'll sustain this leading.
Tell me about it.
Counsel, just say objection leading. It's cool.
Did you and Brendan ever agree to meet a FetLife user in public?
No.
Okay.
Did you ever agree to meet another FetLife user at a hotel?
No.
Or at another user's home or work?
Okay.
No.
And so ultimately, out of all the users in the Commonwealth 67 and the few conversations that we've explored, Joe Ryan was selected. Yes. Who chose Joe?
Brendan.
And did he say why he picked Joe after interacting with him on FetLife?
It was mostly because he made Brendan feel confident enough that he would be the person to play the role they needed the person to play, which means being aggressive and hold her down and come over to the house and bring stuff and all that, yeah.
And did you and the defendant ever use any other form of communication with Joe Ryan?
Yes.
And what form of communication was that?
It was a telegram.
And were you present
Of course it was.
when the Telegram account was created?
Yes.
Who created the Telegram account?
Brendan.
And how did he do that?
He used her laptop on its anonymous page, and he had her cell phone with him at the time because he needed to
authenticate it,
receive a code on her cell phone so she could create the account on Telegram.
And how did you and the defendant communicate with Joe Ryan on Telegram?
By texting.
Did you use any other form of communication on Telegram with him?
Phone call, phone call.
And who was it that spoke on the phone with Joe Ryan when you had that phone call?
I spoke to Joe.
I think so. You're going to put this one from the table to the podium?
Which one? The podium?
Yeah, podium.
Okay. Podium? Take the jury out.
I think the court said, I don't know what the court said. Did the court say take the jury out? No.
When you spoke on the phone, did Joe
They might have been
comment
talking about
on
what's being shown to the jury, but okay.
When you spoke on the phone, did Joe comment on your accent?
Yes.
What did he say?
That was the first thing he said. As soon as I said hi, he was surprised that I had an accent. And he asked, "Oh, you have an accent?" I didn't know. And I told him, yes.
Now I'm going to show you Commonwealth
There really was no.
73, and I would ask for this to
Ma'am, I do not believe there was no more to that conversation, but okay.
be displayed to counsel and witness only. And if I could have the court's indulgence for just 1 moment.
Sure. No.
So we could publish that to the jury.
Okay. It is, I get that the prosecution's trying to go in order. It is just not the smoothest.
I'm going to scroll. This is a lengthy exhibit, so I'm not going to scroll through all of the bubbles, but I'm just going to scroll through a few pages so that you can get a sense of the two parties communicating. Now, in looking at these conversations, we see that the blue bubbles are from
those are going to be the
Anastasia.
texts.
Who is operating the Anastasia profile on Telegram?
Brendan and I.
And then we see the green bubbles are from Joe. The owner is Joe.
Yeah.
Did you come to know who that person was, or did you learn who that person was?
Joe?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just when he came to the house that day, on the 24th.
I'm looking at page 2.
Okay, so on screen, and again, as we talked about earlier, we're going to get a little bit of that flickering on screen when they show these messages. The first one is kind of the format that we're used to seeing in the Celebrate cell phone extractions. The first one from Anastasia says, "Good to talk to you." The next one says, "Same." And I think they'll probably read them, but I'm going to read them when they're on screen in case they zoom past anything. The next one says, "I'm looking forward to Friday." From Joe
sends a message.
From Joe to, or from the Joe account to the Anastasia handle.
On February 20th, it says, "I'm looking forward to Friday." Who chose February 24th, 2023 as the date?
Brendan.
And
The fact that it was Brandon's birthday and he was like, "My birthday is the perfect day for this."
did he say why he chose that date?
He did say why, but right now I can't recall.
Okay. I'm going to scroll forward to page.
No! What are you doing? Counsel. Hold up. Wait a minute, counsel. Come on now. How fast did you scroll?
As the date.
Brendan.
And did he say why he chose that date?
He did say why.
I was trying to look if there was anything
but
else
right
in
now
there.
I can't recall.
She said he said why, but I can't recall.
I'm going to scroll forward to page 28.
Boo. I also wanted to read the things. She was scrolling way too
I
fast.
apologize for the scrolling, but.
I appreciate the counsel apologize for the scrolling, but
That I'm going to try to blow up. Do you see it in front of you?
all right, there is a photograph that they are showing on screen, but it is a thumbnail like extraction photograph. But it looks like there's a knife in the photo, and that knife looks an awful lot like the knife that was in court.
Yes.
To me.
Did Brendan see that photograph?
He did.
And did he make any comments on that photograph?
I mean, there's also some chains and like leather, but chat, does that look like the same weapon that was in court? It looks like the same one to me.
Yeah.
What did he say?
I mean, in addition to the fact that this is in a green text bubble and everything's stuttering and it's horrible, but that looks like the same knife to me.
That was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting.
Emily, you got too caught up on the photo. That was not the knife he was expecting him to bring.
Any comments on that photograph?
Yeah.
What did he say?
That was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting a pointy knife. That would be easier.
A pointed knife would be easier. I'm going to rewind that one more time. That's not the knife he was expecting him to bring. A pointed knife would be easier. Well, if someone is role playing, I mean, I get that we want like realism for the props, but if someone is viewing this as a prop, then they're not really thinking about what's easier because it's a prop. So, you know, it's not the same thought process there, I imagine, but
When he asked about the knife, he was expecting a pointy knife. That would be easier.
A point knife would be easier.
All right. And I'm going to move down to page 41.
I mean, did y'all message him back and say, can you
On page 41,
bring a different
we
knife?
see-
And it seems that Joe is trying to also maintain some level of consent and conversation with, these are the things I'm going to bring. We good.
Anastasia profile, again, is that still you and Brendan?
Yes.
Okay. And the Anastasia profile says, oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement.
There was, I don't think, any mention of animals earlier, but I forgot to tell you I have a dog. She's very nice. She'll be in the basement. She will have stacks and stuff down there. Just let her be.
Who sent that message?
Brendan?
I am going to terminate this view here. If I could ask for it to be terminated to the gallery. Before February 24th, 2023, the day of, did the defendant ask you to do other things to get ready?
No, I think, Chad, a lot of you are saying, are they not talking about a literal dog? I think they're probably talking about a literal dog. We hadn't heard mention of it before because their plan was to take the daughter to the zoo. So the daughter was with this defendant, Juliana, the AuPair. The daughter was with her. I mean, and yes, then when they came in through the house, through the basement, they left the daughter in the basement when they went upstairs. But the daughter was with her when they left the house, and it seemed that they had been planning that.
Can you ask differently?
Sure. Did you keep the same cell phone that you initially obtained when you came to the U.S.?
Did you get a new cell phone?
Can you tell me about your cell phone in relation to the date of February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, a few days prior, Brendan told us to trade in our phones.
The cell phones got rehomed a few days before. It's time for an upgrade, everybody. New cell phones. It's my birthday. New cell phones. Of course that the cell phones have been rehomed. Of course they have. Of course there's new cell phones.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
are.
Why was it necessary to get a new phone?
Because he told me to get rid of my other phone where it had her pictures and other stuff, and because even if I reset my phone, it was to be able to see the things I had before.
And what about your Apple ID?
Did he tell you that?
Keep the same Apple ID?
No.
Trooper Proctor could never. New phones, new Apple ID. Did everybody get a new Apple ID? New phones, new Apple ID? No accidental syncing then.
Why did you change Apple IDs?
Because they also said that it would be able to see through my Apple ID the things I had on my phone before.
And did Brendan get a new phone as well?
He did.
Do you know, did it happen at the same time or at a different time than you?
A different time.
And
How different?
was
Like
there
2 days
anything,
different?
Were there any changes to the home?
Yes.
And can you talk about that?
They changed all the windows in the house, and Brenda's description of the window was more soundproof. That's how I would say it. I'm not sure if that's how you call it, but that's the description.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he have you do with regard to that?
After they changed all the windows in the house, he told me for us to test, and he
said, I need you to go to the sliding door, and I need you to open the sliding door and start singing. And then I need you to close the sliding door, and then I need you to open the sliding door, and then I need you to close the sliding door. No? Yes? Maybe?
He told me for us to test, and he had told me to go up to the master bedroom, and he would be outside in the driveway, and he told me for me to scream from the master bedroom to see if he could hear anything from the driveway, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Did you do anything different instead?
Instead, he told me so I could go out in the driveway, and he would go up to the master bedroom.
He would do it.
And he would be the one screaming, and I'd just tell him whether or not I heard anything, and also from the backyard, because the back of the house.
Literally was like, this works in Ace Ventura.
Had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people don't hear.
Sorry, he was explaining why.
The back of the house had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people don't hear from there.
And did you do that?
I was out to see if I could hear him, yes.
And could you?
Barely.
She said that there was a trail at the back of the house and neighbors, and that he didn't want anyone to hear her. And what I am taking from that, and we will see where this goes, but what I am taking from that is that he didn't, because if this is how this all went down, and this witness is believed, the prosecution said in opening that they set this up so that Joe believed this whole thing was consensual. Christine didn't have any idea of what was going on. And it sounds like they wanted to make sure that the neighbors would not hear her calling for help, presumably, and interrupt. Because he needs to be the one that gets home and interrupts. Okay.
And then where did you usually park your car?
My car I would park normally in the driveway. Other times I'd park by the mailbox in the coat sack.
And did you park it somewhere else in preparation for February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, the night before I parked in the coat sack.
Why did you do that?
Brendan told me to do so because maybe Joe would come around to see what he was getting himself into, and or maybe in the morning, and then he would see a different car, and it would scare him away, and yeah.
So the car was
And
parked
then-
in the
so those are all
cul-de-sac,
things that
so it
you-
wouldn't
you did.
raise a red flag?
Did the defendant do anything else in preparation for that day?
Yeah, he went around in the neighborhood, checking for ring cameras, doorbell cameras.
He went around the neighborhood checking for Ring cameras. Okay.
The doors. He knew that our neighbor, she didn't have cameras, and our neighbor to our left, and our neighbor John in front of us also didn't have cameras, but he was checking for other neighbors, and also changing his routine to. So the day that happened, it wouldn't be odd that he was at McDonald's like 6 minutes away. So he
changed his routine in advance, so it wouldn't be odd that he was at a McDonald's close to the house. It would just be his routine, because apparently he now, out with January, New Year, New Me, in with McDonald's breakfast. I mean, okay.
we started leaving the house earlier to go to work, and he would stop by somewhere else to eat breakfast or something. And yeah, and so that you wouldn't be odd.
Okay. How did the defendant know that Christine would be out of the home on that morning?
She was
I'm
supposed.
sorry. How did the defendant know that Christine would be at home that morning?
Yeah, she was scheduled to work that Friday morning, and he had told me that he would talk to her out of it to change. And so instead of going to work on that morning, she would be off and she would be at home.
And what was the plan for you and Valerie to be out of the house?
Is that why he picked his birthday? So he could have his wife switch her schedule? I'd be like, but it's my birthday.
Said about telling
And
her
this is why they wanted her to
Valerie and I
flip.
would go to the zoo, spend all day at the zoo, and we would be leaving the house early. And so, yeah, that was the plan for me and Valerie.
When did
you
that
tell her about the
change?
plan?
I told her it was a few days prior to, but I told her in person because he didn't want any messages where I would be asking, telling her about it. So the conversation I had with her was in person a few days prior.
And you said the conversation was in person, and why? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. We couldn't hear.
She said defendant didn't want any text messages about the plan to go to the zoo.
Yeah. Why was the conversation in person?
So you didn't be me requesting, talk down her that we're going asking to go, and yeah, so he wanted things in person.
And who wanted things in person?
Brendan.
Okay.
I don't know when these
Was there really
conversations
no Paris trip planned for the zoo that morning?
happened.
There was not.
But they haven't really specified at all when these conversations were
When you woke up
happening.
on the morning of the 24th.
No, that's not fair. I think she said the day before. So I think they're just talking about the day before, what happened the day before, moving the car, checking for Ring cameras. And the prosecution's trying to go through this in a fairly succinct way. It's just difficult.
What happened first?
I woke up early. I think I had an alarm on my phone. And when went downstairs to the kitchen.
Do you recall what time you got up?
I would say 6 something.
Did you wake up Valerie that morning?
No, Brendan did.
And who brought Valerie to you that morning?
Brendan.
Did he say anything to you when he left Valerie with you?
She said Christine was asleep.
And what did you do next?
Next, I started getting her ready downstairs. And yeah, for now, I was just getting her ready, like in the living room downstairs.
Okay.
Did you or Brendan text Joe that morning?
Yes.
And on what platform?
That's probably what they're looking at on the screen.
On what platform? How did you
Signal?
contact him?
A Telegram.
Telegram.
Okay. And
whichever trial we're in and whichever messaging app we're using.
In the Telegram messages, we can see instructions for Joe to park in the driveway.
What exhibit is this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What exhibit is this on the
I
screen?
apologize, Your Honor. This is Commonwealth 73.
73, so it's already in evidence, so
Yes, it
we
is already
can
in
publish it
evidence.
to the
Yeah.
jury. Thank you.
The judge is like, why is the jury sitting here not looking at something that's already in evidence? And just stepped right in and was like, can you show the jury what message you're looking at? Thanks. Me, we're going to zoom. Also me, 6 hours later.
Exactly on what page? I'm just going to move on. I can't find the page at this moment. How is Joe supposed to get into the house?
I had told him during the phone call that the door would be unlocked.
Okay. And who unlocked the front door?
Brendan did, using Christine's cell phone.
And I'm going to show you, if I could have the view to be to counsel and the witness.
She said that the husband unlocked the door using wife's cell phone.
Only at this point. Commonwealth 231.
Was that 231?
231.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is? Do you recognize that?
I would say it's Christine's cell phone.
And do you recognize the app that is showing?
This That's the tab that will control the front door lock and the thermostat in the house.
And is this the app that was used to unlock the door?
Yeah.
How is the door going to stay unlocked?
It has to be changed. It has to be deactivated through the app on the cell phone. The person can choose how many minutes the door is gonna lock.
What app wait, just point of curiosity, what app did they say? Because it sounds cool. Like you can set a period of time, like, hey, the door can be unlocked for 30 minutes. I have questions. Because that sounds kind of awesome.
At this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth 231.
Any objection? Okay. All right, 231.
And that can be published to the jury.
And published.
Yes.
All right.
Stay unlocked.
He deactivated the door lock on her phone, and he turned it off and hid the phone in the drawer in the bar area we have, like in the kitchen.
And at this point, we can terminate the view.
All right.
Before the
A lot
two
of
of you
you
left
have
the house that
suggestions
morning,
on which locks
did you have
can
any
do that.
other
Thank you.
conversation with Brendan?
No, he had.
But the hiding the phone in the bar area of the kitchen.
After I texted Joe, he said, Brendan told me he would be leaving the house at that moment for me to wait a few minutes before leaving the house with Valerie.
What, if anything, did he give you in that morning before the two of you left?
Gun.
What now?
What kind of gun?
It's a handgun.
And what did you do with that?
I put it in my pocket, in my sweater.
Okay.
Who was it that left the house first?
Brendan did.
And what was the plan for him that morning? Where was he going to go, and what was going to happen next?
He was going to stay, he was going to go to the McDonald's, which is, let's say 5-6 minutes away from our house by the clock tower. And he would stay there until whenever I called him.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to stay in the car with Valerie to put something on her iPad for her to watch. And as soon as I saw Juliana pulling up the driveway, I was supposed to give Christina a call, but her phone would be off and it would go to voicemail, and I was supposed to call him right away and tell him there was somebody strange coming to the house, and that I was scared, and yeah.
Okay. And so let's go step by step. Did you leave the house?
That was pretty clear.
Yeah.
Why can't we just ask, did you do that? I was supposed to stay in the cul-de-sac and put something on the iPad and then call Valerie and then call him and say someone's strange with at the house, because he has to know to come back to the house, right? Because he can't just show up. He has to know. And wife can't call because they hid her phone. She would probably call 911 and not him. So somehow he has to know when Christine is in the house with Joe.
Did you go to the car?
Yes.
And did you put Valerie inside the car?
Yes.
And did you begin to put a show on for her?
Yeah, I was trying to connect her tablet on the Wi-Fi on my phone.
Okay.
So I could put on a show for her on Netflix.
And then what, if anything, did you see after that?
I think after a couple minutes, I do not know how many minutes passed. That's when I saw Joe pulling in the driveway, and I was still parked in the cul-de-sac, and I called Christine's phone and went to voicemail, and I called Brendan right after, as he had instructed me to do.
They didn't go to the zoo.
Did
The zoo
Brendan
was a
say
ruse.
why he wanted you to call Christine's phone and then?
The zoo was a ruse about them all leaving the house. So no, they didn't actually go to the zoo. It was what they told Christine.
Call his phone?
Yeah. So then you'd have the history, the phone call history on her phone that I had tried to call her. Yeah.
And then what happened next? You said you saw Joe arrive.
Mm-hmm.
What, if anything, did you see him do?
He just went straight to the driveway, parked next to Christine's car, and I called. After I called Christine, I called Brendan, and then he picked up the phone, and I was telling him just the way he had said, and like there's somebody strange and come to the house. I'm scared, and he told me he would for me to stay there. He would be coming home, and that he would try to also call Christine.
I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Do you recall when it was that Brendan told you, when Joe arrives, call Christine and then call me? Do you recall
good
when
timeline.
he told you that?
That'd be helpful.
It was throughout the whole process when I think he had all his plan in his mind, and then he just told me how things were going to happen. This is going to happen. You do this, and then you do that, and that's going to happen. But I cannot say for sure, like, the period, like, when that was. I cannot say it.
So she doesn't know exactly when they had that discussion. Sleepy Sloth in the chat said, but not call the police. Well, no, that would defeat the purpose. No, she called and said, I'm scared there's somebody at the house, because he wants to be able to say truthfully that she called and told him that. And that he then called Christine and her phone's hidden. So he wants to be able to say that. He called her to check in with her and then showed up. But no, you don't call the police, because it would foil the entire thing.
At this point, you've seen Joe Ryan go into the house. You've made your phone calls. What, if anything, happened at this point?
After I call Brendan, he says he's coming, and then a few minutes pass.
Yeah, he needed a reason to go back to the house. I don't know what they were going to explain, how she knew somebody strange arrived at the house. Was she supposed to still be in the house? I don't know. But yeah, no. Yeah. So he needed a reason to come back to the house.
Again, I don't know how many minutes. But it felt like forever. And he arrived, he parked his car next to the mailbox. And he got out the car, he was crossing the street. And I got out the car, I got Valerie out of the car too. Then we went following him to the back of the house, to the door that leads us into the basement.
Okay. And whose idea was it to go into the basement?
Brenda's.
And whose idea was it for all of you to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And did all three of you go into the basement together?
Yeah.
And when you accessed the basement, did you go in through the front door of the house? Did you go in through the back door of the house? How did you get in?
The three of us got into the house through the basement door, which was in the back of the house.
And when the three of you went into the basement.
Chrissy asked, what time of day is this all happening? This is quite early in the morning, because the first accidental 911 call, which we haven't gotten to yet in her testimony, was at 7:47. So this is like right after 7:30 a.m. So early in the morning. And yep. And yes, for those of you who were like, the kid was in the basement, yes, the defendant's also charged with 2 counts related to child endangerment. So yes, he is charged with that as well.
Did anyone lock the door to the outside that you had just come in after you went inside?
No. After when I inside, I did not recall locking the door or doing anything with the door.
Do you recall if their dog was in the basement when you went inside?
I saw her in a flash. And also because I knew she was going to be there in the basement.
So the dog was in the basement?
But what happened with her after that, I don't know.
Okay. Did she go upstairs with you?
What is it?
I'll move on.
She just wanted to know if the dog went upstairs. Like, where was the dog? But we'll see.
So is Valerie still with you at this point in time while you're in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do with Valerie?
Brendan had told us to stay there in the basement. And again, I knew we were supposed to stay there, she and I. And he went upstairs to the main floor.
Okay. And what if anything, did you do?
I just stayed with her. And after a couple minutes passed by, and I had told her for you to like stay here. And then I also went upstairs to the main floor.
Was that something that you decided to do, or was that a part of, was that something that you were told to do?
Oh my God, counsel, did you decide to do that, or was that part of the plan?
Something I was told to do. It was part of his plan.
And say that again?
It was part of his plan.
Okay. And when you say it was a part of his plan, whose plan?
Brendan's.
Okay. So,
just simple questions,
left Valerie
counsel.
in the basement, and you said you went upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
When you got to the main level, did you or Brendan?
Weird now, like her walking up the stairs for all the murder stuff that is going to happen, and her demeanor has not shifted at all. It is just interesting.
Lock the door at the top of the basement stairs?
I do not recall doing that.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
When I got to the main floor, Brendan was standing at the bottom of the stairs that lead us upstairs. And he was just listening. Then he gestured to me like for me to wait, just listen to the sound. And the sound was like slapping. That's when they're slapping somebody. That's the sound we could hear.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I think we were listening to that sound for a few seconds, and he took his gun out. And because I also had the gun with me, I just did the same. And he proceeded to go upstairs, and I just followed him upstairs to the master bedroom.
Who opened the bedroom door?
Brendan.
Did you go inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see when you went inside the bedroom?
When we first get into the bedroom, I could see...
I don't know what she is going to describe, chat. However, I do know what we have heard them say and detail that they were going to set up. And what they were going to set up was a staged, well, the other person in the bedroom thought it was a staged consensual, but posing as non-consensual encounter. And I imagine that she is going to describe whatever is going on there. So for anyone who is just popping in, the whatever she's going to describe, I don't know, but I'm just giving that warning. I don't even know what else to say about that, because that is what they were setting up. Unfortunately, the other party in that role play was not the party in the conversations about the role play. So it's knowing that on that side of it is chilling. Knowing that, the other party shows up to the house thinking that they have had a phone call and conversations and all of that on his side, but then also knowing that the person in the room with him was not a party to any of those conversations is awful. And so that is the warning on that. I don't know what she is going to describe, but she was in the room. And the defendants, I mean, he may or may not testify. I don't know. And the other two people in the room were killed.
The bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like
Did she just say the bed we have in the master bedroom is kind of tall? Okay. We're turning into a freaking Taylor Swift song here with the, you know, his mistress sleeps in Effie's bed and everything. Huh. The bed we have in the bedroom.
I could see that the bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like Joe. At the moment I knew it was Joe, like on top of Christine, in a way I'll describe holding her down. And that was my first view as soon as I get into the bedroom.
Were you able to tell, were you able to see Christine at all at that point?
At that point, no.
Did anyone say...
What, you doubt that? I'm sorry, defendant. You have doubts? You're furrowing your brow. You think that she can't see this at this point?
At that point?
At that point, no.
He does.
Did anyone say anything when the two of you went into the bedroom?
Yeah, when I got to the bedroom, Brendan said, he yelled, police officer, and
he did what?
Christine's first reaction, that was the first time I heard she say anything at that point. And she yelled back at Brendan saying, Brendan, he has a knife. And yeah, that's
So when the prosecution was asking the coroner about injuries to Christine's neck, this is part of why. If the jury believes her and believes that's what she heard, then at that point, Christine had not necessarily had the injuries. And you had all these chats. The defendant, co-defendant, you had all these chats with the dude who is set up to believe that this is all a consensual scene. And the woman who you said at the beginning of your testimony that you liked. But you set up all of this knowing what was going to play out in the house.
when Brendan first shot Joe.
Did you see Joe before he was shot?
Yeah.
What did he look like when he saw Brendan?
Shocked.
Yeah, but he was scared.
After Brendan shot Joe, did anyone say anything?
If anyone said anything?
Yeah, did anyone say anything in the room at that point?
Yeah, because Brendan ran to Christine. She was still on the floor, and I think that point she had.
Didn't you just say she was on the bed, not on the floor? That doesn't track.
She had seen me, and she said she had asked what you do to Brendan, I think regarding to that he shot Joe. And she said my name. She told me, Juliana, call 911.
And what did you do?
I called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
At that point, Joe was already shot, so that's the sound in the background. And
I was wondering if that was the case. It seems like that is call number 1, and a lot of you asked, and I did not know if that was Joe in the background. That is consistent with what the coroner said. I think her demeanor has changed a little bit at this point. I'm not surprised that she was stressed and then was like, she said, call 911, I called 911.
Brendan looks at me and just, in a way, for me, like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you? Did he say, Juliana, hang up the
I'm
call?
gonna back that up. Did he say Juliana, hang up the call? No, because he knows 911 is recording.
Brendan looks at me and just, in a way, for me, like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you? Did he say, Juliana, hang up the call?
No, he did not.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture.
And what gesture did he make?
This.
She is making like a phone down gesture for those of you who are listening in the background. That explains a bit what is it, like a 15-minute, little less than 15-minute time difference between the two calls.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture.
And what gesture did he make?
This.
And so what did you do after he made that gesture?
I hung up the phone, the phone call.
This just keeps getting worse.
What, if anything, happened next?
Next, he was...
Next, his wife, Christine, thinks that he has shot the intruder that has attacked her, thought that 911 had been called, and then... However, that tracked that that was Joe on the 911 call.
Joe was laying there, and for me to grab a towel from the master bathroom. We have the closet, and I just ran to the master bathroom and grabbed him a towel and to bring it to him.
And at this point in time, could you see Christine?
Yes.
What did you see Brendan do next?
When I was bringing him the towel, he got on top of her, and that's when I first saw him stab her with a knife.
Where on her body was he stabbing her?
Her neck.
And were you able to see whether or not he stabbed her one time or more than one time?
When I first saw that happening, I ran to the other side of the the bed, and I was just crouching down on myself and covering my ears and covering my eyes. And a few times I looked, and I was able to see him stabbing her.
So you're hiding on the other side of the bed and trying not to hear and see the thing that y'all had spent quite a significant amount of time planning.
And he would stab, and other times he would hold the knife in a position
Here, I'm going to move myself because she's gesturing on the stand. I don't know if the prosecutor will relay that gesture for the record. The prosecutor generally, even when she was doing like the hang up gesture with, or cut it or whatever, because hang up to me still has the two fingers because I'm that age. But generally you say the witness is gesturing for the record and then try to define that gesture. So I don't know if she will or not, but just so y'all can see
stab,
it.
And other times he would hold the knife in a position how that was.
You said he was holding the knife in a position?
Yeah.
How was he holding it?
She showed you. Did you
This
not see her?
position, I think when the way he stabbed, he was just kind of like holding it, putting pressure on it.
And was he just holding on to the knife at that point, or was he still stabbing her?
He was holding on to the knife.
Did you stab Christine at all?
I did not.
Did you touch Christine at all at this point?
No.
Did you get any blood on you?
I did.
And how did you get blood on you?
The blood on my hands, I remember, because at some point when he was stabbing her, I was kneeling, like, she was here, and Brendan was like stabbing her, and I came closer, and it was right here, and I knelt on the carpet.
I thought that she was on the bed. There are some very confusing descriptions here, because when the law enforcement got there, victim Christine was in the bed. Joe was on the ground. She's describing it as if Christine is on the ground, and she said that earlier in her testimony. But how do we get from you are hiding on the other side of the bed, trying to cover your eyes and ears, to getting closer? Unless you are not telling us the entirety of what you were doing, which would shock me none.
And I had put my hands on the carpet, and as soon as I felt blood, I just removed my hands from the carpet.
Why? What did the blood feel like?
It was warm.
Okay, counsel.
Did you get blood on any other part of you?
on it was on my shoes, but also on my socks.
What?
How did you get blood on your shoes?
What?
I was walking around, I would say, freaking out, and I was pacing back and forth, and it was pacing and staying in place, covering my eyes and ears, and I didn't want to hear what their conversation, and so I don't truly know like how I got blood on my socks.
When did you take your shoes off?
When did you take off your shoes?
When Brendan had told me 21, 28, he was telling me basically.
He was speaking in code? This story was much more linear before we got to the murdery part. I feel like there's information from this part that is not being fully described by this witness. We had a lot more information before and leading up to, but from the time we went to the bottom of the stairs up, there is very clearly missing information from then on. So I imagine that's where we're going to spend some of cross-examination, because some of this is interesting.
To go to the master, to the closet, to the safe, and
keep reading, Emily. Literally a code to the safe. Literally a code to the. Okay.
Was telling me 21, 28, and it took me a while to know what he was talking about, and I was like, 21, 28, what? And
I mean, that's fair.
We said safe, and before I started going to the closet, he told me take off your shoes, and I took off my shoes, and I proceeded going to the safe.
What? So you wouldn't leave footprints?
I got my tiptoes, like with my socks on.
Why was it that you went to the safe?
Huh?
Why did you go to the safe?
What?
Because it was also part of his plan, and for reasons I can't make sense of them now, given that I had the gun with me that morning. Yeah.
But he wanted you to go to the safe?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Okay. I'm going to show you a series of photographs at this point.
No, we're missing some information.
And they are going to be
stuff is not
Commonwealth 74,
tracking
75,
all the
76, 77, and 7.
Would it surprise me if she minimized her own participation in all of this? Nope. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
78, and if I could have them displayed to the witness and counsel only, please.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll through these photos, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So
I wonder if these are
Commonwealth
crime scene
74,
photos.
75, 76, 77, and 78. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
Tina, you make an excellent point in the chat. Yes, Wait, I tried to grab it. Yes. Only one shot. The victim had 2 bullet wounds and 2 gunshot wounds and 2 bullets recovered from the victim.
Taken at the police headquarters on the date that happened. And the last picture, it's a...
Wolf Chiara, you make a great point. He wanted it to look like she got the gun that shot the victim. Right, because why, if you were the au pair, why would you come rolling into the house with a gun in your pocket? This is an excellent point, and he knows they're going to dust the safe for prints. It's a very good point.
Picture of my shoes and my socks.
And
so these are pictures of her clothing.
Show us 74, 75, 76, and 77. Are those a true and accurate depiction of the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And is 78 a true and accurate depiction of the shoes and socks that you were wearing that day?
Yeah.
Judge, at this point in time, I would ask...
So that's the foundation for those photos of her clothing?
To publish these to the jury.
Push them in evidence.
I'm sorry, admit them into evidence and then publish them to the jury.
No objection from the defense. 75, 76, 77, and 78 in evidence and publish.
And I'm just going to click through them so that they can publish.
I'm going to zoom as they publish.
Went to the safe, came back. What did you do at that point?
At that point, that's when
we're just skipping over. You went to the safe. Did we open the safe? Did we get anything out of the safe? Did we put anything into the safe? I have so many questions. But okay.
And in front of the dresser and the TV. And I'm telling Brendan that Joe is moving.
Oh.
He was moving, and Brendan, he doesn't have any reaction to that whatsoever. And I just start telling him he's moving, he's behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
Oh, so then you shot him.
Could you say that again?
I fired.
And when you say you fired what?
A gun.
The gun that was where?
In my that I had in my pocket, the handgun.
Did you hit anyone?
Yes.
Who'd you hit?
Joe.
What happened after you shot Joe?
It's going to be real interesting to see the crime scene photos because I don't know how much he would have been moving. She's making it out to seem like he's moving, he's behind you. Based on the coroner's testimony, regardless of which shot was first and which shot was second, I don't know if he's going to be moving in the way that she is detailing it, but yeah, she's like, and that's when I fired. So tell me again that you don't know why you went to the safe and punched in the code before you came back and shot Joe. I don't know why he wanted me to go punch in the code. Oh, you don't?
Joe.
Okay.
After I shot him, he falls back.
Did you see Brendan touch Joe's body after you shot him?
Touching, no.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbed in Christine, and he got her blood in a handful of blood, and
what
starts
dripping
on Joe's body.
What?
Did you ever call 911 again?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 again?
I called 911 again when he told me Brendan told me he was ready for me to call.
And when you
chat it, I mean, if Brendan's story is that Joe stabbed Christine and then they shot Joe, you would expect to find Christine's blood on Joe. So I'm not surprised, but also it is interesting testimony for sure.
You made that call. Do you recall what you said?
I think I do not remember everything he said. I remember saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call. So Brendan.
We heard that. Lauren in the chat said, she said she was confused why he had her go to the safe because she already had the gun. She said that earlier. That's why she's confused. She's confused. However, he's not. I also don't know if she was truly confused or if he was trying to set it up like she shot Joe and wanted her to have her fingerprints on the safe in case they dusted the safe. So she might have been confused, or it might have been part of the plan, or he might have just not clued her in on the plan because he planned for her and Joe to both take the fall. So H2O, Water Please said she's reading something. She is looking at the evidence that they're showing her on the screen. So this is the monitor where when they're showing the evidence, she can see it. So when she's looking down, she's looking at whatever the DA is showing on the screen that the defense has, etc. So
took the lead, and
photos,
he was the one talking to the.
Here, this was about the 911 call.
Saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call. So Brendan took the lead, and he was the one talking to the responder on the phone call.
Did the police arrive that day after you called 911?
They did.
What did you do when the police arrived?
The person on the phone, the 911, she told me to not hang up on the phone and go make sure the front door is open. And so I went downstairs to make sure the door was open. And that's when they were already at the door at that point.
And we heard the 911 call earlier
and that
today.
Day, on the day that the murders took place, did you speak to the police that day?
Yes.
I bet that's a very different story.
The first time I spoke to the police was in the driveway, and they took Valor and I to the police headquarters.
Did you talk to the police when you got to headquarters?
Yes.
And did you tell the detectives that you spoke with that day about the things that you testified to here today?
though that I told.
I imagine she told them the prearranged story. Christine Collette in the chat asked how long after the murders was she arrested? She was arrested in October.
The detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me if I was ever to talk.
I mean, I think we've moved to the story that y'all agreed on, but it was the version that he told me. Yes, sure. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you said to the police.
It was the version Brendan had told me if I was ever to talk to a lawyer or this is ever going to happen. Like this is what happened. The version I told the detectives that day, and that I eventually also told his lawyer the same version.
Ms. Bristler, is this a good break point for the day?
Yes.
Possibly?
Yes, because I can smell dinner.
Check with.
And it smells good.
Judge, if I could have 1 moment.
Yes.
So, this testimony is going to continue for an entire day tomorrow.
Yes, Judge, this is a fine place to stop.
All right, just stay right there, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day.
That was a long day
Just
in court
a
for
reminder
them.
tonight, don't look at any news, don't look at any social media, do not talk to anybody about this case, and please do not do any outside research, okay? And
they're gonna.
Johnson will take you back. And just.
Can you imagine being a juror and going home for the day and being like, that was a lot. Like, hey, hon, how was jury duty? Well, I'll have a lot to tell you when this case is done. And just, what do you, just sit and go back the next day? It's a lot.
Just make sure you get here tomorrow at the correct time so we can start right on time tomorrow at 10 a.m., okay? Perfect, thank you.
I appreciate that she starts at 10. They are almost done for the day. We're going to be done for the day. We might actually start a little earlier tomorrow so we can get through the day without it being almost 7 o'clock my time before we're done for the day, because that, I thought we would zoom and then, well, then this. Tomorrow's probably going to take some time. I think bulgogi beef is for dinner over here, Chad. So, the jury is leaving. Okay. We haven't even gotten to the prosecution asking her about her deal, so we're going to have to talk about that tomorrow.
All right, ma'am, just as a reminder, since you're still testifying, it's important that you do not talk to anybody about this case or your testimony. That includes the prosecutors or the defense attorney, okay? You are allowed to talk to your attorney, Mr. Campbell, who for the record is present in the courtroom today, okay? All right, so you're excused until tomorrow morning.
Right. So, that's a lot of a day. I'm just curious if Judge A says anything to the lawyers. They are escorting co-defendant out of the courtroom. She is in custody as well. So they will be escorting her back to custody. And then they'll escort the defendant back to custody.
Yes, Judge, I'd like to.
You want to approach? Sure.
All right, the attorneys are approaching. I'm aggressively fast forwarding.
All rise.
All right. And that's the end of this day of court.
All rise.
I love that the judge has stickers on her laptop. Your Honor, we need to send you some Lawnard stickers. We need to. Oh, boy. Well, that was certainly a full day of court as we are going through day one of the Banfield trial that is currently underway. though it has moved pretty quickly in real time. So we are going to be zooming to catch up tomorrow because there was only one witness on day 2 of this trial. And we might just summarize day 3 so we can catch up in real time, because day 3 is a lot of scientific evidence and I might be able to just consolidate that and catch up a bit more in real time depending on what's going on. But the case has been moving pretty quickly. But tomorrow, I imagine, is not going to move super quickly, especially if it was like it was today. However, now that we have a little bit more of the cadence of the co-defendant, we might see how we do with 1.25 tomorrow, just to move through it a bit more quickly. But there were some changes in the way that the co-defendant testified when you got to her relaying what happened once she got into the bedroom where Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield were, when she says Brendan Banfield shot Joe and then stabbed Christine. She was describing what she was doing during that time. I think there's some information missing in her description of what she was doing and how she ended up with blood on her clothes and her shoes and her socks and more. But again, when we're getting to the fact that she's saying that Brendan Banfield told her to take off her shoes to go to the safe, it would seem to me that he was thinking about, if the safe was dusted for prints, somebody had to get the gun out of the safe. And he said to her, my hands are covered. That's what her testimony was. But if there's bloody footprints in your shoes leading to the safe, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And coming into the bedroom, already having guns, also doesn't make a whole lot of sense if the guns are kept in a safe in the bedroom. So while she was saying I was confused because I already had the gun, he might have been thinking about the investigation. And in a lot of her testimony, she talked about what she says the defendant told her about the investigation. We need to get new phones because of the investigation. They can track back your phone, even if you reset it. New iCloud accounts, because they can track back even if you delete things. New iCloud accounts, new phones. He told her he needed to change his routine so it wouldn't seem suspicious. Do you believe that he told her these things? And that's what the jury's going to have to decide. Do we believe as a jury that he told her these things? I don't necessarily know if she's sitting there going, yeah, he's going to need to change his pattern of leaving for work and leave for work earlier, so it makes sense that he's in a McDonald's 6 minutes away so he can get back faster. I mean, the testimony leading up to them going into the bedroom tracked much more easily for me. There is information missing when they got into the bedroom. We'll see if more comes out on cross. But when all of the leaning up to them getting into the bedroom where the murders happen, and the amount that she says he's telling her about the investigation tracks for me. Also, he identifies himself as a federal agent, as a police officer, but he is an investigator. He is a sworn peace officer, even though he is an investigator for the IRS. And yes, the IRS has sworn peace officers. So when he's talking about, no, if I don't change my pattern of life, do I think that most 20-year-olds would think of that? No, I don't. So the leading up information was interesting, and it's just going to depend on if the jury believes her. If the jury believes that she's downplaying things, I don't know if that necessarily undermines her testimony. I'm sure they're going to want to hear more about her deal, because all of you have been asking me about it all day long in the chat. What about her deal? Because it came up in opening and it hasn't come up yet. But I think if I was the prosecutor, I might have led with it and just get it out of the way. Why did you agree to talk to us? Why did you agree to tell us what he did? What did you get for that? And then say, is what you're telling us here the truth? They might end with it, but it was on a lot of y'all's mind. And I imagine it's been on the jury's mind too. Like, okay, but then what? Because when we break for the day on her testimony, we are at her talking to law enforcement and saying that she was telling them the story that Brandon told her. That was going to be the story to tell police. That was going to be the story to tell law enforcement. The question that I have is, how much did Brandon tell her? How much did he not tell her? And how much was he planning for Joe and potentially Juliana to be the fall people, to distance things as much as it can from him? And to some point, it worked for a substantial period of time because he wasn't arrested for almost a year, or no, over a year after she was arrested. So it took them longer to develop evidence on him. I think he probably didn't anticipate that she would flip on him, but she did. And so we will see what happens in her testimony tomorrow. It has been a very long day. I'm going to answer some questions real quickly to everyone who super chatted and gifted memberships and the things that I did not get to yet today as we were trying to Zoom 7.5 hours later. We've unsuccessfully Zoomed. Emily, that happens sometimes, yes, but we're definitely going to skip some of the witnesses. Not tomorrow, though. So when we take a look tomorrow, we are going to, I'll probably speed up the testimony a bit, but we're going to go through her testimony tomorrow and see what happens, and go through her cross-examination and see what happens. But wow, that was a very packed day of trial, and there were parts of it that were clunky, and there were things we fast forwarded, and it still was a busy day. And yes, because also I chat. A number of you have asked if we have stocked up on groceries. Dr. B went to get groceries today. Enchanted Wing says, we need why is nobody ready on the soundboard. There wasn't really a place for it today, but you know.
Why is no one ready?
We have it. There just wasn't really a place for it. Ms. Demina? Wait, like Missy Ms. Demina? But anyway, I think that is how we would pronounce Ms. Demina said, EDB, will you be covering Michael McKee? I have been. A lot of that coverage has also been on the Emily Show channel, so it's over on the podcast, but we have been covering it over on that channel and over on the podcast. So that is there. Creek Native Girl said, cell phones get rehomed so much, I can't believe I've had mine 6 years. I mean, I like switching out a cell phone, but I generally do it when a new phone's released or we wait a year, because the amount of cell phones getting rehomed in these trials. Then again, when she said that they changed their iCloud accounts, stunned. No, we changed our iCloud accounts. Stunned. Former Trooper Proctor could never. Stunned that they changed their iCloud accounts. Because even some in law enforcement apparently don't think of that. So it is a situation. I've had my iCloud account so long, I would lose all my gameplay. Like, it's connected to everything. Lyndon said, we can mark 2 different cases with the same judge from our syllabus. I know. It was one of the things when the law nerds were like, EDB. And I was like, no, we've got Corey Richens coming up. We have lots on the docket. And then you guys were like, but Judge A. And I was like, but Judge A. And then it was like, oh, but they, the opening statements weren't that long. Like, we can zoom. And here we are, but we'll have, I think, maybe 2 longer days, and then hopefully we'll be able to zoom and catch up in real time, because I think the prosecution, as of today, only had a handful of witnesses left at the beginning of the day, and I would be surprised if they didn't finish today. So we will be able to kind of catch up in real time, and we will do our best to do so. A lot of you have asked me more questions about the co-defendant's deal. I didn't pull the co-defendant's deal. I haven't read the details of the co-defendant's deal. I am going to wait and see how this comes out in testimony tomorrow, and we can talk about it a bit more tomorrow. But her deal is absolutely going to matter, and the jury's going to want to hear it, because it seems like the defense is going to say she's going to say whatever to cover herself, and the prosecution's going to have to use their other physical evidence and other evidence to corroborate what she says. And I think there will be points of corroboration. I think there will be points when we're sitting there looking at this testimony going, some of that just doesn't track. But also, I don't know if she knew every bit of his plan. Let me know what you think. Do you think that he disclosed to her every single bit of his plan? Is the defense going to try to say that she was the one who masterminded all of this? Not the sworn investigator who's saying you need a new iCloud account? We'll see, but I don't think she knew. I think it was everybody can go down, and I've got layers. We got layers of people that can go down for this. So a lot of you have mentioned that this is very similar to an episode of The Closer from season 1. A number of you have mentioned that this seems, ripped from the headlines. It might have been. Like, it really might have been him saying, that might work. I don't know if this was his own idea, but would it be outside of the realm of possibility that what is the right word, that informed the choice that he made? Because he seems to have thought or tried to think through, if you believe her, tried to think through all the ways that he could say this was, I came in and shot him because he was attacking her, and none of this was my doing. So most plans are not perfect, but it seemed to be that he really tried to make sure that he was not going to be the one that was sitting in prison for the murder of his wife. It's a lot. Clara said, I just told my husband about this case and the Walsh case. He thanked me for such uplifting information. It was like, really? It's like, yeah, a number of the high profile cases lately, too many of them are familially related. A lot of the cases we have covered are from, Corey Richins, this, Walsh, Adelson. They are very familially related in domestic murder. Most of them are not just random crimes. So what was interesting to me too, and I noticed, and it'll be interesting to see the way that the co-defendant continues to testify, but she doesn't move a lot on the stand. She doesn't speak with her hands very much, but even when she was talking about trying to cover her ears and things, she doesn't even look like she's trying to explain that. And I wouldn't be surprised if there is quite a bit of downplaying going on with all of this, but we will see. Because that doesn't mean the jury doesn't believe her. The jury might believe she's much more involved, but he was involved too. Will the jury believe that they didn't have any of these conversations? I guess we'll talk about that again after cross-examination tomorrow, won't we? Let's see. There were just a couple more questions. Somebody said, I can never be on jury duty because I watch you. Well, I've had friends reach out to me and say, hey, I had jury questionnaires and they were talking about your channel. So it depends. I'm like, look, the law nerds would be excellent jurors, everybody. The law nerds would be excellent jurors as long as it's not about a case that they've watched. So, but we will have to see. We will have to see what the jury thinks. We will have to see. Because there's a lot more of this testimony to go, and the jury gets the break at the end of the day to evaluate it where we're at, and they're going to be thinking about it. The jury walked into today and heard quite a lot of information. It was just, here's the 911 calls. Here's a lot of what I imagine are really difficult body cam videos. And now here's the co-defendant telling you exactly what he said about how they were going to plan this murder. That's a lot of a day, of course. Oh, and here's the coroner. Here's all of it. It's a lot. It's a lot for a jury to digest in day one. And there were times it was just a less than smooth of a presentation of the evidence today. We'll see if tomorrow goes more smoothly, though I'm not optimistic about that. So the jury has a lot to sit with before we get into. And when I went and looked through who testified at the end of the week last week, there's a whole day of scientific evidence. So then there is going to be a whole day of DNA and blood, etc. So with that, we are going to also break for the night. I will let you know in the Law & Order app. I got to chat with family and see what's going on because it's been a long day here streaming, but I will let you know what time we're starting tomorrow in the Law & Order app if we bump it a little bit forward. Emily, if you bump it forward, you're still going to be here at the same time. Well, no, we'll be here earlier, but still with a little bit of wiggle room to get started. And maybe we can take advantage of that Zoom room a little bit more tomorrow. Maybe not. Law Nerds, thank you. Mods, thank you. I know that it is a difficult case. The facts surrounding what is being alleged that the co-defendants did are absolutely horrific. The amount of planning and effort to find someone else who is just going to be murdered and discarded so that they wouldn't get caught, and setting up the victim for being the other victim for being attacked and terrified. It's truly horrific and incredibly sad. So we will see what happens when we get to court tomorrow. So thank you, mods. Thank you, Law Nerds. Thank you for hanging in there. To court tomorrow. I will see you then. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law & Order app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.